Like in every novel plot, the heroine, before her reincarnation, was a violin prodigy admired and respected by everyone around her. Although there were always some who hated her talent and refused to acknowledge it. And of course, the reason for her death had to be different from other stories. Instead of dying in a car accident, she was killed when a luxury car ran her over. When she opened her eyes again, she realized she had transmigrated into a side character named Arilyn in a novel. Even worse, Arilyn's body was extremely weak, and in the original story, she died before turning 10. This made her give up and accept reality. From now until death, Arilyn would live quietly without causing trouble. One day, during a chance meeting with her childhood friend, she accidentally encountered Pechion, the male lead of the original novel. His smile was like the sun, bright enough to drive away the dullness in Arilyn's life, and that meeting completely changed her future. Could Aurelian continue living with such a fragile body? What kind of miracle would occur? And would the male lead love her or the heroine? Could she change the original storyline? Follow this exciting story with Lisa Manhwa. The story opens with the frightening sight of a strange purple liquid being hurriedly poured into a dish. Here it is. That disgusting diet was brought before Arilyn. Drink it. The little girl felt despair and fear. No. Why has it come to this? Pechion kept pushing the liquid toward her, urging, "What are you doing? Not drinking." His voice held a trace of sadness. "Arel, I went through a lot to get this for you." "Don't you really want it?" The handsome boy with sparkling eyes was none other than Pechion Alimand, Crown Prince of the Albrecht Empire. His words made Arilyn feel conflicted. She shook her head and explained, "No, it is not that I do not want to drink." He pressed on. "Then what?" Arilyn suddenly fell silent. I just want to spend the rest of my life peacefully." Pechion's eyes glistened pitifully. "I went all the way to the peak of Mount Kroan in Sihalin to hunt a monster and take its heart. They say it is good for your health. This can't be bought with money. I put my whole heart into this." Helpless, the girl finally gave in. "Fine, I will drink it, okay?" Under Pechion's eager gaze, Arilyn forced herself to pick up the liquid and drink it all. After finishing, she felt utterly hopeless. "It is like everything I ate this past week is about to come back up." Pechion, delighted, rushed to praise her. "You finished it." "Amazing, Pechion. Anyway, since you drank this today, you won't faint anymore." His warm words kept coming. "Don't faint again. Okay, you can only faint with my permission, understood?" Hearing that left her speechless. Can't he talk more reasonably? Seeing the timing was right, Pechion snapped his fingers. "All right then. Since you have taken the medicine." His voice was filled with anticipation. "Let us get serious now." The scene shifted to the entire health council of Arilyn under the royal knights. Even the maids were watching intently. 99 imperial physicians and doctors stood before her. Pechion announced excitedly, "All of them are experts, gathered just for you." Signs were hung everywhere. "Hang in there. Stay strong, Lady Arilyn. Wishing you good health." Feeling confused, Arilyn asked, "Why?" "Why does it have to go this far?" He calmly replied, "Because..." His face lit up with excitement as he pulled Arilyn forward. "Since you have taken the medicine, should not we test just how healthy you have become?" Not wasting any time, he quickly set her in position. "Come on, Arel. 3 rounds of strength training." People around her cheered non-stop. "My lady, you can do it. Show us your strength. That rabbit doll is nothing compared to you." Wishing Lady Arilyn good health. Off to the side, she thought helplessly. "No, stop for a moment." Unsatisfied, Pechion continued, "Cardio is also a must. 10 laps around the estate." She hurriedly ran forward. "At this rate, I will die before I get healthy. I am doomed." Exhausted, Arilyn slumped on a chair. Pechion walked over with a sigh. "Already tired." His voice slowly echoed, "If you are this weak..." She could only tremble, lifting her head in despair. "Please." Pechion ignored her expression and added, "You must recover quickly so we can climb mountains and hunt monsters together." She helplessly looked at his radiant face. "Anyone, please." Yet he kept comforting her. "But do not worry, I will definitely help you regain your strength." The more she thought, the more unfair life felt. "Someone please deal with this male lead for me." The story then rewinds. In her previous life, Arilyn had been a violin prodigy at 19. Me, the one the whole world once admired for my God-given talent. But something unfortunate happened. She did not die from a regular truck. Turns out her end still involved a vehicle, but a luxury sedan instead. When Arilyn opened her eyes again, the scene before her stunned her. She had been reborn as a character in a novel. Noises kept buzzing around her. "My lady, what is wrong? Are you unwell? What is the matter?" She suddenly froze. She still remembered her actions from her past life. Counting the novels she had read, they were only a handful, so she quickly recalled which novel she had reincarnated into. It was the story titled, "The male lead does something with his childhood friend and becomes obsessed." That thought made Arilyn even more pensive. Clearly, the character she had become in this novel was... A girl's image appeared before her, Arelyn Sigria Halburn, daughter of Duke Halburn, one of the 150 great dukes of the Albrecht Empire, and the sole heir of the ducal family. At that, Arelyn's eyes immediately sparkled. Isn't this basically a diamond spoon? I once had such happy days too. But things were not as good as she imagined. The moment she woke, her head was spinning. When she collapsed, the servants rushed over. Panicked, my lady. The more she thought about it, the more tired she felt. Her body was gasping for breath after just a minute of activity. That is when Arelyn realized this body is trash. Something bad was bound to happen. Once I realized I was a character doomed to die young, I could not describe the turmoil in my heart. Memories of my past life grew clearer with time. Just then, a maid's voice called out. Arelyn slowly turned to look back. Little by little, I began hearing things a child should not have to know. Whispers filled the air. Right, I heard she is just the girl Duke Halburn picked up. No one even knows who her mother is. An illegitimate child becoming Halburn's heir, the end of the world. These words left Arelyn deep in thought. A nameless girl the Duke suddenly brought home one day, entrusted to the estate's steward, while he himself left for the northern front lines. Until everything worsened, she died before reaching 10, leaving the truth shrouded in mystery. In the original story, Arelyn was an insignificant, blurry character. She appeared only twice, rumored to have an incurable disease, a side character who died early. The childhood friend, absent from the male lead's life. But what must come, will come. Whether changing her predetermined fate in the novel or building a business, do not both require health first? With that thought, Arelyn lay tiredly in bed. With this garbage body, what am I supposed to do? Even though I regained my past memories, I have no motivation. It has been nearly a week, and I have done nothing. Suddenly, Arelyn glanced to the side. Come to think of it, that person should be arriving soon. Looking outside, her only guardian, Mayhen, approached and knocked on the door. Lady Arelyn, it is Mayhen. The maids nearby whispered in surprise. It is Sir Mayhen. Let us go, Arelyn's voice rang out. Come in. The door slowly creaked open with caution. Mayhen entered with a cold face and greeted. It has been a while, my lady. He was Mayhen Revogan, representative of Duke Halburn. Seeing her still lying in bed, he spoke seriously. I heard you have been staying in your room, so I came by. Arelyn glanced at him. Mayhen, my pitiful guardian. Her expression surprised him. If anything troubles you, please tell me. The more she thought, the stranger it felt. Why does he talk like a civil servant, handling complaints? She knew a little about this man. Mayhen, the predator of House Halburn. A commoner, yet dubbed a genius early on. The Duke's representative and chief advisor, steward of the estate in the capital. His face was always cold and unreadable. Before regaining my past memories, I used to fear him because of that strict air. Thinking this, Arelyn sighed wearily. Looking back now, he is just like an office worker in a terrible company. As if reading her thoughts, Mayhen asked, My lady, do you have something to say? Arelyn nodded. Her face still bore a gentle smile. It has been a long time, Mayhen. Her change left him momentarily dazed, though he still nodded awkwardly. Yes, my lady. Seeing that, Arelyn quickly shook her head. It is nothing, do not worry. He glanced softly at her and reminded, But I have heard from the tutors that you have not joined outdoor activities lately. Hearing that, she chuckled faintly. But Mayhen, you never liked me going outside anyway. His expression froze instantly. Any sudden activity might affect your heart. It seemed Arelyn already knew the truth. She mused aloud, Don't worry. I will stay indoors obediently. Though he found it odd, Mayhen still nodded. Understood. Time quickly passed. Sunlight streamed into the vast room. Mayhen worked silently through stacks of documents, pondering. I can't put it into words, but something feels off. It has been 3 months since I last saw my lady. With that thought, he called out sharply, Dylan. A man stepped forward. Yes, Sir Mayhen. His face grew stern. Summon all the tutors here. His eyes hardened with resolve. Notify everyone. The reasoning behind his actions was simple. Even a capable man like Halburn's steward was at a loss in the field of child rearing. So the conclusion was to leave it to specialists, the cream of the crop, graduates of Ernst Academy of Stewardship and International Etiquette, assembled with the Duke's funds. Thus, the teaching team for Arelyn was formed, theoretically flawless experts. After hearing their opinions, Mayhen reminded them, as expected, you all feel the same. Speak your thoughts. First was headmaid Lena, who remarked, She seems strangely lifeless, as if her wit is gone. My lady stays in her room but eats well. Chief Steward Ern added sadly, She smiles less than before. Still, if you tease her, she laughs sincerely. Inside the room, voices murmured. Has something happened? If it had, we would know. Mayhen raised the documents. And her health, Lena replied. According to the physician, nothing unusual. Another quickly suggested. But suddenly staying inside like this, it is the first time. The maids grew worried. Before, it was the opposite. We had to stop her from going out too much. Hearing this chatter gave Mi-hen a headache. If we want to see her, she must leave her room. Why is this happening? At that moment, Lena stood up as if remembering something. Ah, tomorrow's the day? Everyone grew expectant. The day my lady goes to the royal palace. Looking ahead, Erilyn was surprised. So it is that day. She recalled the original story. The day she meets the male lead, not quite, rather, the gathering of the Empire's talents like the crown prince and noble heirs. Ern cheerfully waved. Have a wonderful time, my lady. Following the guided path, Erilyn looked around. In a world running on advanced magic, everything was dazzling, especially since this was the royal palace, the center of wealth and technology. But the suffocating air made her uneasy, and this wretched body barely walking, yet she already felt like dying. While lost in thought, a servant called out, Here we are, Lady Erilyn. Approaching a large hall, she slowly stepped inside. Children were still playing together, so these are Albrecht's future. They mingled as if the place were fun, like watching celebrities. Suddenly, a black-haired boy with blue eyes caught her gaze. The more she thought, the more her mind wandered. That one becomes the famous playboy, and that one, the crazy swordsman, right? So much happening made Erilyn sigh as she sat down. And they even form a love triangle that shakes the empire. Removing her hat, her face showed no joy. It is strange knowing someone's future while knowing you won't be part of it. Just then, a familiar voice rang out, His Highness, Crown Prince Pishion. Erilyn turned in surprise toward where everyone was gathering. He is here. A figure with white hair appeared before them, the male lead of the novel. Seeing his features up close, even Erilyn was impressed. His beauty was enviable. Can that really be the face of a 7-year-old? He greeted warmly. Hello, everyone. His voice echoed in the hall. What shall we play today? Pishion remained friendly to all. If anyone has an idea, speak up. A pair of twins grinned while eating. I can't think of anything. The children discussed eagerly. Let us play outside. Yes, I love playing outside. The lively atmosphere drained Erilyn further. Or let us play hide and seek. Me too. Children's cheerful voices filled the air. That is fun. Let us go. But Erilyn only wanted to sit still. Look at their stamina. At this point, she only wanted to leave quickly. Just go outside already. Her eyes flickered with thought. Of course. But still, a truth made her heart ache. No one really cares about me, do they? She recalled the original Erilyn, a precious jewel of Duke Halburn. Though described with flowery words, the gossip behind her back was completely different. Reality was far worse. Even within Halburn Castle, her existence was like that of a side character. Regardless of status, everyone treated her the same. Back when she first transmigrated into this body, once I realized I had reincarnated, I had only one wish. A simple, tiny wish to have a warm, happy family who loved me more than anyone. Sadly, in this life too, I did not have it. Thinking of this, Erilyn sighed and reminded herself, don't hope anymore. Without overthinking, she slowly stood. For now, I will just go outside. A servant nearby hurried up. My lady, I will guide you out. Erilyn smiled gently and shook her head. It is fine. I can walk on my own. The woman was startled for a moment. But my lady? Stepping into the hallway, Erilyn sank into her own thoughts. In the novel, Erilyn was weak, unable to play much with the children. Even though she tried hard not to be excluded, she asked herself again, why should I? In this life, she decided she would not care. I do not want to. I will just kill time and go home. A gentle breeze blew, making her hair sway. Better to rest in the shade like this. Everything here felt so relaxing, far more comfortable than struggling to please someone. A faint smile appeared on her lips. The breeze was refreshing, and her complicated thoughts scattered. Suddenly, a rustle came from the nearby bushes, drawing her attention. A white tail poked out, surprising her. A cat. A pure white cat with sharp eyes appeared. I sometimes see it around here. Is it the queen's or the king's pet? Because it was so cute, Erilyn instinctively reached out. Hello, kitty. But the next second it suddenly leapt into the air, leaving her puzzled. Even so, Erilyn searched around. Kitty, where are you? Then the sight before her left her frozen. Somehow, Pishion had caught her hand. Looking at her unfamiliar face and that strange action just now left him utterly confused. Who are you? But what surprised her most was herself, Erilyn. She felt more and more that something was not right. Crown Prince Pishion, why is he here? Remembering something, she hurriedly bowed her head to introduce herself. I am of House Halburn. Pishion grew even more curious and pointed in another direction. What are you doing here alone? Everyone else is gathered and playing together. Those words left Erdelin unsure of how to explain. I am too weak, so I can't join them. That made him a bit disappointed. Weak, she nodded and continued. Even just a little running and I will fall. Seeing Paixhan still staring at her, she did not know what to do next. So troublesome. Can't you just accept it and leave? It seemed he was not letting her go, glaring at her with judging eyes. How could anyone fall just from running? You are not lying, are you? Inside, Erlen was almost praying for relief. Please stop caring and just go. Yet she still forced a stiff smile and replied, I am telling the truth. Without thinking much, he immediately suggested, then try running. The smile on her face instantly vanished. Paixhan leaned closer to her face and repeated himself. Run. You are not lying, are you? She nodded firmly. Yes, I am not. Seeing him still so stubborn, left her unsure of what to do next. With no other choice, Erlen fixed her gaze straight ahead. Fine. If I have to, then let's just get it over with. And so, carrying her frail body, she dashed off. I won't forget this grudge, you crazy crown prince. Thinking of her own pitiful fate only deepened her despair. Seriously, what perfect weather to collapse. As she forced herself forward, Erlen realized she would already hit her limit. This useless body. Her face gradually turned pale. How could I already be at my limit after running so little? Seeing her stumble made Paixhan freeze on the spot. Realizing she had completely fainted only made him even more anxious. He quickly ran over and caught Erlen, eyes filled with fear and panic. Coincidentally, a maid happened to be passing by just then. The sight before her made the maid's face go pale with fright. Seeing Erlen still struggling to breathe, she rushed forward in a panic. Lady, someone, call the royal physician at once. Time passed inside the vast palace. Mihin slowly stepped in with a thoughtful look. He silently pondered about Paixhan. Today was the gathering between the crown prince and the empire's prodigies, also known as the childhood friends, reunion, held in the safest place in the world. But something bad had happened to Erlen. Lady Erlen collapsed and was carried back, and the royal family gave no clear explanation. The more he thought, the more furious Mihin became. To treat the Halbrand family like this, most likely the royal family was involved. As he opened the door, everyone inside was already arguing heatedly. This is a declaration of war on Duke Halbrand. We must demand answers from the palace. Mihin walked slowly forward and reminded everyone, issues with the palace can be dealt with later. It is not too late. After sitting down, he calmly asked, how is the young lady? Lena quickly spoke up, voice full of worry. She is awake now, but... Erlen had withdrawn into her room, refusing to meet anyone. She ordered guests to be sent away, saying she did not want to see anyone. Meanwhile, inside the imperial palace, the empress quickly called, Paixhan. He hurried over. Yes, mother. She slowly turned her head to announce, I heard you committed a grave offense against Lady Halbrand. What does mother always tell you? He looked down at the floor with sadness and recited, always be kind to every child. Those words only deepened her disappointment. You know well when a wrong is done intentionally, the responsibility is even heavier. This left Paixhan stunned. Could it be? The empress's voice rang out like an order. Immediately go to the Halbrand estate and formally apologize to Lady Erlen. He realized the gravity of the matter in silence, that order. Her next words shocked him so much he froze. Until you are forgiven sweet tea and desserts for the crown prince, even a single piece of chocolate are completely forbidden. Realizing his favorite treats were banned left him in despair. My snacks. Elsewhere, Erlen sat alone at the table, deep in thought. She casually tasted a baked cookie in her hand. The more she thought, the more confused she became. Am I like a sunfish? Remembering the scene of her collapse gave her a headache. She knew her body was weak, but collapsing after just a short run, she gently set her cup down beneath the table, thinking she could still do something. Suddenly, a voice rang out. I heard the idiot ordered guests away. This caught Erlen's attention. The servants nearby whispered to each other. She probably just wants attention. Poor Lord Mihin. One even glanced at Erlen with a warning look. A young man at the age of love having to babysit. It seemed the servants all looked down on Erlen pitiful, all because of that fool. She unconsciously recalled her past self. I am used to this kind of situation. The mocking words echoed in her mind. Still think you are a genius. Acting so capable, look at you now. Hope your arm breaks. And that is when she realized. They try to lie to my face, but their backs reveal the truth about me. She could even hear words that cut like knives. Do they look like friends to you? In the end, they are only your rivals. This made Erlen stare blankly into the distance. This life is no different from the last. Exhausted, she sighed. All I wanted was to be loved by my mother. Inside the study, Mihin still held a stack of documents. His face thoughtful, he sighed. Taking care of a child is this difficult? Erlen's words echoed in his mind. Don't worry, I will be obedient. Thinking of that pained him a little. perhaps I should care for her more. Back then, Lady Erilyn Sigria Halburn was the daughter of my master, and I had raised her since she was small. Even though I fully entrusted her to the childcare unit, I could not help but worry. She always had an innocent smile on her face, Mihin. Her tiny hands stirred his heart. Even so, he coldly set her aside and walked another way. I am only a guardian for a short while. I tried my best not to let feelings interfere. Remembering everything, Erilyn sighed tiredly. Even after keeping such boundaries, the young lady still needs a family. Holding the communication orb, Mihin grew furious at the missed calls. So please answer, damn master. Just then, Dylan walked in, calling out, "Hey, Lord Mihin, I think maybe you are overthinking this." He gave him a thoughtful look. Dylan smiled, nodding as he shared his thought. To Lady Erilyn, perhaps you feel more like family than even the Grand Duke whom she has never met since birth. Sitting in her cold room, Erilyn's soul was utterly lonely. What children her age desired was not jewelry or crowns. Hearing this, Mihin was taken aback, but simply the gentle warmth of a guardian. A knock came at the door, Lord Mihin. He quickly responded, "Come in." His face puzzled. "What is it?" the servant nervously explained. "His Highness, the Crown Prince has arrived." That news froze him instantly. What? Who came? After hearing the whole story, Mihin quietly sighed inside. So that is how it is, ladies collapse. He turned a judging gaze toward Pechion, all because of this Crown Prince. Pechion, a little embarrassed, quickly said, "I want to see Erilyn." Mihin immediately refused. That is not allowed. His words left Pechion momentarily stunned. Before Pechion could respond, Mihin declared, "The attending physician ordered absolute rest. Please return, Your Highness." Pechion did not hesitate and ordered his servant to bring forth a chest of jewels. "I will just deliver this and leave." Seeing this, Mihin smiled lightly. "I will accept this gift." Pechion's guard looked uneasy at his actions. Still, the royal family. Mihin's face grew so dark it was as if he wanted to devour them both. The royal family must give Halburn a proper explanation. Soon after, he politely dismissed the guests. "Please return for today." Pechion, deeply worried, turned to Graham. "What should I do?" Graham smiled awkwardly. "For now, Your Highness, it is best you head back." Seeing Pechion still standing there in thought, he quickly asked, "Your Highness." Unable to sit still any longer, Pechion suddenly ran off. "No, I must see her myself." "Graham, buy me some time." That left Graham helpless. "Yes, Your Highness." His face turned troubled. Suddenly Mihin's voice cut in. "What is going on?" His eyes glared at Graham as if to devour him. "I already told you to send His Highness back." Graham could only pray for time to pass quickly, Your Highness. Every second longer here was torture for him. How am I supposed to deal with this mad dog of Halburn? The scene shifted to the vast corridor. Pechion walked slowly through it. Something feels strange here. Sensing something wrong, he turned his head, scanning around. It was unusually quiet, so spacious it felt lonely. He recalled how everyone always chatted with him in familiar surroundings, surprising him. The palace was always warm and gentle. Pechion's gaze swept across. But here, standing in the middle of this space, he felt so small. There was no warmth, only a chilling air all around. He even worried, could I find Erilyn before being discovered? Thinking of what he had done to her made him even more guilty. That scene flashed again in his mind. I did not expect her to actually faint. If I had known, I never would have made her run. This thought weighed heavily on him. I truly want to apologize. A streak of light caught Pechion's attention. Curious, he murmured. The door's open. Which room is this? By habit, he slowly approached the large door. It did not look like a servant's quarters. The dazzling light inside made him squint one eye. A strong fragrance wafted to his nose. He turned his head. Flowers. Inside the room, Erilyn stood still, basking in the sunlight. Her platinum hair glowed like molten light. At the same time, she slowly turned her head, eyes the color of rose quartz. To him, she looked like his white moonlight. A small, pale face, unmistakably Lady Halburn. Seeing Pechion there shocked her, Your Highness the Crown Prince. He suddenly fell silent. Erilyn, surprised, stepped closer, asking, "Why are you here, Your Highness?" She was right in front of him, yet he did not react. Suddenly, Pechion realized his heart was pounding hard, his face heating up. Strange. Why is my heartbeat so loud? At that moment, Erilyn repeated herself, "Your Highness." Seeing him still standing outside the doorway made her curious. "Why are you here, Your Highness?" He startled and hurried to explain. "It is because..." His mind swirled with thoughts. "I only want to apologize. Why am I so nervous?" Pechion forced himself to stay calm. I want to apologize. I did not know you would actually faint." "I am sorry?" His eyes grew sorrowful. "I won't do that again." In contrast to Pechion's tone, Erilyn had turned cold. "Maybe so." "It is fine." Seeing her so calm left him a little puzzled. Realizing the awkwardness, Arlen turned away. Anyway, I knew I would faint, that is why I ran. You do not need to worry. He wanted to say more, but she gently pointed outward. You sneaked in, did not you? Peshin blinked. Did I say that? Seeing this, Arlen laughed softly. Mehen definitely would not have let you in, so I figured I will keep it secret for you, so please go. I still need rest. With no other choice, Paxion turned to leave. All right, rest well. Arlen quickly bowed. Then, please take care on your way, Your Highness. The door shut heavily at once. His Highness, the Crown Prince. Thinking back on everything that happened, Paxion found it utterly unbelievable. Was he really just kicked out? His face instantly turned blank with a hint of excitement as he quickly turned back. I am the Crown Prince. On the other side, a maid carrying medicine asked anxiously, Lena, how is it? She turned around and explained, seriously, His Highness patient just came out of the young lady's room, go check. The maid, hearing this, suddenly noticed something. Realizing something was off, her face turned blank. Turns out Mehen had been standing by the door in thought for who knows how long, his face now looking terribly conflicted. While she was still processing it, Ern turned his head and reminded, today really is not a good time. Sir Mehan's been sensitive lately. Let me bring the medicine tomorrow instead. Hearing this, she nodded in understanding. Looking at the bowl of medicine in her hands, the maid grew even more worried. What is wrong with those two today, young lady? You must drink on time. Mehan seemed like a completely different person, standing at the door with a murderous aura that kept everyone away. Ern and Lena kept whispering to each other with great intensity. Sir Mehan's expression is terrifying. Let us retreat, for now. Staring at the door in front of him, Mehan quietly recalled Dylan's words, what children at that age truly want is just the gentle warmth of a guardian. Wouldn't Arlen see Sir Mehen as more like family? He became deeply thoughtful. With the master absent, I am the only one who can stay by her side. Even if I can't offer gentle warmth, at least I can be here. Mehan pushed the door open and asked, Young lady, is something wrong? Seeing he still did not know what was going on, Arlen understood right away it was another sneaky entry. She shook her head, explaining, It is nothing. Noticing his unusually serious face, she quickly added, Really? I am not hiding anything. Seeing her overreact like that, Mehen finally spoke slowly, I am sorry. He gently knelt on one knee before her. I had no intention of prying, my lady. Looking at Arlen's appearance only pained Mehen more. Why so flustered? He suddenly recalled his past. Wasn't I just a burden? A burden the master forced upon her? We are not family, nor do we share any deep bond, just a guardian and the one guarded? Arlen smiled gently. We have been seeing each other often lately, have not we, Mehen? You are busy though. Just as he was about to explain further, she abruptly cut him off. You do not need to bother with me. She seemed far too used to such things. I will obediently stay in one place, as if I do not even exist. Those words froze him on the spot. My lady, Unknowingly, his hand gripped the armrest tightly. Realizing emotions had overpowered his reason, Mehen hurriedly stood and bowed. It is nothing. If that is what you wish, then I will obey. With that, he turned and left, while Arlen remained seated in silence. She gently lifted her teacup, took a sip and wondered, why did he get angry? Meanwhile, Mehen strode hastily down the long corridor. If she stays put obediently, then I do not need to care. Thinking of her words just now only infuriated him more. Was she telling me not to overdo my role as her guardian? Arlen's smiling face suddenly appeared in his mind, but still. Exhausted, he held his head in frustration. I should not show such an expression to a child. Some time later, the maid's voice sounded, My lady, it is time to take your medicine. As usual, tasting it made Arlen shiver and complain, bitter. Even so, she had to drink it to stay alive. She had been taking this medicine since childhood. She did not know who created it, but it suppressed seizures and sudden outbursts, helped her disease-wrecked body recover somewhat. Thankfully, this medicine existed. Suddenly remembering, Arlen asked in surprise, By the way, where's Uni? The maid beside her smiled gently. Uni had an urgent meeting, so I came instead. Hearing this, she flinched in realization. I see. Looking at this maid's face made Arlen extremely uncomfortable. Come to think of it, is not this the one who often badmouths me? Yet in front of me she acts so cautious. Her eyes now filled only with disgust. I am done. Leave? The maid, without hesitation, stepped outside. Yes, my lady. Time passed, sunlight streamed into the room. Arlen let out a relieved sigh, finally, some peace. The scene shifted elsewhere. This man was the Crown Prince's chief guard, Graham, who had recently been desperate to resign. The reason was, a portrait of Arlen hung on the wall, and every day Paxion would pass by and admire it. Recently, His Highness had become infatuated with Lady Halburn. The more he thought about it, the more confused he felt. Why is Lady Erlyn so frail? He even kept ordering his servants, "Go, see if you faint like Lady Erlyn." Seeing Graham's kind face, Petion happily shared everything. "Graham, the lady greeted me before leaving." "Doesn't that mean something?" His face showed some thought. "Graham, what is she doing now, Graham? Quickly find out if Lady Erlyn's health has improved." Petion beamed with hope. "Graham, is not Lady Erlyn attending the childhood friends gathering today?" Graham smiled and nodded. "Yes, her health has improved greatly. She assured me she would visit, but..." The sight before Petion left him stunned. Lady Erlyn was absent. His eyes turned cold as he glared at Graham. "I trusted you. What a disappointment." This made Graham want to break down in tears. "I really want to quit." Petion kept scolding. "Graham, is this all you can do? Graham, are you even listening?" And so, in the end, the gathering ended earlier than usual. From inside the room, Graham desperately explained. "But I had clear confirmation. It was not my fault." Yet Petion did not seem to care. Was it because I told her to run before? Could someone really be that weak? Suddenly, Petion pictured the fragile kitten, like Erlyn. With someone that weak, maybe so. His face turned sorrowful and helpless. "So I can't see her again. But I want to so badly." Clearly, Petion was not ready to give up. "Wait." Seeing the situation, Graham quickly asked, "Your Highness?" Petion smiled brightly, pointing to himself. "No need to wait. If Erlyn can't come, then I will go to her." The scene shifted to the Grand Halburn estate. Seeing Petion appear here shocked the gate guards. "See, Crown Prince, Your Highness." Petion looked up at them and ordered, "What are you doing? Open the gate." Graham's face showed hopeless despair. "My head," he hurriedly suggested. I will go announce first, okay?" After a moment of thought, Petion rejected the idea. Wait. Plans were already forming in his head. If I suddenly appear and startle her, she will like it more, right? He quickly dashed forward. "Graham, change of plans. Follow me." Seeing Petion so stubborn, Graham nodded helplessly. Yes, I am coming. Please do not cause a huge incident." Walking down the familiar corridor, Petion's eyes glimmered with hope. It is clearly that way. Looking around, he thought, the atmosphere in this mansion is chaotic. Before, it felt lonely and cold, but now, he realized everything here was vastly different from the palace. This time, the atmosphere was strangely sharp. Coincidentally, some maids walked by, chatting. So rude, what kind of personality is that? Their gossip instantly caught Petion's attention. Graham, seeing this, was confused. "Your Highness, what are you doing?" Petion quickly gestured. "Shh." Meanwhile, the maids kept bad-mouthing Erlyn. "That look she gave, like telling me to get lost after delivering the medicine, it is unacceptable. That fool thinks she is something." Even Graham, listening from the side, felt uncomfortable for Erlyn. Without Sir Mayhan, she is nothing, just half-baked. Hearing this made Petion freeze. Fool, half-baked, what do they mean? But he quickly signaled Graham not to cover his ears. "I need to hear this." The maids, oblivious to the two behind them, kept chattering. Even half-baked, nobility is still nobility. How many people care for her? Why treat Sir Mayhan so coldly? Honestly, without him, is not she useless? At that, another maid sneered. Useless indeed. Everyone knows she will die soon anyway. Doesn't even know her place. Petion could no longer hold himself back. He snapped angrily. Who said she does not know her place? The two maids jolted, turning back. Who? Petion's furious gaze bore straight into them. Realizing the severity of the situation, both their faces turned pale with fear. Graham spoke sternly. "Kneel and show proper respect. He is not someone you can insult so freely." Frightened, the two maids quickly dropped to their knees. Graham turned to Petion. "Your Highness, say the word." Hearing this, the maids trembled even more. "Your Highness," one begged desperately. "Crown Prince, please, what is going on?" Petion strode straight up to her and demanded, "Do you think you have the right to question me? I am the one asking. What exactly were you two talking about just now?" The maid's hands shook uncontrollably with fear. Then? Who is it that does not know her place? Petion's cold eyes pierced them. Malice, meant to hurt and degrade someone. His anger boiled over. I have never seen such vile cruelty in my life. I do not understand why, but my heart feels frozen. Is this anger? He glared at them, as if ready to devour. You were so loud just now. Why so quiet? Lost your tongue. Around them, people began whispering. What is going on with the Crown Prince? I do not know either. The maid bit her lip in terror. This is getting out of hand, if it keeps going. Just then, Mayhan arrived, clearly displeased. Why is the Crown Prince here? His face showed obvious irritation as he looked at the maids. What on earth is all this noise? The two maids, trembling, looked at him with tears. So Mian, it is this time we are really done for. Suddenly, her eyes caught sight of Aralyn. The more she thought, the worse it seemed. Aralyn. Meanwhile, Aralyn was still confused, not understanding what was happening. The maid rushed over, grabbing her hand, pleading, "My lady, forgive us." Both of them wept pitifully. "Sorry, please spare us, my lady. Please forgive me, please forgive me, please forgive me." Pechian sighed coldly. How foolish. Begging now, what use is that? Still do not understand the situation, truly. That stupid? His voice carried judgment. And you dared call your mistress a fool, a half-baked nobody in this estate. Hearing this, Mayhan froze for a moment. After some silence, Aralyn glanced aside. So what if they did? Uni, watching with concern, sat beside her. My lady, has something like this happened before? She nodded. These words made Uni's heart ache for her. Why did not you tell us? Aralyn's face remained calm as she declared. Because what they said is not wrong. Uni froze in shock. Huh? While things were still tense, Mihan's voice suddenly rang out. Enough. Everyone, back to your positions. Dylan, seeing him turn to leave, quickly asked in confusion, Sir Mehan, what about these ones? He turned back coldly. Lock them in the dungeon. I will interrogate them myself. At that moment, Pasion eagerly rushed over. Seeing Aralyn before him filled him with joy. Aralyn, are you... well? To her, his face screamed nuisance. I should have stayed in my room. Didn't expect this trouble to come instead. Yet he kept showering her with cheesy words. How have you been lately? It has been so long. As she stood still, he hurried around, checking her carefully. Is your health okay? Have you improved since then? Standing too long, does it tire you? She coldly asked. Why are you here? Seeing her annoyance, his face turned sulky. I came to visit. When you did not show at the gathering, I thought you were sick. She finally understood. So that is it, visiting the sick. As the distance between them closed, she sensed something odd. From the start, Patient's liveliness and my own self never matched. Why would he visit me? It left her utterly puzzled. Cute as he is, I do not have the calm to enjoy it right now. Thinking this, Aralyn replied softly. Thank you for getting angry on my behalf. Your Highness. Patient scratched his head. It is nothing. I wondered if I was meddling in things I should not, but I could not just stand by. She nodded, understanding. Yes, thank you. But... her voice carried a reminder. Next time, let me handle it myself. Otherwise, it might put you in a difficult spot. Patient's face immediately turned pitiful. Was I too much? In his heart, Aralyn nodded. Yes. Outwardly, she still replied. Number. Her vision slowly blurred as she looked at him. Anyway, I am sorry for the trouble, and thank you for today. Her face paled again. You, Aralyn thought helplessly. Today is even stranger. This broken body. Realizing time was short, she quickly bowed. Normally I would offer you a glass of juice, but the house is in chaos and I have not recovered, so perhaps another day. Though disappointed, he nodded. Aralyn turned to leave. See the crown prince out. Kryam on the side wept. Your Highness, please do not do this anymore, just go. Still, Patian waved goodbye. See you, Aralyn. Stay healthy. The servant nodded. Yes, my lady. On the way back to her room, Uni worriedly asked. My lady, you must be very tired today. Aralyn's eyes gradually blurred. Uni's voice rang beside her. I will help you prepare for bed. After some sleep, you will feel better. But everything before her eyes was growing hazy. So dizzy? Seeing her collapse to the floor left Uni stunned. My lady. Looking again, she had already fallen. Uni screamed desperately, Lady Aralyn. After some thought, Mehan called out, Steward. The steward hurried over. Yes, Sir Mehan. Trying to remain calm, he asked, should I involve myself in this matter? Out of sheer fear, the butler kept bowing his head, admitting fault, apologizing. Lord Mehan, however, replied as if it were obvious. Of course you must apologize. Butler, do you realize how much today's incident has disgraced Halburn? With no other choice, the butler hurriedly explained, I will handle today's matter myself and resolve it properly. Mehan nodded, reminding him. Make sure it is done cleanly. I want to keep seeing you around as butler. Like a scolded child, the butler obediently admitted fault. I understand, Lord Mehan. After the butler left, Mehan finally let out a stifled sigh. Standing alone in the vast room, his thoughts kept surfacing. Even if it was because Lady Aralyn's attitude had suddenly changed, the truth was that he had been too shaken recently. The tension had thrown the whole mansion into chaos. Fragments of memory flashed through his mind. His concern for the young lady had led him to overhear things he was never meant to hear. Just as he was lost in thought, Dylan burst through the door, shouting, Lord Meehan. Seeing Dylan's anxious expression piqued his curiosity. I am not deaf, Dylan. What is it? Dylan gradually calmed down and began, right now, Lady Erilyn. Meehan sighed, as if already guessing. She wants to be educated. Why? Before he could finish, Dylan interrupted immediately. Lady Erilyn has fainted. His expression changed completely. What? Inside the room, Uni was still tending to Erilyn with worry. Dylan's voice trembled. The attending physician has been summoned already. Should we contact the magic tower? Or perhaps the temple instead? Erilyn's small body convulsed repeatedly, making everyone nearly choke with anxiety. Uni's eyes held both sorrow and helplessness. She is already showing signs of seizures. At that moment, Meehan rushed inside, his voice loud with worry. What is her condition? Everyone, startled to see him, stammered, Lord Meehan. Uni recounted everything. I do not know. She suddenly collapsed, and now she is convulsing. Meehan's face grew darker as he asked, what is the physician doing? Uni sighed and continued. He examined her earlier and is preparing medicine now. They said tonight will be very difficult. Meehan pressed a hand to his forehead in despair. Why the sudden seizures? After a brief thought, Uni quickly relayed what she knew. They said it could be from extreme psychological stress today. The lady took her medicine, so it should be fine, but her body was already weak. As if remembering something, Mehan's hand trembled as he demanded, medicine right? Has she taken her medicine? Uni quickly nodded. Yes, she has. But sensing something wrong, she suddenly rushed off in another direction in haste. Wait, Meehan was left bewildered. What on earth is happening? Just then, Erilyn slowly regained consciousness, softly murmuring in a daze, Mother. That single word pierced Meehan's heart like 1,000 blades. Realizing something was wrong, he turned slowly toward her. She was still in deep distress. In her dream, she could run freely only in that world. Mother. Everyone knew the nightmare always began the same way with the image of a grand piano. Arlene stepped onto the stage, approaching the piano, a violin somehow already in her hands. Her expression did not change at all, and the sight before her froze her in place. Her mother sat alone in the judge's chair. Erilyn's voice narrated, My mother was a beautiful, talented woman. And I was her daughter, exactly like her. Her only wish, back then, her mother smiled gently and suggested, I want my daughter to become the very best. Those soft words cut into Erilyn's heart like knives. I believe in you. You can fulfill my dream. You can do it, right? What had to come, came. When her mother's words ended, the accompaniment began from the unattended piano. The familiar sound echoed throughout the hall. Erilyn stood frozen, unable to lift her violin, staring at one person only. She asked herself questions, too far. What expression does Mother have? Tears streamed endlessly down her face. She cried out helplessly, Mother. The more she thought, the more confused she became. Why would you do this to me? What am I to you? Her hands slowly reached forward. Mother. Everything blurred into haze. Do you love me? You still love me, right? She would probably never know the answer. Countless unspoken words, yet the deepest one was, I miss you. Seeing her mother walk away, Erilyn staggered forward. Mother. The violin slipped harshly from her hands, crashing to the ground. She did not care, only struggling to run forward. Mother. Darkness seemed to engulf her completely. She ran blindly forward. Mother. Her lonely figure appeared in the darkness. She asked herself, will I be left all alone? In this darkness. She reached out her hand, but nothing happened. Terrifying, suffocating darkness. At her most desperate moment, a warm hand reached toward her. Mehan gently embraced her, giving her a completely different feeling. Who is it? Mother. He said nothing, only stroking her small body softly. For the first time, she felt warmth and blushed with emotion. She wished time would stop, yet lay helplessly still, waiting. It is all right now, Lady Erilyn. By late night, Mehan sat by her sickbed, caring for her with all he could. Remembering what he had done, he startled, blaming himself. I unconsciously held her hand. Recalling Erilyn's words in her delirium, Mehan worried deeply, wondering what kind of feelings drove her to search for the mother she never met. He studied her sleeping face quietly. She truly misses her mother. In this vast mansion, is there no one she can say that to? As Erilyn mumbled mother, Mehan seemed to decide something. If that is the case. Lady, I am here. Time passed long, until finally the morning sun warmed Erilyn's room. After a long sleep, she slowly opened her eyes. Feeling groggy, she rubbed them several times. The sight before her startled her into disbelief. Staring at Mehan's sleepless face, she suddenly blurted, Mother. He quickly turned his head aside, reminding, I am not your mother. Erilyn's mind was still blank, unable to process what was happening. Remembering something important, Mayhan asked urgently. Is your body all right? But she ignored the question, continuing to call. Mother, he could only reply helplessly, I am a man. Missing her mother too much, tears flowed endlessly. She could only cry, Mother. Seeing her like that, Mayhan could not bear it and tried to comfort her. Her strange reactions puzzled him deeply. Honestly, children are such unpredictable beings. He recalled the past, when Grand Duke Halburn first brought the child home. Back then, countless hostile stares fell upon the tiny Erlen in his arms, while another's gloomy concern looked elsewhere. Everyone wondered, who is this child's mother? Speculation spread. Some said the daughter of a courtesan, others guessed an illegitimate child of noble blood. Yet she bore Halburn's blood, proven by the guardian stone, reacting only to his lineage. It resonated with Erlen. Voices rose around Mayhan. She is the Duke's child for sure. But then, who is the mother? Perhaps the child was born of true love? Hearing this, he was stunned. Grand Duke Halburn in love? This is the first time I have heard such nonsense. Forget it. His private life has nothing to do with me. Mayhan gently took Erlen's hand, guiding her forward. That is my stance. But the child, she is the subject of rumors. Of course, she will be curious about her parents. Through her growth, Mayhan had witnessed much, yet surprisingly, to this day, she had never once asked about her mother. He had even gone to great lengths to prepare answers for the day she might ask, but they proved useless. She never asked anything about her parents. It left him troubled, holding the prepared files. At some point, it became so obvious, I stopped wondering. Perhaps she is simply not curious. Back to the present, Mayhan gazed at pitiful Erlen with heartache. I always thought so. But is it really not like that? Her voice trembled. Mother. Her small hands clutched the blanket tightly. She had only been enduring, suppressing it. Trying to calm herself was futile. I clearly woke from the nightmare. This is not a dream. Yet Mother. Seeing this, Mayhan spoke. Lady, you do not seem calm yet. She choked. I do not mean to trouble you. When she did not answer, he patiently called again. Lady Erlen. Her voice shook. Mother. He sighed. With no choice, he indulged her. All right. What is in a title? Call me however you wish. Hearing this, Erlen was dumbfounded. Strange. The Mayhan I know would surely push me away. She glanced aside wearily. You hate me. He firmly denied it. I do not hate you. Who am I to hate you, lady? That is impossible. She clearly did not believe him. Lies. Mayhan did not bother to explain further. I am not lying. As if realizing something, Erlen asked, Don't you want to abandon me? Hearing her painful words, he faltered. I only... After a long silence, his hoarse voice called, Lady Erlen. She fell silent, as if she understood him. Suddenly, he changed how he addressed her. Aurel. The familiar name startled her. That name... Mayhan remained gentle, his face devoid of expression. He softly placed a hand on her head, silently comforting her. As she still doubted, Mayhan began telling his own story. I was an orphan. I do not know who my parents were. I never even saw them. From the beginning, I did not know if I was abandoned or if they had... died. He tucked her golden hair aside. Care, of course not. Love? I do not know. Honestly, I do not even know what people mean by love. In the vast room, Erlen listened intently. He continued, Truly, what I must do for you now is no different. Finally, a soft smile appeared on his lips, warming his face. But that does not mean I want to abandon or hate you. The stone in Erlen's heart was lifted. Tears of relief fell. It is all because of my shortcomings. I thought raising you properly was enough, but I oversimplified. After a pause, she finally said, Mayhan, it is not your fault. He looked at her expectantly. So you forgive me, she only repeated. It is not your fault. Seeing her stubbornness, he sighed helplessly. So you are not saying you forgive me? Suddenly, Erlen called, Mother. Mayhan answered without hesitation, Yes. Her innocent, childlike face held an indescribable look. Then be my mother, if you feel guilty. He was speechless. I am a man. But she refused to give up, gently tugging at his clothes. Mother. Her warm gesture left him awkward and unsure what to do. He pondered the meaning of mother. Biologically difficult, but... He smiled tenderly. The kind of smile that could topple maidens' hearts. I will try. Erlen sat stunned, thoughts swirling. The Mayhan I know is rational. He would not indulge such childishness. The more she thought about his words, the harder it was to believe. Unbelievable. For the first time in who knows how long, a satisfied smile spread across her face. But, just this once, I like your answer. Seeing her mood improve, he smiled happily. That is good. Stay that way often, Lady Erilyn. Sometime later, the doctor entered, focusing on Erilyn's treatment under Mayhen's watch. Seeing her condition improve greatly, Mayhen slowly turned to leave. Uni was already waiting outside. Without hesitation, Mayhen asked, "So what happened?" Her face went pale with fear as she reported, "It seems someone stole the medicine." The news stunned Mayhen. He turned back sharply. "What?" Uni recounted everything. "The day she was supposed to take her medicine. Because you were there, I did not give it. The next night I stayed up late and forgot. Then another maid said she gave it instead." Her voice shook more. "But that maid was among those who caused yesterday's commotion. When I went to confirm, she was already dead in prison." Suspicion filled him. "The cause of death," Uni sighed. "They said suicide by hanging." Mayhen knew someone was pulling strings. "Impossible. Not suicide." His eyes grew cold. "Where is the stolen medicine?" Uni shook her head helplessly. "Still not found." After a pause, he ordered seriously, "For now, treat it as suicide." "Uni, does anyone else know?" She quickly shook her head. "No." Before leaving, he added, "Keep it secret. Focus on the young lady's health." Uni nodded. "Yes." After she left, Mayhen stood alone in the large room. His face twisted with rage. How dare they do this inside my mansion? Just then, the physician finished treatment. Mayhen quickly asked, "How is she?" The doctor replied seriously, "She is much better. Heart rate, pulse, and mana response are all stable." The result pleased Mayhen. "Thank goodness." The doctor glanced back at sleeping Erilyn. "She needs monitoring, but her improvement is remarkable. She seems stable, even mentally." "What method did you use, my lord?" Mayhen did not know how to answer. "I did not do anything special." In truth, the only thing different was how close the two had grown recently. Him always at her side. Even the doctor approached him, saying, "However, the worrisome part is that her body seems to be weakening over time." At this rate. Before he could finish, Mayhen snapped, "Enough." The doctor realized he had gone too far. "I apologize." Mayhen's expression did not change. "No need to apologize. Just pay special attention to her health." The doctor bowed obediently. "Yes, understood." Looking at Erilyn, still recovering from her long sleep, he thought, the fact that she can still speak and walk at all is nearly a miracle. When she suddenly saw Mayhen appear, she was utterly bewildered. "So that is why I hope the master shows himself at least once." Seeing him acting so strangely, Erilyn asked in surprise, "What is wrong?" Mayhen gently sat down right next to her. "Tonight, my lady can eat anything she wants." This information made her face visibly brighten up. "Really, that is great." This warm smile once again touched Mayhen's heart. In his head, he was quietly thinking. "Anyway," he gently called out, "My lady." Erilyn turned to him a bit blankly. Mayhen gently extended his hand toward her and suggested, "May I hold your hand?" Seeing him take the initiative like this for the first time left her momentarily frozen. Without thinking much, she immediately extended her hand toward him. In his heart, Mayhen had already made up his mind. This small hand and these cheeks are definitely what I must take care of. He gently reached out and took her tiny hands. Good thing I realized sooner rather than later. Now, I just have to raise her well. The scene shifted to a vast place. At the same time, the childhood friends, gathering at the royal palace. Pikyon sat there in deep, almost uncomfortable thought. His attitude left everyone extremely surprised. "Your Highness, what is wrong? Does anyone know?" "I do not either." Only Graham at the side seemed to have guessed something. Everyone was confused. Of course, His Highness could not be in a good state today, because... He stared at the letter in his hand. Lady Erilyn fainted, so she probably can't come today. This gave him quite a headache. She fainted again. In his mind, various thoughts kept surfacing. How can someone faint so often? Is her body made of glass? If she is still suffering from illness right now? People behind him whispered to each other nonstop. "Go ask." "No, you go." At that moment, the twins came over, asking curiously, "Your Highness, Your Highness, why do you look so gloomy? Your Highness, Your Highness, why do you look so sad?" Pikyon did not seem to care about the two of them. "Go. I am not in the mood to play with you right now." But they did not give up, chattering right beside him. "If you are not in the mood to play with us, then what mood are you in? The mood of not wanting to play with us." After a period of silence, Pikyon finally let out a slow sigh. "Actually, I have something on my mind." This statement made the twins extremely curious. Your Highness, what is it? Tell us, what is the matter?" He slowly began to speak. "The thing is..." His face looked almost childlike as he continued asking the two of them. "A few days ago, I went to visit the sick. Should I go again?" One of the twins smiled softly and said, "It is fine." If you want to visit, just go again. Graham, hearing this from the side, was startled and worried. Wait, stop? Pasion looked extremely eager. So it is really like that, is not it? The twins nodded in agreement. This time he could not stop crying. Not wanting to waste time, Pasion hurriedly stood up and walked in another direction. You guys, sorry. I have to go. I have something to do. Saying that, he dashed forward. Graham, come with me. Let us go visit the sick. Hearing this, Graham's face briefly looked awkward. Your Highness. The twins then turned their heads in surprise, asking each other, wait, who exactly are they going to visit? Meanwhile, Erilyn slowly opened the door and appeared. Looking at Pasion in front of her, left her utterly puzzled. When she opened the door, there he was, the very person who had made her faint, and then pretended to care. Seeing her face, he joyfully called out, Erilyn, she had no emotion at all. An innocent demon was standing there. He hurriedly ran over and asked her with sparkling eyes, Does it hurt a lot? I heard you fainted again. Do you faint this often? She helplessly turned her face away. If this keeps up, I am going to get exercised for having too much yang energy. Seeing Erilyn say nothing, Pasion quickly reacted. Erilyn, what is wrong? You do not look well. Did I do something wrong? Are you hurting somewhere? Only then did she slowly ask, Isn't today supposed to be the childhood friends gathering? He nodded firmly. That is right. You remember, her eyes gradually became confused. Yes, but... Seeing Pasion standing there left her stunned. But why are you here? Why are you the one who should be at the gathering here? He smiled happily and announced, I heard Erilyn fainted, so I left the gathering midway to come visit you. This did not surprise her much. The more she thought about it, the more Erilyn felt something was off. The Crown Prince, the most famous and powerful person in Albrecht, caring about her and neglecting everyone else. I have surely become the topic of gossip today. Thinking this, Erilyn immediately tried to probe. Besides visiting the sick, is there any other reason you are here? Pasion smiled cheerfully and shook his head. No. She still did not understand what on earth was going on. Then why did you come here? Hearing that question, Pasion looked a bit surprised and answered, Because I wanted to see you. Hearing those words left Erilyn momentarily frozen. That? She glanced at him and sighed. If you are still worried that my collapse was because of you, you do not have to be. Pasion, however, had a completely different reaction. How can I not worry? It was my fault. His face became very determined. I will take care of Erilyn until you are well again. Meanwhile, she had her own thoughts. As expected, the Crown Prince Pasion and I do not suit each other. Thoughts kept surfacing in her heart. It is obvious he will casually offer goodwill and affection, make someone long for it, then disappear. I have no intention of being fooled by fleeting feelings. For some, that might be delightful, but for me, someone for whom even breathing is a luxury being manipulated is unacceptable. Erilyn kept staring at Pasion's joyful face. He is still young, so this is probably just passing concern. I will just handle it properly. Inside the room, he asked curiously, Does Erilyn always stay in her room like this? She nodded. Yes, I like staying in my room. This information left him dumbfounded. You like staying in... Seeing that, Pasion obediently sat still without moving, trying to follow her preference. Seeing him being so cute, the corners of her lips curved into a gentle smile. You really can't sit still for even a second, can you? Noticing the smile on her face, Pasion finally became happy. You smiled? Seeing that radiant smile, she froze for a moment. Pasion did not seem to care about the look on Erilyn's face. This is the first time I have seen Erilyn like this. She returned to her usual demeanor. Is that so? The more she thought about it, the more puzzled she felt. What is there to be happy about? I really do not get it. Pasion turned to look at her face. What? She shook her head to explain. Nothing. Time passed. The scene shifted to a large room. This man was Zarenberg Muvisk, the loyal guard and left hand of Grand Duke Halburn. He smiled and waved. Mayhin, long time no see. Mayhin calmly replied. I still have not recovered, so I need to rest. The more he thought about it, the more puzzled he became. Then why is not His Highness here? Zaren recounted the situation thoughtfully. His Highness is currently dealing with an accident with casualties, so he went to restore a delayed front. His face immediately became curious. What is going on? Mayhin's attitude completely changed. No, never mind. Noticing his expression, Zaren chuckled and continued to ask, What is it? Tell me. You have been contacting me persistently lately, so it must be important, right? This time I will swear on my knight's honor to deliver it. Hearing this, Mayhin quickly nodded and said, Then please allow me to ask for your help. He became very eager. All right. Without hesitation, he immediately said straight to him, Please convey to His Highness. His Highness is the worst father in the world. This statement left Zaren frozen for a moment. All right. I will tell His Highness. He is the worst father. What? Mayhem did not hesitate to extinguish the orb. Then I will end it here. He was about to say something more. Wait, Mayhem, really that? Finally, the room fell silent. Mayhem let out a deep breath, feeling at ease. In his mind, he constantly planned Erlen's care. The core members of the childcare team included 4 or 5 people. Head maid Uni, who had general medical knowledge. Head maid Amber, in charge of meals. Lena, in charge of education and designing study programs. And Ern, a former knight protecting me when going out. Because they were all specialists, I never thought the childcare team lacked anything. But, looking at Erlen's face, they all clapped to welcome her. My lady, you did great, opening your eyes by yourself in the morning. Amazing, my lady. We always love and respect you. These words left her completely confused. These people. What is this? She quickly asked. What is going on? Did you all eat something strange? Everyone proudly wiped their tears. My lady, you finally spoke to us. This left her speechless. Has the whole group gone crazy or what? Annoyed, she pressed the book to Ern's face and said, I want to read. Go out. But he did not back down either. My lady does not need to read. My lady needs purity and innocence. You should live and look at the bright outside world. She looked away in irritation. I do not want to go out. This startled him. Why? Erlen turned her face and explained. Because I do not want to go out. Hearing such words, Lena tried to calm herself. During the time my lady was sick, we reflected a lot. Did we focus too much on professionalism, without understanding her heart? To convey our feelings, from now on we will show a completely new side. At the same time, Mehen walked over in annoyance and asked, What are you all doing? She hurriedly explained, Sir Mehen, that is, this. We are just trying to be closer to my lady. His eyes showed slight irritation. I hope you are not bothering her. If she is recovering and you can't take care of her properly, then stop. At that moment, Arellen tugged on Mehen's pants and called out, Mom. Time seemed to stop there. Everyone froze instantly. Mom? Even Mehen did not know what to say. This? Everyone present immediately froze. Mom? After a while, a murmur arose. As expected, Lady Arellen was born from the forbidden love of Sir Mehen and His Highness. They spoke their thoughts from the side. That rumor was not it, the baseless one that got squashed. Now that you mention it, Lady Arellen and Sir Mehen do look a bit alike. Seeing this, Mehen sighed and informed everyone, Stop spouting nonsense. My lady was looking for her mother. Hearing this, Lena could not hide her surprise. Could it be that Mehen wants to replace the mother's role and seize the entire estate? He sighed and glanced at her. Did you forget I managed the entire estate that could be seized? Only then did she realize. Sorry. Before leaving, Mehen turned to look at her with a judgmental face. From now on, please be careful so things like this do not happen again. Lena quickly nodded. Yes. After a period of silence, Uni finally spoke. But only Sir Mehen gets along with her. We are always left behind. We also want to be close to my lady. He coldly turned his judgmental eyes on everyone. That is none of my business. Handle it yourselves. But those who care for my lady should not make things hard for her. These words made all 4 of them fall silent for a moment. After he left, everyone slowly discussed among themselves. Sir Mehen reconciled with my lady, so he does not know our feelings. I also want a close relationship with my lady. My lady. Inside the office, while handling documents, Mehen was silently thinking. Were they like this at first? Even so, there is no staff more reliable than them. Messy thoughts kept surfacing in his head. After my lady recovers, all the unreliable workers in the mansion will be eliminated. How many days has it been? I keep checking inside the mansion for safety, just to ensure my lady's safety and health. Thinking this, Mehen tiredly let out a breath. So exhausting. If only I would check thoroughly from the start. No, if only Grand Duke Halbrand had not caused trouble from the start, then nothing would have happened. His Highness is the worst father in the world. He also realized his own words back then. The message he sent impulsively quickly received a reply. Halbrand angrily sent a letter. Do you want to be fired, brat? And this was Mehen's reply. Go ahead, fire me. I am retiring. Mehen seemed to have conveyed it well, swearing on a knight's honor. Just then the carrier pigeon knocked, catching Mehen's attention. Opening the letter, he carefully read its contents. Not firing you. You will bear the disloyalty yourself. This left him speechless. The scene shifted to inside the royal palace. The childhood friends, gathering resumed after a week. Pacheon sat there excitedly, making everyone whisper nonstop. Your Highness, you seem cheerful today. Indeed, and you came earlier than usual. Something good happened. He ignored their chatter and looked outside eagerly. Is it soon? He focused on the person approaching. Surely, after that child, she will come in. A girl even claimed, Your Highness, are you perhaps waiting for me? Peixian shook his head. No. With people coming and going, he became extremely expectant. For some reason, he felt after that child, she would come in. Footsteps without any strength at all, just like Erilyn. No, not her. Thinking about Erilyn not attending again made Peixian very sad. Could it be she won't come today either? If she does not, then from now on I will visit her every day. Just then, footsteps slowly approached. Erilyn entered wearing a beautiful dress, but her face still showed no life. Seeing her appear made Peixian's lips visibly curl up in joy. Erilyn. Ignoring everyone's attention, he rushed toward her. You are here. This left her very confused. What is wrong with him? Delicious pastries lined the table. Peixian happily offered her all kinds of cakes. Erilyn, try this. And this. This one too. This one's also good. She tasted them while thinking in confusion. How did it come to this? Recently there had been a strange disruption for her. At home, the childcare team kept bothering me. This left her utterly exhausted. Doing other things, this world does not even have Netflix, no webtoons or web novels. Since I have ended up in a romantic fantasy world anyway, I just want to directly watch a romantic fantasy story. Seeing her looking thoughtful, Peixian became extremely curious. What is Erilyn thinking? She just kept staring at his radiant face. All because of this guy, Crown Prince Peixian. I thought it was just momentary curiosity, but this concern has lasted too long. Seeing Erilyn still sitting there made Peixian a bit disappointed. You are not eating this, she sighed in response. I can't eat that much. Though inside she regretfully thought, eat more, and I will die. I must survive this food torture. What should I do now? A forced smile appeared on her lips. I do not even know. Just deal with it for now. She quickly suggested, Your Highness should eat too. You have not eaten much because you are worrying about me. Here. Seeing Erilyn's attitude toward him seem a bit warmer made Peixian overjoyed. Erilyn, are you an angel? She did not know what to say. No, I am not. He looked at her with shining eyes. Since Erilyn gave them to me, I will eat them all. She nodded in agreement. Yes, eat plenty. Watching Peixian devour the pastries in front of him made Erilyn breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Peixian was simple. Remembering something, he asked in surprise, Erilyn, have you learned all the Arbit letters already? That caught her attention. Well, although she felt a bit unsettled inside, I just naturally could read them, so I can't really say I studied. I will just say it anyway. She replied softly, I studied hard. This only made Peixian admire her more. Amazing, she chuckled and continued reading. Your Highness could do it too. Seeing the two of them close like that made people around them whisper non-stop. Who is that boy Erilyn? Do you know? What is he doing to make His Highness so flustered? Could it be something? These murmurs quickly drew Erilyn's attention, children whispering out of jealousy, or those hovering around just to get noticed. She realized she had completely forgotten about the Crown Prince's popularity. She continued looking at Peixian's face as he was absorbed in reading. She had thought of him as just a puppy since he always smiled foolishly, but without smiling he actually looked quite sharp. That surprised her and made her think. She did not know what the author had in mind, but Peixian was definitely a rare type of male lead. Weren't fantasy romance male leads usually possessive? Arrogant? Regretful? Holding the book in her hands, Erilyn sank into her own thoughts. Anyway, I will soon grow distant from him, and he will connect with the heroine, so it does not matter. Unless, because I was reincarnated, there is a new development tying me to him. At that, Erilyn shook her head to remind herself. Absolutely not. Don't get conceited, stay clear-headed. Just then, Peixian called out, speaking of which, Erilyn. She looked at him in surprise. Yes. His eyes were full of expectation as he requested, call my name. It is Peixian. Seeing his reaction left Erilyn completely puzzled. Only then did she slowly respond. Yes, Crown Prince. He grew stubborn. Peixian. She was at a loss. Your Highness. He would not yield either. Peixian. The situation left Erilyn very awkward. He just kept repeating his own name. Peixian. Seeing no other choice, she also said his name. Peixian. Getting what he wanted, he brightened with a radiant smile. Just calling my name should be fine, right? Still not satisfied, he urged again. Say it once more. Erilyn did not think too much. Yes, Peixian. Time passed, and the scene shifted to the vast corridors inside the Imperial Palace. Exhausted, Erilyn returned to her beloved home. Finally, home. It was so hard to shake Peixian off from escorting me. Suddenly, two people blocked her path ahead, startling her. While she was still confused, a guard suddenly spoke. Lady Erilyn, Her Majesty the Empress calls for you. This information left her bewildered. Her Majesty the Empress. She did know a little about this person called the Empress. the Albrecht Empire, a vast nation that had unified all the kingdoms on the central continent into an empire. Many dazzling figures were like stars there, and among them, the most renowned was Empress Ageni. To her, this woman was formidable. A peerless beauty who had received marriage proposals from all the greatest powers of the time, and wise enough to rival a monarch. That made Arlen deeply nervous. Not only the empire's people, but even she admired Empress Ageni. Pecheon's upright and honest nature surely came from her. She stared in surprise at the woman before her. It must be thanks to her family upbringing. Seeing Arlen appear, Ageni gave a gentle smile. "Welcome, child." "Was it tiring to come here?" Arlen nodded. "Yes." Sitting at the tea table, she smiled and said, "The scenery is beautiful today, so I invited you here. This is one of my favorite places." At the same time, delicious pastries had already been laid out on the table. "I heard from the maids, you have worked hard today too." Looking at the pastries, Arlen hesitated. "I am already full thanks to Pecheon. Maybe I will just try a little." Instinctively, I waited for the elder to pick up her chopsticks first. Seeing her hesitation, Ageni chuckled and gestured. "You looked so adorably conflicted, I could not help but laugh." "Don't mind me, eat as you like." Hearing that, Arlen nodded. "Yes." Looking at Arlen's innocent face, she slowly recalled the past. "This must be the first time we have been alone like this, right? When we first met, you were tiny. You were too little then, so you probably do not remember." While tasting a pastry, Arlen glanced at her and thought, when a subject you do not know comes up, the best way to handle it is absolute silence. Ageni, seated opposite, kept speaking light-heartedly. "You were already adorable back then, and now you have grown even cuter." Her gaze grew somewhat sad as she spoke cryptically. "Truly, you look very much like that child." That caught Arlen's attention. "That child?" Her face slowly turned blank. "Yes." Looking at the smile on Ageni's face, she began to suspect something. What does she mean? Could it be? Thoughts flooded her mind. Is there something between Empress Ageni and my real father? But that was not in the novel at all. Seeing her sitting there stunned, Ageni laughed and asked, "Do you have something you want to ask me? Your expression shows it." Only then did Arlen respond slowly. "I do not know why you summoned me here." She gazed at her tenderly. "If I said it is because I simply wanted to see you, would you be troubled?" Those words puzzled her. "Yes," the Empress gently reassured. Such a cute reaction. "Don't worry." Ageni softly pushed the pastries toward her. "I called you here to apologize on behalf of my useless son for bothering you." Arlen still did not understand. "Apologize?" Placing a hand on her chest, she added, "He thinks he apologized properly, but I am sure he only troubled you and left. This one's good too. Even though he is my son. Pecheon is too energetic, just like the Emperor. I wish you were only half like Tarian or Sarua." Worried Arlen might still be hungry, Ageni pushed another large piece toward her. "Eat this one too, it is delicious." Arlen was at a loss. "Please stop." Looking at the woman before her made Arlen thoughtful. But the more we talk, the more she seems gentle and friendly. It left Arlen with a strange feeling, almost as if the Empress was very fond of her. If I pretend not to notice, it will be too obvious. What is this? I did not do anything. Remembering something, Ageni gently lifted her teacup and asked, "I heard you do not get along with the other children. Are they bullying you?" Arlen hurriedly shook her head. "No, it is just that I was born frail, so I can't fit in well." Hearing that, the Empress was relieved. "So that is it." "I understand. Still, whenever you have a problem, ask me for help, all right? Remember that?" Her kindness surprised Arlen. "These are the Empress's words." She nodded. "Yes." She even wondered to herself, "Does this mean she will be my support?" Remembering something, Arlen quickly asked, "Then, Your Majesty, may I skip the childhood friends gathering?" Ageni laughed and immediately refused. "No, you may not." That left her visibly disappointed. "You said if there is a problem, I should ask for help." As if reading her mind, Ageni leaned closer. "What is it? Someone's bullying you and you are hiding it. Is not that right?" Arlen quickly shook her head. "No, nothing like that." She could not help recalling how Pecheon constantly pestered her. "It is just, your son is a little troublesome." Hearing her confirmation, Ageni smiled and probed further. "Then that is good. Do you have any other requests?" After a long silence, Arlen finally asked, "But Your Majesty, why did you include me in the childhood friends gathering?" She had become very curious. "I have always wondered." With so much happening, suspicion grew in her heart. "I am the only blood of Halburn, but I am not some extraordinary genius. My future inheritance of the family is not even certain, so why include me in the Crown Prince's circle of childhood friends?" Ageni finally began to explain. "So you have been curious about that. The reason I brought you into the gathering is..." Time passed, and a few days later, it was the gathering of the Crown Prince's childhood friends at the palace. Tired, Arlen attended the party and thought, "It is clearly only twice a week, yet why does it feel so frequent? I am exhausted." Just thinking of Pecheon clinging to her endlessly made her feel helpless. For my moonfish-like body, going out twice a week is torture. And no matter how much I reject him, Pecheon's attention never changes. She kept glancing around, looking for a place to sit. I just want to comfortably watch a fantasy romance firsthand, but instead it is annoyance, frustration, and fatigue. She quietly let out a sigh. That is why I want to withdraw from the childhood friends gathering. Recalling that day, Janie had smiled and said, "The reason I included you is a secret." That left Erilyn utterly hopeless. If you were going to say that from the start, why bother creating such an atmosphere? But she soon noticed something in the Empress's expression. Her eyes seemed to hold another reason, as if reflecting Erilyn and recalling something else. Thinking of that, Erilyn sank back into her own thoughts. So there really is something between Grand Duke Halburn and Empress Agami. My bad feeling might have caught onto something. Just then, a voice rang out, target spotted. The twin brothers walked over with smiles. Arelala, Arelililin. Their calls rang out non-stop. Arelala, Arelyn only wanted to get away from them fast. I need to escape. But it seemed the twins still trailed after her. Too late now. Seeing her sitting quietly there, they quickly came over. You are early today, Arelele. What are you thinking, Arelililin? Arelyn cautiously asked. What are your names again? That shocked them. Arelililin, you do not know our names. With no choice, they slowly introduced themselves. I am Ciel. I am Noel. Everyone calls us the angelic twins. Hearing that, Arelyn thought dryly, more like the demonic twins. Seeing her still confused, they pressed on. Arelililin, what are our names? She looked at them and answered slowly. Ciel. And this one is Noel. But inside, she was even more puzzled. Wait, Noel was born 5 minutes later. Once she remembered their names, the two did not forget to remind her. Now you can't forget us anymore, okay, Arelele? She was speechless. My name is Arelyn. But they ignored that. All right, Arelele. Annoyed, she snapped. You two are the ones who should call me by my right name. But Ciel and Noel did not care what she said. All right, Arelillian. By the way, will you really faint if you run? Can you show us? She glared at them angrily. What is so fun about me fainting from running, like it is some circus show? At that moment, Noel slowly held out a coin to her. I will give you this, okay? Curious, she asked. What is it? He proudly said, my allowance. She recognized it. A platinum coin, worth 1,000 gold pieces. As expected of House Sparrow, the family holding all the Empire's wealth so extravagant. Seeing her still hesitate, Ciel eagerly added, This is really valuable, you know. I will give you another one, too. She turned away. Even if you gave me 100, I would not run. Put it away. Hearing her refusal, the two looked pitiful. So mean. Erilyn slowly glanced at them. Really. Outwardly flawless, but inside, devils. Remembering something, they both stared intently at her. What is it, Arelililin? Have we charmed you? We are beautiful, right? Adorable, right? Cute, right? Their faces grew smug. Arelililin, we will even let you touch our eyelashes. And you can touch my cheek, too. At their antics, Erilyn grew uneasy. I know. If the other blushes or gets flustered, they will bully them to death by teasing. Even Satan in hell would be impressed. Seeing Arelyn remain silent, confused Ciel and Noel greatly. They turned to look at each other in surprise, which she noticed. What is with those ominous eyes? I can feel it. My life's only going to get harder. I need to escape. Without hesitation, Arelyn snapped. Move aside now. If you won't leave, then move aside. But they just stood there, stepping closer to her. Hey, move aside. Hurry. Their eyes lit up strangely. Arelilin is the first to treat us so harshly. Is this Arelala's scheme to get our attention? Their craziness left Arelene speechless. What are they thinking? They seem to find her fascinating. Arelilin is so cute. Arelila is so lovely. Her hands began trembling in fear. I want to be strong. Normally I do not, but right now I want strength. Usually at times like this, some mysterious being whispers, do you want power? Just then, the doors burst open, along with Pecheon's voice. Hey, you twins. He strode in angrily. Step back. Both of you. Stay away from Erilyn. Seeing him defend her left her stunned. Pecheon. It froze her in place. I have never felt so glad for Pecheon before. He is like a knight, protecting me from Ciel and Noel. Don't bully Arelyn. Could this be the White Horse Prince effect? Still furious, he scolded them non-stop. Stop it now. Erilyn does not like it. That made her so happy. Pecheon's the best. More. Punish them harder. His sudden defense of her immediately silenced Ciel and Noel. The air grew tense. Your Highness, what are you saying? They kept moving closer to Arwillin. Aurelilin likes us, right? Isn't that true, Aurelili? She prayed desperately. I do not know. Just leave me alone. They glanced at Peshion. Aren't you lying just to monopolize Erlin? The three of them bickered non-stop. What are you saying? You are stuttering. Hit the nail, did not? We hit the nail. Your Highness's wicked scheme is exposed. Seizing the chance, Erlin slipped away. Target changed? Sorry, Crown Prince. Just as she was about to leave, a figure appeared before her, drawing her attention. The appearance of this man instantly captivated her. In front of her stood a boy with cold, jet-black hair. Feeling intrigued, Erlin stepped closer to observe him carefully. This child. Meanwhile, the two behind her still chattered. All right. Then let us just ask Aurelilin. That'll solve it. Hearing this made Erlin jump in alarm. What? The three of them stared at her. Come on, Aurelile, choose. You want to play with us, right? Peshin on the side also refused to lose. You will play with me too, right? The more she thought about it, the more speechless she felt. What on earth were the three of them even talking about just now? Remembering something, Erlin stepped closer and tugged on Haroon's sleeve. In front of all three of them, she immediately declared something. I will play with young Master Haroon over here. Hearing this made all three of them freeze for a moment. But we did not see that coming. Unconsciously, Erlin recalled the character from the original story. Erlin was clearly just a side character in this work. The story was slowly told, even though Halbrand was set up as one of the 5 major ducal families of the Empire, holding many secrets, and it was true they wielded the greatest power. Still, there was an undeniable fact: they were just like a universal key. Whenever anything happened, the blame was always shifted to Halbrand behind the scenes. And it dragged along many other events as well. Unlike the other ducal families, who displayed real strength and influence, in this work, they only existed as background decoration. Erlin squeezed her eyes shut in deep thought. Even so, Patient eagerly pushed a piece of cake toward her. Erlin, eat this. This left her exhausted. Ever since she got involved with the Crown Prince, the twin brothers of the Sperum ducal family happily brought her sweets too. Aurelilin, eat this too. This one's delicious as well. Everything was happening too fast for Erlin to react. The future of the 5 ducal families, pillars of the Empire, Haroon sat silently on the side, unable to say a word. He represented the Mibix ducal family. Everyone there was happily chatting together, except for Erlin. In other words, the main characters were being drawn, one after another, into the situation. Was this really okay? She kept staring at Haroon's cold face. But she had her reasons for choosing this boy, Haroonberg Mibix, the genius of Mibix, the Crown Prince's protector, and the male secondary lead of this work. His looks captivated her. No wonder he was the one the female lead Claire fell for in secret. Noticing Erlin's gaze, the twin brothers grew very surprised. Aralele, why have you only been looking at Haroon, and not at us? Aralelelin, do you like Haroon that much? This left Aralyn in a bind. Ugh, I think I have been ruined by these brats already. Still, she did not care, calmly lifting a teacup in her hand. Even though it was a bit frustrating, Haroon was firmly the steadfast secondary male lead of the Northern Duke. To explain a little, what did the flower of a secondary male lead mean? Faithful, devoted, like a steaming hot bowl of soup, steady, an honest and reliable anchor, quietly helping, while only watching the heroine from behind. Reliable without being intrusive. That made Arlen look forward to it all the more, hoping he would immediately deal with those 2 little devils and the Crown Prince. Just then, Noel slowly held out a piece of cake to her. Arelilin, try this one. This delighted her. This is it, my chance, Haroon. Hurry up and save me from this. She immediately glanced at him with a desperate, pleading look. Help me! That made him hesitate for a moment. Seeing this, Erlen rejoiced. All right, he got the hint. Without hesitation, Haroon immediately pushed a piece of cake toward Erlen. Watching his action, she was completely speechless. Not that, you brat, get me out of this mess. Suddenly, Paishion jumped up. He walked over and snatched Haroon's cake, swallowing it in one bite. Right after that, he immediately pulled out his own cake and held it out to her. Erlen, this one tastes better. The situation left Haroon so awkward that he turned his head away. She quickly noticed his once cold demeanor had in an instant turned into a sorrowful beauty. Not only did he miss the signal, but he was also such a kind person. The twins immediately caught on. Your Highness, you are wary of Haroon, are not you? I see it too, I see it. Patient turned back, confused. What? The twins kept teasing. Your Highness, that is unfair. You are jealous of Haroon, are not you? Yeah, that is dirty play, trying to monopolize her for yourself. Erlen furiously glared at the cake in front of her. Plan failed. Relying on the secondary male lead to escape was impossible from the start. Meanwhile, the 3 of them kept bickering. That is not it. Your Highness is mad. Look, his face is red. Shut up. Erilyn was too desperate to say a word. I can't escape. I am trapped in hell already. Right then, the twins noticed her expression. Erilyn must be thinking the same thing. She just sat there motionless. Such a lively and explosive event, and the two of them never stopped surrounding her. Right, Erilele? Right? Her gaze grew distant. For a side character like me, this is just too much. Time shifted to late at night at the familiar Halburn estate. After returning home, Erilyn clung tightly to Mihin's leg, which made him curious. Young lady, what is wrong? She sighed and spoke. Too many things happened. He nodded knowingly. It seems so. She still held tightly to his leg, silently thinking. The scent of dry wood, her tense nerves slowly began to settle. To her, Mihin was like her only ray of hope. Mihin, who had raised her since she was an infant. Even if her past life memories had awakened, Erilyn's memories of him never faded. Her thoughts kept pouring out. No expectations, complete comfort, the only one I can rely on. She smiled faintly and called out, Mother, hold me. With no choice, Mihin bent down to lift her up. Mother. He gently held her in his arms with tenderness. Remembering something, he kindly asked, Did something happen at the summer gathering with your friends? This surprised her once again. Only Mihin noticed. She silently recalled. Petion was basically a puppy. The twins were nuisances, and Haroon did not help her at all. If asked whether anything happened, yes, but nothing serious. Seeing her face, Mihin gently suggested, Please, feel free to speak. Did nothing truly happen? She nodded in confirmation. His face then turned strangely sad. As I thought, it seems I still have not earned the young lady's trust. Erilyn quickly shook her head. That is not it. She did not know where to begin. It is just things that are hard to explain and troublesome. Remembering something, she hurriedly asked, Then, can I not attend the childhood friends reunion? Her words startled Mihin, while the three on the side were also shocked beyond belief. He gently turned to her. The young lady does not want to go. The three on the side loudly voiced their opinions. We strongly object. Absolutely not. The only lively activity is the childhood friends reunion. Without thinking much, Erilyn nodded. That is right. Her face carried a bit of sadness. As expected, she would not be allowed, even if it was Mihin, the childhood friends. Reunion was an order from the Empress. Contrary to her expectations, Mihin gently said, Then the young lady does not have to go. If you do not want to, it is up to you. I will handle the excuse. This deeply moved Erilyn. Mihin. Suddenly, her hands clenched tightly. Surely that was not easy for Mihin either. This was what being an adult meant, a steadfast protector. She quickly hugged him even tighter. Something I have never had before. Erilyn suddenly spoke out. Mother? Her voice carried a touch of emotion. Mother. This sight made the three behind them, Uni and the others, feel incredibly uncomfortable. Their gazes seemed ready to jump in and hug Erilyn themselves. At this rate, Mihin will monopolize the young lady. That can't happen. We have to show her the strength of the childcare team. The three of them seemed more determined than ever. Just wait and see, young lady. The image of a professional childcare team, all to win your affection. Time passed, and today was the day of the childhood friends reunion that she had been dreading. Erilyn's lips curled into a satisfied smile without stepping out of bed. Staying home, not going out bliss. It was all part of Mihin's arrangements. He kept his promise to her. Our young lady needs rest. He had even sent an official notice to the royal family, saying she would be absent due to health reasons. Thinking of this, Erilyn grew even happier. Mihin is the best. He is truly my mother. Everything here made her even more delighted. The soft bed, warm sunlight, this light, the temperature, the humidity. Everything was just right. At that moment, Uni called out in surprise, Young Lady Erilyn. Her face turned extremely serious. Are you really okay? Realizing they had entered her room made Erilyn groan inwardly. Anyone but these people. She turned her head away in annoyance. I am fine. Leave? Uni refused to go, adding, Can't we stay here and watch over you? We won't do anything. We won't even breathe too hard. Erilyn still rejected them. I said, I am fine. Leave? Hearing those cold words, Leon looked like he was about to cry. Young lady, you are too cruel. Their constant pestering drained her. As if the clingy ones in the palace were not enough. With no other choice, Erilyn walked away. Now even this house won't let me be? Leon quickly called after her, Young lady. She turned back irritably. Hey, I am busy. Don't follow me, okay? Those words left the two of them frozen for a moment. Yes, they realized this was a shocking declaration coming from a 7-year-old girl. Erilyn stepped outside into the corridor with annoyance. That is right. If I hate the temple, then I will just leave it. Behind her, the servants kept calling, "Wait, please wait. Young lady, if you have a schedule, please tell us." A little later, chatter erupted. "After Lord Mayhen, I am the one the young lady favors most." The three of them gathered, bickering endlessly. "What nonsense! I am the most qualified. I am responsible for her health, which is why you did not give her medicine on time. Right? This is not the time to argue. We need to find the young lady first." From the side, Erilyn watched all their antics. As expected, this childcare team never listens when I tell them not to follow. Just thinking about them tagging along made her feel even more troubled. Not long ago, they had been quiet enough, but somehow the childcare area had turned into a battlefield day by day. Remembering something, Erilyn suddenly asked in surprise, "But uncle, do not you have to do that too?" The man before her was Ern, head butler and bodyguard. He sighed. "The young lady is paying attention to me again." She quickly realized his identity. "So he is also part of my childcare team." He bowed and reported, "Don't worry. I won't do such silly things. I am satisfied with serving and protecting you like a shadow." Remembering something, Erilyn thought silently, "Come to think of it, Ern has never once bothered me." Just then, Ern's voice grew serious as he reminded her, "But please do not hate the childcare team too much. They have repented for past mistakes and are doing their best for you, young lady Erilyn. In the future, we will never leave you alone again. We have sworn in blood to support you more perfectly." His words left her speechless. What is with this blood oath nonsense? Ern gently knelt down on one knee before her and said, "So from now on, we won't let such things happen to you again." His warm voice surprised Erilyn. "Don't worry." She suddenly recalled the woman who had badmouthed her before. Were the maids gossiping about me, really? That's shocking. Being talked about is normal. That suddenly made her curious. Come to think of it, what happened to those maids? Erilyn's thoughts flowed. Did Mayhen drive them all out? I have not seen them since. And all the servants around here had treated her with such gentleness. Thinking back, ever since that incident, everyone in the estate had been kind to her. That made her realize something important, as if from the very beginning, no one here had ever looked down on her. Everyone had showered her with affection. Since waking up, she had never once been alone, so she had not noticed. All of them looked at her with gentle eyes. "Young lady," Ern smiled softly and told her, "From now on, we will make sure you only encounter happy things." A light breeze passed by. Erilyn fell silent for a moment. So that is how it is. Mayhen and the childcare team. She was so startled, she covered her face with her hands. Maybe they are all worried I would be hurt, so they poured all their efforts into me. Just then, Leon noticed her. "Young lady Erilyn ahead." All of them rushed over joyfully. Young lady, this utterly exhausted her. Oh heavens! At last, she understood all their kindness toward her. "Thank you for caring. Maybe I should go along with them a little." But soon after, Erilyn collapsed on her bed in exhaustion. So tired. This is on par with that childhood friend's reunion. Just thinking of it made her clutch her head and scream. Morning, noon, night, even snack time, they clung to her without end. Didn't they say they would only bring me joy? Didn't they say they would only make me laugh? Suddenly, Erilyn bolted upright and looked around her room. This can't go on. I just escaped the torment of the palace. If this continues, I will die from stress before any illness kills me. Now she had to run from the maids, watchful eyes. The childcare team had gone mad. Persuasion was useless. In her mind, Erilyn pictured Uni and Leon turning dangerously threatening. In despair, she remembered Mayhen. Then Mayhen. But she reminded herself Mayhen was busy. I can't trouble Mother. So Erilyn slowly took steps forward. In that case, she opened her desk drawer and picked up a pen. I will have to use the last resort. Inside the estate, all the maids suddenly gathered together. There was a note written by Erilyn. Important notice all gather in the drawing room. This left the maids astonished. Leon was dumbfounded. Did Lady Erilyn really write this? Uni nodded and suggested, seems so. Let us just go to the drawing room. Everyone hurried to the drawing room, where they found Erilyn already waiting. Young lady. She turned and asked, Is everyone here? The scene confused the maids greatly. What is this? Her face grew determined as she announced to them all. This is what is called a reward sticker board, complete with good child stickers. Everyone still did not understand. A sticker. Reward, Erilyn slowly explained. Starting today, I will give reward stickers to whoever pleases me. That statement left them all frozen for a moment. This was the only method that could bring true peace to Halbert. Someone's face suddenly turned strangely serious. Rewards, good kid, proof of being cherished. Erilyn continued to make her announcement. Now everyone, take a sticker board. Leon was deeply moved by the sight. The young lady even wrote our names herself. Uni hugged the sheet tightly. This must be kept as a family treasure. She gently handed the sticker sheet toward the three of them. If you do well, I will stick a reward sticker on the sheet. Use this to show off to each other. It may not be common, so it is hard to find, but using reward stickers is simply the best. At that moment, Mayhin stepped forward and asked, "What is everyone doing?" Arlen was startled to see him appear there. "Mayhin." Her voice carried a trace of sadness. "I thought you were busy." He shook his head and explained, "Even if I am busy, I still make time to look into things." Hearing that, she nodded in understanding. "I see." Remembering something, he looked around the place again. "So what is all this about? Why is there such a noisy gathering?" Erlen slowly moved closer to him. "That is..." After hearing the whole story, Mayhin's face turned very displeased. "So in short, me taking care of the children has troubled the young lady." Erlen shook her head to clarify. "No, it is because I wanted to do this." He quickly grabbed the good kid's slip from her hand to examine it. Her face bloomed into a gentle smile as she announced, "Here, Mayhin. Just by being here, you already get praise." The innocent smile on her face froze him on the spot. "My lady." She looked at him again. "Use it like this, do you understand?" He nodded obediently like a little pup. "Yes, I understand." Ern, watching from the side, felt a pang of jealousy. Lord Mayhin already got a sticker. Uni quietly thought to herself, so jealous. So very jealous. Time passed until a few days later at the Halburn estate. Erlen lay comfortably on her bed, happily thinking, so relaxing. How long has it been since I have enjoyed such peace? She recounted the story as well. The sticker board had become a new activity, and Halburn once again found peace. Everyone chattered excitedly with one another. "Yesterday I got 2 of them. I have received the most so far." Areselin cut in to probe. "So, Mayhin, do you want one too?" Mayhin sometimes stared intently, but if they just made a sticker for him, everything would be fine. Remembering something, Erlen pondered while holding a book. "I suppose Mayhin also wants a sticker. Let us just read. Anyway, there is nothing to worry about now." Suddenly, the door opened, and a familiar figure slowly appeared. Erlen, unaware of what was happening, kept focusing on her book. Pasion's footsteps gradually came into the room. Noticing something unusual, Erlen glanced outside in surprise. Strange. Why is it so quiet out there? It is usually so noisy at this hour. Pasion's familiar voice rang out. "I am here?" She quickly sat up. That voice. He stood happily in place and called loudly, "Erlen!" She was utterly confused. "Pasion." Time turned back to earlier. Paekyeon was baffled when he heard the news. "What, Erlen is not coming today either?" Graham awkwardly explained. "The Halburn butler said the lady is not feeling well, so she can't attend today's gathering." Pasion grew upset. They said the exact same thing last time. Time passed. At each party, Pasion's eyes grew more expectant. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, once, twice, 3 times. The twins behind him kept pestering. "Your Highness, Your Highness, let us play a game, Your Highness. Are you listening?" But all he could think about was Erlen's figure in his mind, even though nothing had actually happened. Today, I miss Erlen so much. Graham sighed helplessly. "She is sick. What can we do?" Pasion's eyes looked as if he might cry. But, he still managed to remind himself, you can't treat someone who is sick that way. In the end, he reluctantly accepted it. I guess that is true. Seeing Pasion's sadness, Graham thought to himself, Lady Erlen's absence may actually be better this way. He realized Pasion was only ever glued to Erlen. The atmosphere here always grew chaotic, because the prince cared only for her, without any thought for others, while other young men crowded around. Her too. With a delighted smile, he continued. This way, things will settle down somewhat. Besides, without the lady, socializing with other friends is not so bad. But Pasion's mood was so bad that Graham did not know what to do. Wrong. He is not hearing anything I am saying anymore. Pasion muttered to himself nonstop. The last time I saw her, she was fine. This time she did not come, so next time will be the same, right? And what if she never comes again after that? What if I never see her again? No, I can't let that happen. Determined thoughts surged through his mind. Even if we do not play or do anything special, just being in the same space with Erlen makes me happy. I miss Erlen. Unconsciously, Paekyeon remembered the very first time he fell for Erlen. Maybe even now she is sitting by a window, all alone. The sunlight shone in, and he squinted. I know Erlen wants to be alone, but somehow I do not want to leave her that way. Inside the large room, Paekyeon gazed out. If Erlen is alone? His eyes grew sorrowful. I am afraid she might disappear somewhere. Without delay, he quickly called out, Graham. Graham answered hurriedly, Yes, sir. Paekyeon's heart swelled with indescribable emotion. What is loneliness? He looked like a completely different person. What is solitude? He wondered silently. All I want is for Erlen to appear before me. Pechion grew contemplative, secretly calculating. But Erlen can't come here now. So then... Back to the present, Erlen's voice sounded inside the room. So then... She looked at Pechion before her, a bit at a loss. Your Highness. You came here. He nodded firmly. That is right, to visit you. She did not know what else to say. This whole visiting the sick thing... Really... With no other choice, she invited him to sit. I have no motivation left, nothing to say, no willpower. I avoided the childhood friends' gatherings to escape him. And now the troublemaker came here himself. What do I do now? While she was still thinking, he eagerly asked, Erlen, do you want to exercise with me? That startled her. Exercise. Pechion nodded excitedly. Yes, I just discovered a shocking truth. Time shifted back a few days. Pechion's voice rang out. Sir Jade, how does one stay healthy? The man was Jade, a royal guard serving directly under the emperor. Surprised, he asked. What do you mean, Your Highness? Are you unwell? No wonder you were not focused in training today. Pechion shook his head. No, I am fine. Thinking of Erlen, he grew embarrassed, unsure how to begin. It is just... I have a friend with poor health. I wonder if she were stronger, could she play more? Jade laughed knowingly. Ah, I see. Inwardly, he felt proud. The prince is truly kind. His concern for his friend is admirable. And so he explained all he knew. For your friend's health, first, a regular lifestyle and enough sleep are necessary. Next, balanced meals 3 times a day. And most importantly, exercise. Jade flexed his muscular body while speaking. The human body only has vitality when it moves just enough. The body runs on surprisingly simple principles. Pechion silently memorized it all. Move just enough. I see. Back to the present, Pechion looked at Erlen with expectant eyes. In short, exercise makes you healthy. She was speechless. Wow, a groundbreaking discovery. If he reports this to academia, he might even win a Nobel Prize. The one truth only he did not know. Breaking news. Breathing means you are alive. Who knew? Pechion went on confidently. So if you sleep well, eat well, and exercise, Erlen will become healthy too. She did not know what else to say. Really, she thought. I thought he came to see me for something important, but it is just a daily schedule to kill time. After explaining, he looked at her eagerly. So, Erlen, exercise with me? She frowned slightly and replied, Sorry, that is too difficult. I can't. Erlen sighed and explained further. Even just walking a bit makes me dizzy. Pechion understood. Then there is no way. She thought helplessly. As unbelievable as it sounds. People like this do exist, Your Highness. Then Pechion suddenly brightened. Instead, let me tell you what happened while you were away. Today I trained, Erlen thought. I do not want to hear it at all. But a gentle smile appeared on her face. Still, since he is so cheerful and cute, I will listen just this once. Remembering something, Pechion leaned closer to her face. By the way, what have you been doing lately, Erlen? The close distance froze her on the spot. He did not notice her expression and happily called, Erlen. She slowly reminded him, Hey, could you step back a little? Pechion jolted and retreated. Sorry, I did not mean to. She secretly breathed in relief. Goodness, I thought I was about to be bewitched. Pechion continued to compliment her. But, Erlen, your eyes are such a beautiful, pale pink. She smiled slightly. People say it is the color of rose quartz. He kept praising. I see. It suits you perfectly. Truly beautiful. Pechion's lips curled into an innocent smile. If Erlen were a gem, you would be even more beautiful. A light breeze blew. Her face showed no emotion. Seriously, where do kids learn these lines? Still, it sounded sincere, so it was not annoying. Yet she kept her cold expression. Unfortunately, I do not have many reasons to laugh. Pechion eagerly stood up, hand over chest. Then today, I will make you laugh. She was flustered. No, I did not mean it like that. But he ignored her. Come on, look here. No, really, it is fine. He had already made a silly face, leaving Erlen speechless. Please, at least listen to what people say. Meanwhile, someone who could not laugh before a wild dog's presence spoke up. Chief Attendant, Mihin grew very displeased at Graham's arrival. Seems you have hidden honey in the Halburn estate, huh? Always dropping by without warning, no matter how busy you are. Graham forced a stiff smile. Of course not. But inwardly, he was terrified. Your Highness, why must you test me like this? Mihin's gaze looked as if he would devour him alive. Though I can't oppose the Crown Prince's will, do not you think you are being too familiar? Graham quickly nodded in agreement. A mere servant like me would never dare go against my master's wishes. Mihin leaned close, speaking threateningly. I know it is also your duty to guide His Highness onto the right path. Graham tried to steady himself. Just smile. Just keep smiling. But tears were already rolling down his cheek. Your Highness, one day you will know how devoted I was to you. After a long conversation, Paishion happily asked, Today was fun, was not it, Erilyn? She nodded politely. Yes. But inside, she thought, exhausting. 2 whole hours non-stop. I have to send him away now. Remembering something, Erilyn turned and reminded him, But I am not well, so I should rest today. Thank you for visiting me. Thanks to you, I had a pleasant day. Understanding her hint, Pikion's face turned pitiful, leaving her awkward. What is with that look? Isn't this brat supposed to be a little devil? How much more does he plan to torment me? She continued gently, I do not know when we will meet again, but I hope you stay safe until then. Just then Paishion suddenly said, No, Erilyn. His words froze her instantly. A bit flustered, he still spoke his mind. I would be really sad if Erilyn kept not coming like this. I told you, I would take care of you until you get better. She was startled. What is this dangerous opening line? Paishion did not hesitate as he declared, So I have decided. His face was firm as he announced, From now on, I will come here. He even smiled happily. That is best. Erilyn forced an awkward smile. Why are bad premonitions always right? She quickly protested. No, that won't do. You do not need to worry about me, really. But he ignored it. How could I not worry? It is all because of me. Erilyn, I will definitely visit you every day until you are better. Erilyn felt utter despair. Just one visit already crushes me with pressure. And now every day she hurriedly said, Really, it is fine, do not worry. The more she thought, the more confused she became. Wait. No matter how stubborn this kid is, he is still the crown prince of an empire. Visiting the estate daily is nearly impossible. Tomorrow his busy schedule will sweep him away. This made Paishion full of hope, and today's words will soon be forgotten. Don't take it seriously. And that is exactly what Erilyn thought. I believed that... But then a familiar voice rang out. Erilyn, she could not face it. Forgotten. What forgotten? Paishion excitedly ran in. I came again today. She quickly turned away, pretending not to hear. It has been a whole week now. A full week of attendance. Seeing his eager eyes left her awkward. The crown prince declared he would come daily. When he only came 1 or 2 days, my reaction was... Erilyn walked wearily down the long hall. Maybe in a few days he will stop. Surely he won't keep coming forever. But then it really happened. Paishion happily asked, Erilyn, did you sleep well? They say you need good sleep to stay healthy. Time passed. Paishion cheerfully pushed open her door. Erilyn, good morning. To be healthy, you must live with routine. He even grabbed her hand, pulling her forward. Come on, walk, stroll, stroll. He brought her new health updates every day. Handing her a large piece of beef, Paishion said, Erilyn, they say eating well is essential for health. His bright smile was something she did not want to face. Too dazzling, like he is about to exorcise a demon. Is this even real? Day after day, wore her down. Even if he is the crown prince, this is still my house. The Halburn Ducal Estate, one of the 5 great noble houses. How can he just come and go like it is his own place? Even his presence made everyone uncomfortable. Are we really just letting the crown prince run wild here? Someone say something? Just then, Ern suddenly coughed. He and Leon stepped forward to greet him. Your Highness, please take care of Our Lady. Though weak, her soul is delicate, gentle, and very lovable. The sight made Erilyn sigh. Traitors? Paishion proudly placed a hand on his chest. Very well, leave it to me. She was speechless. Leave what exactly? Erilyn sat still without moving. So lonely. Amber reminded her seriously. My lady, you must finish your meal. She shook her head. I have no appetite. Looking at the dish placed right in front of her, she pondered a little. Ever since the crown prince arrived, the mansion's menu, the arrangement of servants, even the time she woke up, everything had been adjusted according to that kid's preferences. And of course, the most shocking thing was that Ern had told her, and Lord Mayen had also allowed it. This made her deeply reflective. Everything had been permitted by Mayen. At this moment, Paishion continued speaking. Arenals, I heard that to stay healthy, one must eat a balanced diet. She nodded in understanding. I know carbs, protein, fat. These words left him completely confused. Carbs, protein, fat. What are those? Erilyn patiently explained. Carbohydrates, protein, fat. Those things exist. But Paishion still did not understand. Is this some kind of monster or magic? Where did you learn that, Erilyn? This time she blamed herself. Damn it. Attention had shifted onto her again. Anybody else, please. Watching from the side, Leon was thrilled. My lady and His Highness really are a perfect match, are not they? Uni also laughed and added, It seems His Highness really likes my lady. She thought helplessly. Caring for children might truly be hopeless now. She then looked at Ern again. He was moved to tears. Your Highness. This made Aralyn determined to step forward. Fine, better to wish for things that could actually come true. Pechion, noticing she had finished eating, was surprised. Did Aralyn finish everything? I will have to research this carb-protein-fat magic later. Without hesitation, he quickly ran up to her and suggested, Then let us go for a walk outside. You need exercise to be healthy. Slowly reaching his hand out to her with a friendly look. Come on, let us go outside. After a brief silence, Aralyn suddenly called out, Your Highness. Her next words froze him for a moment. Aren't you busy? The more she thought about it, the more puzzling it became. Even though he was young, Pechion was still royalty. And not just that, he was the crown prince who would inherit the throne. Lessons on ruling. Sword training. Surely, he must be busy. Thinking of this, Aralyn felt even more certain. Perhaps he was just sparing a little of his precious free time to come here. She continued with judgment. Someone as busy as you, is it really necessary to visit every day? Pechion suddenly asked back. Why would you say that? Startled. She looked up at him. Yes. But Pechion did not mind at all. He gently reached his hand toward her. Because we are friends. Then he laughed heartily. Aralyn, you really worry over the silliest things. I am a bit busy, but it is fine. She slowly asked, Why? He softly held her hand and led her forward. I come because I want to come. Just thinking of playing with Aralyn filled Pechion with joy. I like playing with you, Aralyn. You like it too, right? Saying that, he eagerly tightened his grip on her hand. Being home alone is so boring. Without another thought, he pulled her along. Let us go, Aralyn. Meanwhile, as she was being dragged along, Aralyn thought in surprise. Friends, have I ever had anything like that before? Suddenly, she grew oddly pensive as memories resurfaced. Bad memories from her previous life came back. It seemed there had been something similar around her once. In her past life, she had been someone who only played violin alone, merely trying to fit in with other children. She had never cared whether she had friends or not, proving her worth was far more important. Voices of gossip constantly reached her ears. Unbelievable. She is already a genius, so why does she keep working so hard? You look down on me because I am not as good. You always think you are the best. This made the other children feel inferior and leave. Some boys even persistently tried befriending her. We seem to get along, well, do not we? I heard your mother is famous. Everything piled up, making Aralyn's life suffocating. That place was filled only with people wanting to use her. Over and over, emptiness repeated itself, until one day, she realized she no longer cared about ordinary relationships. Aralyn's hands clenched toward the door. But it is fine. She turned her head toward the woman behind her. From the very start, in my life, just one person was enough. Her face suddenly brightened with a strange glow. Mother. But as she was still basking in joy, a whisper reached her ear. In the end, my mother abandoned me too. Who would ever like someone like you? In the end, you will only be left alone. This terrified Aralyn, making her snap her eyes open wide. Don't expect anything. The familiar scene around her made her realize instantly where she was. She sighed tiredly, turning over as memories returned. Perhaps it is better not to recall the past at all. Pechion's smiling face surfaced in her memory. We are friends. Thinking of this, Aralyn muttered to herself, what benefit is there in getting close to someone who will soon disappear like me? Her thoughts flowed endlessly, making it feel like time itself had stopped. As expected, if it will all break apart in the end, it is better not to begin at all. Being alone is more comfortable? Inside the office, Mihan's voice sounded. Dylan, do you think this is okay? Hearing this, Dylan turned his head in surprise. Yes, what do you mean, sir? He rubbed his temples, troubled. I mean, letting the Crown Prince come and go freely like this, won't it be a problem? Seeing his displeased expression, Dylan silently thought, Lord Mihan is actually asking something like this, and with such a complicated face too. On the desk, there was still a picture of Aralyn. A warm smile tugged at Dylan's lips. I thought Lord Mihan would stop the Crown Prince from visiting any time he pleased, but he has not stopped him at all. Mihan recalled Aralyn's words to him. Can I skip the childhood friends gathering? That only made Dylan more certain. Even if he pretended not to care, in the end, Mihan was still worried about her. Thinking this, Dylan chuckled and asked, Lord Mihan, you know it too, do not you? He blinked in confusion. No, what? Dylan continued, that the young lady needs friends her own age. Realizing his worry, Dylan kept reassuring him, it will be fine. Children in the Empire grow up like this anyway. Mihan sighed and glanced at him. You are younger than me, yet you seem to know a lot about children, Dylan. Dylan laughed cheerfully. That is because I have many nieces and nephews. The scene shifted to the royal palace. Ageni's voice rang out. Pechion, you went to Halburn Mansion again today? He nodded firmly. Yes. His face lit up as he recounted. After I came back, I trained, studied, and practiced more. Ageni even praised him with admiration. You had quite a busy day, did not you? How's Arellen? At the mention of Arellen, Pechion's eyes lit up strangely. Arellen is... Realizing his reaction was too strong, he quickly corrected himself. Not well enough to go outside yet, but I heard she is slowly recovering. Honestly, she always looks a bit odd. So I am not too sure. Lately, maybe it is a new game or something, but she keeps staying shut inside her room. Hearing this, Ageni gently reached out and stroked his head. Peishin. Her voice carried a strange tone. Don't be too good to Arellen. Her words baffled him. Huh? She softly reminded him in an odd way, just like, but only at that level. Only get close enough so that you can let go of that child any time. Time shifted toward late evening at the palace. Peishin walked down the long corridor with a wordless, sorrowful face. Recalling earlier, Ageni had sternly warned him, only get close at the level of liking. This confused him deeply. Why? But she had said something strange later that will make it easier for you. Those odd words left him troubled. Mother, why would you say that? Do you not like Arellen? He shook his head in denial. No, that is not it. Peishion's expression grew more determined than ever. Even so, if Arellen becomes healthy, maybe Mother will change her mind. He broke into a run, full of determination. Arellen, I will try hard. We must be healthy together. The scene shifted to the following morning. Arellen sat quietly, welcoming the new sunlight. Holding a teacup in her hand, her face looked deeply thoughtful. How strange. She silently mused. Normally, by now, he would have given up on his own. Gryan was still running after Pechion, reminding, Your Highness, please slow down. The only thing Arellen could do was respond coldly. Many times Peichin started a conversation. Our alien, is not the weather beautiful today? She would turn away indifferently. Not really. But it seemed none of this went as she planned. Ignoring him, not answering, even when Petrogran excitedly pointed, Look, a squirrel. Arellen, she still walked away without caring. She even shut herself inside, locking the door, avoiding everyone. Peixion's voice rang endlessly. Arellen, what is wrong? Are you unwell? The maids, seeing this, quickly reported to him, Crown Prince. Today the young lady does not seem happy. Please come with us to do something fun instead. Inside the room, Arellen remained motionless. I do not even want to show my face anymore. In the end, Peixion burst in energetically, pushing the door open. I'm here, she asked herself. Why does he keep coming? Leon cheerfully greeted. Welcome, Your Highness. Peixion, as usual, greeted back. Hello everyone, good morning. He quickly looked around. Where's Arellen? Leon, slightly awkward, reported, while the young lady today also. Peixion ignored it and suggested, It is fine, I will just say hello and leave. Hearing that, the maid beamed. Your Highness, you are so kind, Arellen, hiding behind the door, was shocked. Such incredible social skills? How does he naturally win everyone's favor in this mansion? Noticing something, Peixion turned his head with his usual bright smile. Arellen, you finally came out? Realizing she had been spotted, she panicked. Damn, I let my guard down. Before she could close the door, Peixion had already rushed over. With a caring look, he asked, So you decided not to stay locked in your room anymore? She stood dumbfounded. Is this really the power of a child? Since she did not answer, he continued. It has been so long, that makes me even happier. Arellen sighed in reluctant resignation. Fine, I lost. My plan to hide failed. Like a little puppy, Peixion followed her everywhere. Did you eat properly? Sleep well? And also... She ignored him, walking forward. So annoying. Her thoughts remained unspoken. If only Pechion were a bad person, I could dislike him. Or if he were unbearable, I could keep my distance. But Peixion, every time he talks to me, he smiles brightly. Arellen, have you looked at the sky? The weather's wonderful today, she froze. He is too kind. That is the problem. Everyone around them marveled at their closeness. But unlike Mahen or the caretakers, Peixion was not family, nor was he her guardian. The longer they stayed together, the more painful the words would be in the end. After a silence, Peixion asked sadly, Arellen, why have not you said anything? Are you feeling unwell? Arellen's mind churned. Peixion, do not you get angry. You have never been looked down on and felt upset. He kept calling her Arellen. She brooded. Why do you go this far? Unable to take it anymore, Arellen snapped, Hey. His body froze instantly. I. Arlen decided to face him head-on. Avoidance was not enough. Only direct confrontation would do. She nodded firmly. That is right. You did not hear me. Her words froze everyone around them in place. She resolved within herself, no matter how friendly the crown prince was, there was still a clear difference in status. Normally, this would cost her head, but since they were children, it could be overlooked. Pechion clenched his fists, trembling. Arlen. She smirked inwardly. At this point, he must be angry. He will surely make me see the difference in status right away. Everything was within her calculations. All right, Pechion, use this chance. He finally spoke, so in the end. She smirked. Yes, get angry, then go back to the palace. But contrary to her expectations, Pechion blushed, placing his hand on his chest. So you are comfortable with me now, Arlen was speechless. What? Delighted, he rushed toward her. Arlen spoke casually to me. Finally. Oh my god, thank you, I am so happy, she was dumbfounded. This is not how it is supposed to go. Flustered, she quickly retorted. No, your highness, I am speaking casually right now. Aren't you angry? Don't you feel it is rude, annoying, or want me to kneel to show our difference in status? Pechion brushed it off. Why would I be angry, since it is you, Arlen? I like it even more. Keep doing it. This left her dazed. What on earth does he believe in me? Suddenly she reminded herself. No, stay calm. At this rate, I will get swept away by the crown prince. Irritated, she turned away. I do not want to speak casually anymore. I will use honorifics. This startled Pechion. Completely baffled, he asked. Why? I already said you can speak casually. She turned cold, avoiding him. I do not want to... Go away. His face grew firm. No. Since Arlen said she does not like it, I do not like it either. She was speechless. This guy? She was still constantly trying to subtly push him away. Go away, but he kept getting closer to tease her. I do not like it. Seeing how stubborn he was, Arlen was extremely confused, thinking, why is not this working? Usually, just being impolite makes people uncomfortable and avoid me. She continued to look at Pechion's face, which still had a smile. I need something stronger, even stronger, to make Pechion turn away immediately. And so Arlen chose to grab Mihan's leg and beg, which surprised him, princess. A plan formed in her head. After a few times, I understand now. This is what happens when you are exhausted. Today, the crown prince has been especially persistent. So that must be it. He looked at her worriedly. Princess, are you all right? She still held tightly to his leg, refusing to let go, Mom. Seeing that he did not react, she continued to call out, Mom? Mihan had no choice but to nod, yes. He gently picked her up in his arms, secretly thinking, as expected, that is what she calls me. Should I be thankful that she restrained herself when there were other people around? After a moment of silence, Arlen said to him seriously, Hey, I am being obedient now, so grant me a wish. Hearing this, he chuckled and replied, A wish should be for me, since I've received so many reward stickers. She sighed and replied, So you won't grant my wish? Mihan shook his head and explained, No, anything is fine. Please feel free to tell me. In his head, he was already secretly thinking of different items. A wish. Does she want something? Does she want a gift? Even different locations appeared in his head. Or does she want to go somewhere? Arlen looked up at Mihan with expectant eyes. Read me a fairy tale when I go to sleep. These words made him freeze for a moment. A fairy tale. Seeing that his attitude did not seem good, Arlen was disappointed. Is it too difficult? What she just said surprised him, and he secretly thought, I thought she would ask for something big when talking about a wish. It is just... He gently picked her up and walked out of the room. No, as many as you want. Arlen's eyes immediately became expectant. Really? I thought you would be busy, so it would be difficult. A gentle smile appeared on his lips. I have enough time to read you fairy tales. In his head, he was secretly thinking, I am qualified enough to be a guardian, but it is probably still a long way off. Mihan gently carried her forward. Now is your bedtime. I will read right away. Arlen looked at him with expectant eyes. I want to wish every day. Hearing this, he chuckled and decided, every day might be a little difficult, but I will try. Remembering something, Mihan asked with concern, Have you been getting along with His Highness the Crown Prince lately? Arlen replied with a very sulky face, Number, can't Mihan stop Pechion from coming? These words immediately caught his attention, and he secretly thought, according to the report, they seem to be getting along quite well. Could Dylan have missed something? He continued to probe, You do not like His Highness. The Crown Prince, she did not know how to explain, it is not that. He nodded in understanding, so... Arlen unconsciously remembered Pechion's smile. It feels awkward. Pechion is kind. Her face became strangely pensive, so I feel like I am being mean. I do not want to hurt him, and I do not want to be hurt either. Hearing this, he nodded in understanding. I see. In his head, he secretly thought, she has a childish side, but she is not like a child. At this moment, Erlen also slowly let go of Mayhen's hand and said some very incomprehensible words. I know, I won't live much longer. If I get close to me, Pecheon will suffer. Hearing these heartbreaking words, Mayhen seriously reminded her. Don't say that. No one knows what the future holds. She continued to walk forward, really. His eyes revealed a clear look of sadness, and at the same time she slowly called out, Mayhen. Her face bloomed into a bright smile as usual. Please read this fairy tale to me. This made him secretly think, it is like she does not know anything. Even though the child is wearing a bright smile right in front of me, I still have a feeling of unease in my heart. The story began. A gathering of childhood friends. A place where the future of the empire, carefully selected by Empress Ageni, came together. A day passed as usual. Today, Prince Pecheon was once again surrounded by children. Ciel listlessly knocked the chess pieces forward. How boring. The twins became extremely tired and sighed. Tedious. There is nothing interesting. People around them kept discussing. It is the first time I have seen the twins without any energy. Hey, do not get noticed. After a moment of silence, the twins seemed to share the same thought. The two of them continued to discuss very enthusiastically. Ciel, what do you think, Noelle? Maybe it is because of that. Huh, I think so too. I think so too. It is all because... The two of them angrily stood up and shouted, Arelilin is not here. Goodbye, everyone. The two of them walked out with annoyance. We were having fun. So much fun. The feeling of teasing His Highness is so refreshing. And her room, too. Remembering something, Ciel immediately spoke, Noelle. But I heard a secret? He turned his head in surprise. A secret. Ciel did not hesitate to whisper into his ear. The secret is that His Highness is secretly meeting Arelili without letting us know. This made Noelle extremely angry. What? This is an act of betrayal. The two of them wore extremely bright smiles. An act of betrayal. Then we must take revenge. Right? Let us follow His Highness. Time shifted to the next morning. The twins disguised themselves and set off. And so today we have decided to follow His Highness all day to see what he will do when he plays without us. We can't waste time, the two of them kept urging. Browning, hurry up. The servant could only bow his head in understanding. I apologize, my young masters. The scene shifted to Pecheon's side. His Highness's first schedule, education for the successor. This surprised Ciel and Noelle. His Highness is busy from early in the morning, but we have to study that when we get back to the residence too. Next is His Highness's second schedule, afternoon tea with Empress Ageni. Looking at their attitudes, the twins could not help but be startled. Her Majesty the Empress and His Highness look so close. Until the third schedule, sword practice. Pecheon's skills impressed the twins. He is practicing with Haroon, the knight family that protects the royal family. I heard he does physical training every day without fail. Witnessing this scene made the two of them very tired. His Highness really has a busy schedule. When will he meet Areleu? I am so sleepy, Noelle. Ciel, wake up. What if we get carelessly discovered? The two of them continued to stare ahead. But, can I sleep for a little while? We have to make our meticulous surveillance a success, right? We are watching. While still practicing enthusiastically, Pecheon suddenly announced, Wait, stop here. The servant hurriedly stepped forward and asked in surprise, Your Highness, is something troubling you? You have not seemed to be able to concentrate well lately. Hearing this, he paid attention. His eyes became very sad. Actually, I have something that is troubling me. After listening for a while, everyone seemed to have completely understood what he meant. So the friend that your Highness is referring to is the Lady of Helburn. You are always worried about that frail lady, are not you? Pecheon nodded to confirm. I am following Sir Jade's advice, but I want her to be even healthier. The more he talked about this issue, the more anxious he became. How can Erlen be healthy? That is my worry these days. Hearing this, everyone was stunned, health, and so everyone kept discussing together. How about exercise? I was thinking that too. I was thinking about that too. The room was filled with lively discussions. A healthy body will have a healthy mind. I do not know what that is, but it sounds amazing. That makes a lot of sense. Graham was speechless on the side, thinking, Hey, you guys, she is the one who used to faint. Passion kept saying very sadly, Of course, I think so too, but how can Ireland exercise? Well, Ireland gets dizzy just by walking a little. Everyone heard this and shared the same thought, just do it. This information finally made Pecheon realize something. He realized something even here. A bright smile finally appeared on his face. I see, now I understand a little. Graham was still secretly thinking, what exactly does he understand? He immediately took out paper and pen to write, just do it. Immediately after, he became determined, I have to go see Erlen. Just hearing this made Graham want to chant a prayer, Lord have mercy. The scene shifted to another place, and Pecheon's voice rang out, Erlen. She helplessly asked herself, who is it? He ran excitedly towards her, let us exercise. She just wanted to run away from him as quickly as possible. Who is the devil that turned the prince into an Efraitux? Exercise fanatic. He was still enthusiastically speaking. I found it. Erilyn walked in another direction. Get out of here. But he kept suggesting right next to her, exercise will make you healthier. This made her even more tired. No. From the beginning, my body is not the type that can be cured by exercise. He still did not care and continued to pull her forward. Let us start by conquering walking. Just walking for 10 minutes is enough? Erilyn clearly did not want to face this. Tiring. Annoying. What if I faint while walking? He became very certain. Don't worry. Before you fall, I will help you. Hearing this, she was curious. How will you help me? Paishion immediately picked her up in his arms, like this. The more she thought about it, the more speechless she felt. Is this the average 7-year-old in this world? What an unrealistic strength. He still did not notice her expression and chuckled. How is it? Can you do it? Thoughts kept appearing in her head. I really do not know the reason for this unconditional favor. I really need a stronger method, but I completely do not understand. Seeing that there was no other way, Erilyn walked outside. Fine, let us go then. He ran excitedly forward. Great. The two of them walked outside, step by step. Next. Remembering something, Paishion suddenly called out. But Erilyn. He felt very puzzled by her actions. Why is Erilyn always alone? That is, besides the butler or the servants, it does not seem like I see any other relatives of hers. She replied coldly. Mehen. Hearing this, he turned his head in surprise to look at her. Mehen is not family either. Where are your mother or father? Erilyn secretly thought. Mehen is my mom. But if I explain it to Paishion, Mehen will get in trouble, right? She immediately thought carefully about this issue, family. After a moment of silence, Erilyn finally spoke. I do not have any... I have a father, but I have never met him since I was born. Hearing these words made Paishion very embarrassed. I see. But he still asked her with concern. Are you all right? She replied with a calm face. I am all right. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. Really? Paishion did not know how to react to this situation. Is this something to be so embarrassed about? It is like I have been hurt. He hurriedly said, in short, it is all right, Erilyn. His next words made her freeze for a moment. I will be by your side. This made her even more stunned and confused. What? Without thinking much, he immediately went closer and grabbed her hand tightly. You do not need to have family. From now on, anytime, I will always be by Erilyn's side. Realizing his emotional words, Erilyn did not know how to respond. Does this crown prince know how dangerous the words he just said were? The sunlight shone down, making this place even warmer. Instead of ridicule and sarcasm, there were warm and gentle words of comfort. I am not immune to these things. Without thinking much, Erilyn immediately reached out her hand towards him. Recognizing the smile on her face, he became very happy. Erilyn is smiling. But the next second, the smile on her face was completely extinguished. Another figure stood in front of her and asked uncomfortably, Do you believe that? Do you want to rely on someone again? This person did not forget to come closer to Erilyn and whisper, You have to take responsibility for your own life. You are not going to irresponsibly bet on someone else again, are you? The words were simple, but like knives cutting into Erilyn's heart. You have been through enough, so you know. In the end, they will be disappointed and turn away. Realizing this, she hurriedly let go of Peran's hand. Seeing that she was acting strangely, he called out in surprise, Erilyn. Once again, she had completely closed her heart, not allowing anyone to touch it. I know, this is entirely my problem. My problem is that I can't become a character in a novel who lives a complete life after remembering my past life, and I can't become a person who fits into this world. Erilyn suddenly spoke. Paishion. She told herself, Anyway, I am going to die soon. I just need to take this on myself and disappear, and it will be over. Her voice had become extremely cold. Don't come here again from now on. These words made Paishion freeze for a moment. She knew that she could not hurt his heart any further. He was as free as the sunlight without any blemishes. I wish you would not know this world. Erilyn coldly declared, Now, I do not want to see your highness anymore. He still did not understand what the heck was going on. Why, suddenly, without saying much, she turned away uncomfortably. No matter how hard I tried to explain, the crown prince, who is always welcomed and loved everywhere, probably won't understand. Because you never have memories of being alienated, despised, or abandoned. Having said that, she walked away, leaving Paishion standing there. So, please, do not come again. He was about to say something more. Then, Erilyn. The twins, observing the scene, did not know what to say. The faces of the two of them became very serious, as they discussed, What should we do, Ciel? That is right, Noelle. The atmosphere is terrible. Let us be quiet. But the next scene made both of them freeze. Paishion's heart was now completely hurt. His highness is crying. Time shifted to the evening at the vast palace. The servants were still busy doing their jobs. The maids became very confused as they talked about this issue. How is His Highness the Crown Prince still the same? This is the first time I have seen His Highness the Crown Prince in such a state. No matter what we bring, he does not react. Really, I heard that even Sir Graham did not say what happened. This made everyone discuss very enthusiastically, His Highness cried. No, I heard he did not cry. Something happened to the point of crying. Sir Graham said that His Highness did not cry. Listening to these whispers made Graham very tired and sigh. This is a big deal. He had different thoughts in his head. Normally, there would be a shower of gifts and a circus act from the support team right now. This time should be enough for His Highness to be happy with the royal chef's dishes, right? At this moment, the door was suddenly opened. Payan was still sitting quietly on the chair, stroking his cat. But His Highness the Crown Prince was different today. After a moment of silence, Graham asked in surprise, Your Highness, you really won't tell me what happened at the Halburn residence? He remained silent, seeming not to want to say a word. This made him feel very embarrassed, and secretly thought, as expected, he still does not want to say it. His Highness was clearly happy during the day. What on earth happened? This will definitely become a more serious problem than I predicted. At the same time, the scene shifted to the Halburn residence. All the servants were gathered, standing solemnly there. Unlike the royal palace, which was noisy to coax the crown prince, everyone could only worryingly look inside Arlen's room. The Halburn residence was shrouded in deep silence. It seemed like Pekion was not in a good mood either. Arlen, who had been dragged away by the crown prince, had returned alone and had been in her room with the door locked for 3 hours. The maids who were present kept discussing together. Does anyone know what happened? I saw His Highness the Crown Prince with the Sparrow twins. The Sparrow twins? Why were they there? I do not know. All 3 of them had faces that did not understand what was going on. At the same time, Mayhem had also appeared at this place. Currently, the only person who could enter the restricted area was one person, and that was Mayhem. He gently stepped forward and announced to everyone, I will be opening an emergency meeting. All members of the childcare team, please come to the meeting room. A short time later, Leon and Amber were sitting there, ready to wait. Ern and Uni were still stunned, not knowing what was happening. Mihin on the side had become very tired and sighed, I have a headache. The sudden emergency meeting of the childcare team, and the emergency letter from the royal palace, made me think something big had happened, but when he entered Arlen's room, seeing her sitting quietly there, he was very confused. Princess. Tears kept flowing down her innocent face. Unexpectedly, Arlen had become like this. He wearily raised his hand to his head. Raising children is so difficult. In his head, he secretly thought, no matter how much I learn, when I put it into practice, it is still full of unpredictable things. Amber and Leon sat on the side, not daring to move. Empathy. I empathize. After a moment of silence, he finally cut in and announced to everyone, I think everyone has felt it, without needing a deep explanation. The princess seems very tired. Therefore, I would like to hear everyone's valuable opinions. Leon immediately proposed without hesitation. How about we call a theater troupe? She immediately wore a very expectant smile. I saw the princess enjoyed watching plays last time. Ern, sitting on the side, was not willing to be outdone and said his thoughts. Speaking of which, the princess also likes watching documentaries about world landmarks. In addition, I will bring more novels. Everyone gathered to listen to his opinion, comics and fairy tales too. A little more variety. After a moment of silence, Uni finally spoke and suggested, how about Sir Mehen plays with the princess for a day? Realizing the gazes of everyone, she worriedly hurried to explain, no, I am not saying that because I am too lazy to think. I thought about what the princess likes the most, and it seems like it is when she is next to Sir Mehen. Mehen suddenly fell silent for a moment. To dispel the awkward atmosphere, Ern hurriedly suggested, this kid is saying useless things. I am sorry, we will teach Uni properly. We will think about more constructive methods. While everyone was still preparing to deal with Uni, Mehen suddenly spoke, no, it is okay. He quickly walked out of the room. Everyone was still stunned, not understanding what was going on, what is going on, is he angry? At this moment, Mehen was also walking forward, lost in thought. She likes being next to me the most. He remembered every moment from before, thinking about it, even though she likes it that much. I do not have many memories with Aurel. She kept acting spoiled with him. Read me a fairy tale. This made Mehen sigh and blame himself. If reading a small fairy tale became a wish, then perhaps that child felt that way several times over. It was not until this moment that he realized, how foolish of me. Without hesitating, he slowly walked forward, step by step, but regretting it now is still too early. Inside the room, Arlen was still sitting there, curled up. The atmosphere here was very gloomy, making her feel even colder, so quiet. The moonlight shining into the room caught her attention. Light. Unconsciously, Arlen reached out and touched the light before her. The unpleasant memories of her past life reappeared. Her mother kept saying judgmental words. You are my light. You are my only hope. Please fulfill my dream. She could only helplessly endure. Bright eyes. The crazy pursuit contained within. Everything kept happening, making her very tired. The embodiment of my old nightmare. My mother was not like that from the beginning. She used to be a promising violinist, but because of the tragic accident caused by my father, she could not play the violin anymore. She could only helplessly blame, it is all because of you. Everything is because of you. Erilyn's father at that time had taken all the blame on himself. I am sorry, my love. I am really sorry. And Erilyn was the thing that could make her mother shine once again. Her father began to obsess over her mother, and then a miracle appeared for the two of them. A daughter with outstanding talent. It was a story that would be strange if it did not end in tragedy. Inside the house, her father kept cheering her on, you can do it, because you are very similar to your mother. As time passed, Erilyn's talent gradually became more prominent. Very good. You just need to play music well like this, and that is enough. You won't trample on my dream like your father. Will you? Growing up in these words, Erilyn's heart had completely frozen over. Do you know, Mom, how much I tried and worked hard so as not to disappoint you, but perhaps she had known it all along. She did not even glance at her efforts once. In fact, my mother does not love me. She just wants a daughter who can fulfill her dream. Erilyn's hands trembled as she picked up the violin. This action made her very angry and stare ahead. Her eyes were as if she wanted to eat her alive immediately. How could you disappoint me this much? On the stage, Erilyn's figure stood alone and still. How could you? The story was told. The final Tchaikovsky International Competition. Erilyn's mother coldly turned and left. And the day I could not pick up the instrument anymore, she abandoned me cruelly as expected. Things did not end there. After that day, my father came to find me after 2 months. He kept blaming me because you disappointed Mom. That is why she is so heartbroken. Mom is a very pitiful person. Please understand her. Her life became more stressful than ever. Now you should live and do what you want. She was as if she had completely imprisoned her own life. After that, what I ate. What I did, neither of them cared about me anymore. Something terrible happened. And then one day, the TV quickly reported, the Tchaikovsky International Competition. The winner is Ms. Oh. Erilyn could only stand there, looking at the scene before her. Congratulations to Ms. Oh for fulfilling the dream of violinist Oh. This is the result achieved after great difficulties last year. On the TV screen, her mother was affectionately holding another woman, making her desperate. Mom. Her hands gradually trembled as she touched the screen. I am still here. I am here. She desperately shed tears of helplessness. I am still alive here. Why? A voice rang in her ear. Give up now. Something gradually pushed Erilyn to the bottom of society. Who would look for someone abandoned by their family like you? At the same time, Erilyn woke up. How contradictory. Unconsciously, she remembered Pechin's smiles for her. Erilyn. He kept looking at her with warm eyes. From now on, I will always be by Erilyn's side anytime. So you do not need to have family. Just thinking about everything that had happened made Erilyn shed tears. I only met you after I learned how to give up. And now I have met you, right when I am about to die. She desperately clutched her pillow and thought, it is really the end now, huh? But I won't live like my mother. Because I do not want to achieve what I want by hurting others. A familiar voice rang out. Princess? It is me. Erilyn immediately looked outside. Mihin just arrived. Why? He gently sat down and reached out to touch her face. Princess. Looking at Erilyn's appearance at this moment made him feel very heartbroken. Tomorrow, let us go out and play, okay? Time shifted to the next day in the vast city. Dylan looked at the scene before him in disbelief. What the heck am I seeing? He unconsciously remembered everything from yesterday. Until yesterday, the desk was full of reports and documents. But today, it has turned into something completely different. Today, it is all travel brochures, lists of cake shops, event information. Can a person change so much in one night? Really? Mihin looked at the business card before him and asked in surprise. Then, where is the best place to go with the princess? Dylan could not hide his surprise. It does not suit you at all, Sir Mihin. Remembering something, he hurriedly spoke. All right, this is my job anyway. I think Cherie is the best. His words kept ringing inside the room. Since we are in the Pagrita imperial capital, traveling by carriage also requires stable operation related to magic, and the Feraltre family is highly regarded. Most importantly, the scenery is very beautiful. Mihin hesitated slightly and then gave the order. The short distance is what I like the most. If the princess's condition worsens, we will return immediately. Get ready. Dylan nodded in agreement. Yes, understood. In his head, he secretly thought, choosing a place to play with an atmosphere like approving a business plan. Noticing something, Dylan was a little curious. Are you leaving right away? Mihan nodded to confirm. Definitely. He hurriedly bowed respectfully behind him. Then I wish you beautiful memories upon your return. Looking at Mihan's back, he slowly thought, how strange. There is also a day when I see off Sir Mahan, the ghost of Helburn. This made him thoughtfully glance in another direction. Sir Mahan must be very worried about the princess. As usual, Dylan quickly sat down and continued to do his work. I do not know. What is the point of thinking? His nimble hands quickly approved each file. As he worked, Dylan comforted himself. It will probably be all right. This is for the princess. The scene shifted to the bottom of the residence. The carriage had been prepared there. Erilyn, wearing a beautiful dress, slowly walked towards it. She blankly looked at everything outside. Mahan followed closely behind. The beautiful scenery here made her admire it. Looking at her small back, he worriedly thought, how long has it been? Not a business trip, but a trip. Although I am going for Erilyn, I feel much lighter. Suddenly, she pulled on his clothes, Mahan. Hearing this, he reacted, yes, princess. She looked at him with very radiant eyes. We are wearing matching outfits today. Mahan chuckled and pinched her cheeks, teasing. It is just the same color. Seeing her sad, he secretly thought, it is just a similar jacket color. Is it worth being so happy about? He hurriedly nodded in response. Yes, it is a matching outfit. She did not forget to add, and matching hats too. He nodded to confirm again. Yes, matching hats. The two of them slowly strolled through the bustling streets of this place. Let us go. It is too crowded here, huh? Because this is a famous tourist destination. Noticing her expression, Mahan delicately spoke. You do not like it. She shook her head to explain. Number. The scene before her made her very curious. But Mahan, the water under my feet. What is this? He chuckled in response. This is the reflecting pool beneath the magic field. He continued to pull her forward, mechanically explaining. Sharit is a city built by covering an entire lake with a special magic field. I am not a specialist in magic, so I do not know the details very well. It seems there is also a legend that the great magic beast Sharit is sleeping here. Erilyn walked and looked around, cold. How magical. At this moment, a mischievous boy ran quickly forward. Dad, let us go together. She quickly noticed the intimacy of the children with their families. Mom, buy that for me. My son, you want that? Let me see. Mahan looked at the scene before him and was surprised. As expected of a famous tourist destination, there are many families here. Indeed, I should pick up the princess. He turned to look at Erilyn, princess. She was still standing there alone, speechless. After a moment of silence, she slowly grasped Mihan's hand. It is okay. Mihan is here. Her eyes became very gentle. Mahan promised to be my mom. These words made him freeze for a moment. Without knowing when, his face had turned slightly red. Really? He hurriedly nodded in agreement. Yes. Feeling a little confused, Mihan continued to probe. But why not father but mother? Erilyn said her thoughts. Because I have a father already. Even though I have never met him, I still have one. He sighed and gently picked her up in his arms. Why does that make sense? It makes too much sense, so I can't claim the father's position. Mahan nodded in understanding. I see. Walking through the vast space of this place, the two of them continued to discuss. Anyway, Mahan is better than father. Anyway. I have never met him. I like Mahan. That is obvious. The scenery is good, but how about we go eat something? Okay? He carried Erilyn in his arms and angrily thought, how hard did I work to raise the princess so that I can't be inferior to that master who has never even looked at her? The scene this afternoon was inside the restaurant. Mihan asked with concern, is the meal to your taste? She nodded to confirm, it is very delicious. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. That is good. I heard there will be a water music performance soon. Let us wait and watch. A voice rang out, buy flowers. There are many beautiful flowers. Please come and see. Hearing this, Mahan immediately suggested, I will buy you a bouquet, okay? Erilyn nodded in agreement. After receiving the bouquet in her hand, her face became very happy, so pretty. Thank you, Mahan. He kept paying attention to the emotions on her face. Then, has your mood improved a little by coming here? She nodded firmly. Since Mom is trying hard, I have to cooperate. This made Mahan chuckle. Cooperate. Very good, little one. In the back, a crowd of people kept gathering. It is starting. Hurry up. Mahan kept instructing. Anyway, if you are feeling a little better, then I am glad. Erilyn nodded, looking at everything around this place. It is all thanks to Mahan. Remembering something, she continued to suggest, Mahan, when I die, please do not build a grave for me. Her words became very suggestive. Just put flowers on my path, okay, with these flowers, because that is the first flower Mahan bought for me. He hurriedly reacted. Princess, what are those words? Her next words made him freeze for a moment, I know too. Erilyn wore a sad smile that words could not describe. My illness cannot be cured. I will die soon. While he was still thinking, she continued to ask, "So Minhan also does not want to be attached to me, right?" He hurriedly shook his head in response. "No, it is absolutely not like that." She wore a relieved smile on her face. "If it is not, I believe what Minhan says." Her voice became weaker and weaker. "Even so, do not build a grave for me, okay?" Holding the bouquet in her hand, Erilyn seemed to have accepted everything. "It is just, I do not want to be alone in a place no one visits anymore." A gentle breeze blew by. Minhan was stunned in place by these words. "Errol?" While the two of them were still emotional, a man quickly offered, "Hello, intimate father and child. There is a very fun game. Would you like to participate?" Minhan quickly turned his face away. "Let us not. Those things right now." Erilyn became very excited again. "I want to try." The guy was overjoyed. "Please fill out the registration form here." She continued to look at him. "Minhan, is it okay? I want to try that game." Although he did not want to, he could only nod in agreement. Yes. The scene shifted to a large hall. The voice of the greeter kept ringing. "The rules are very simple. I am sure everyone has heard the story of the princess locked in the tower, right? This is just like that. It is just that the special thing is..." He excitedly pointed to the sphere right in front of them. "The guardians here are the princesses." This made the crowd happily discuss, "We are the princesses." The rules were continuously broadcasted to everyone by the man. "And the children come to save you by solving the secrets of the magic residence are the heroes. Now then, let us watch the brave images of the young heroes together." A voice kept ringing inside the large hall. "It must be scary, but everyone is very brave. Please show our children on the screen too." People praised those adorable faces. Minhan sat on the side but was very uncomfortable, thinking, "Is this the time to play games like this?" She said shocking things and then casually plays games. The more he thought about it, the more confused he felt. Or did some crazy person in the residence say strange things again? Maybe I should talk to her seriously. Realizing that something was wrong, his face became blank. Wait, what did I just see? His eyes immediately became stunned. That person, why are they here? Even the greeter had become very stunned. Why is this happening? The sphere immediately shattered, in an instant. On this side, Erilyn was still stunned when Paechan slowly walked over. Seeing that he had appeared again, made her very confused. Looking into his eyes, it seemed that he also did not understand what was happening. Paechan. The two of them stood there, looking at each other with confused eyes. Erilyn. A little explanation about this game. The game of escaping from the mansion is a game of rescuing the guardian who is locked somewhere in the mansion by solving the various mechanism puzzles in it. This game still has another creative point. There is a special point that, seeing Erilyn appear, the costumed person quickly stepped forward to scare her. She still did not care much and continued to walk forward. "Uncle, I saw where you were hiding." The man was a little startled. Really? The more she thought about it, the happier she felt. Plus, a haunted house. Actually, I agreed to play because I did not want an awkward atmosphere with Minhan, but it is quite interesting. Without thinking much, she immediately used the key to open the door in front. In my past life, I also wanted to try escaping from this room. This key opens this door, right? As soon as the door was opened, Paechan's figure suddenly appeared in this place. Erilyn stood there blankly, thinking that she was hallucinating. She even called out to confirm once more, "Paechan." He also did not understand what was happening and called out, "Erilyn." Very quickly, the attitude on his face completely changed. "Erilyn?" Just as he finished speaking, she decisively closed the door tightly. Paechan's voice rang out, "Hey, Erilyn." The more Erilyn thought about it, the more wrong she felt and secretly thought, how strange. Why is Paechan here? Shouldn't he be at the royal palace? His voice was a little desperate. "Why is this door locked, Errol? If you are there, open the door for me." She thought that she was having bad luck, so she hurriedly ran in another direction. "Stay calm. I have locked the door. As long as I step back a little, it will be okay." Suddenly a noise rang out. His voice kept screaming, "Erilyn." Seeing that the situation was not good, she hurriedly ran forward as fast as she could. "I have to run." At the same time, Paechan had also caught up with her and kept searching. "Erilyn, where did you go?" She did not know what to say in this case. Break down the door, Halcia. After searching for a while, he finally discovered her. "Found you." His actions made him very confused. "Erilyn, why are you running away?" She did not know how to explain. "You were asking me that." And so the two of them kept playing chase in the wide hallway. "Erilyn, where are you going? Wait a moment." She could only try her best to run as fast as possible forward. "Don't chase me." Paechan's hand slowly reached out towards her. "Erilyn." Feeling a little strange, she slowly turned her head. Finally, the door in front slammed shut, leaving Paechan outside. Looking at the eerie scene here made Erilyn a little scared. "I did not intend to come here, because I am afraid." She was trying to chant a prayer to get through this. If it was not for this terrible body. Thoughts kept appearing in her head. Didn't I tell him to leave yesterday? and tell him not to come again. As soon as we met, he chased after me without hesitation. Paixion's voice kept ringing. Erilyn, are you there? Suddenly, strange noises rang out, making her very scared. Having no other choice, she hurriedly shouted to signal Peklian. Stop! Are you going to break down the door again? This is property damage. Seeing that it had become silent on the other side, made her breathe a sigh of relief. But it seemed like he was not willing to give up. A happy smile appeared on the corners of his lips. It is really Erilyn. Unable to bear it anymore, she hurriedly asked, How did you get here? Shouldn't you be at the royal palace right now? You definitely did not come here to play. Could it be that you followed me again? Paixin thought for a moment. She could only sigh wearily. You do not even intend to lie. Finally, he told the story. How did you know? Is it that obvious? She continued to repeat what she had just heard and seen. As soon as I saw you, you said, I am so glad I found you, and then you chased after me. How could I not know? His voice was somewhat sad as he interrupted, but Erilyn said not to come to the Helburn residence. After a moment of silence, she continued to say words that were like rubbing salt in Pession's heart. You still do not understand why I said that. Go back. Leave me alone. She closed her eyes tightly with determination. You may not understand now, but one day you will understand. Paixin did not bother to listen to what she said. I do not like it. These two words made Erilyn startled and hurriedly raised her head to ask, What? He kept asking questions as if his heart had been completely hurt. Why do you want to be alone? She just wanted to reply to get through the situation. I am more comfortable alone. This made him stunned, really. Having no other choice, Pechion looked towards the door with desperate eyes. If you really want to be alone, I will obediently retreat. I also won't look for you according to your wishes. But Erilyn, his words were somewhat suggestive. Do you really want to be alone? These words made her silent for a moment. Her whole body was trembling, strangely. I do not understand. Why are you going to this extent for me? Paixin was peacefully there, thinking about what she said. Why am I going to this extent? It is because... Her words had hurt him. Is this what you mean by, don't come again? Even those words were deeply imprinted in his head. Now, I do not want to see your highness anymore. He had noticed Erilyn's expression when she said that sentence. I have never seen Erilyn have such an expression. Even in her eyes there was something very strange. The prince, who is always welcomed and loved everywhere, probably won't understand. Because you will never have memories of being alienated, despised, or abandoned. This made Paixin realize something. Even though she says cold words, her face is as if she herself is being hurt. He had even thought a lot about this issue. So is Erilyn always worried about being alienated and despised? It is not okay, but she is pretending to be okay. His eyes gradually became sad. How strange. Why do I feel sad when I think of Erilyn like that? Like Erilyn said? I have never had memories of being rejected since I was born, so I am not sure if my thoughts are right, but currently. There was one thing that made him sure. I want to know if Erilyn is okay. Finally, Pechion spoke. I can't leave you alone. Seeing that he was stubborn like this made Erilyn helpless. I do not understand. I have no value or meaning for you to be concerned about me. If it is you, should not you be able to have any friend you want? Why? Why me? He gently replied. Because it has to be you. His eyes were more determined than ever. Value and meaning to be concerned about. I do. The friend that I want. What is the use of those things without you? His words rang out inside the room. Without you. Erilyn did not know what to say. Why is your voice so choked up? After a moment of silence, Paixin sighed and began to tell. I know, you do not like me very much. This made her as if she wanted to beg, if you know, then leave. Just leave. His voice continued to ring out, I know, but... She asked herself, what on earth is the reason? His face turned slightly red when he said this. I like you. Paixin treasured every moment next to Erilyn. I am always curious about what you are doing. I am curious about whether you remember me or not. This whole world is full of Erilyn. In the end, everything ends with you. His voice became choked and embarrassed. Erilyn does not have to believe me. It does not matter if you do not like me. But, Paixion's face had now become very sad. Don't avoid me, okay? Tears kept flowing down Erilyn's face. A trembling breath. What am I that you? She tried to make herself calm. Why do you have to worry and be hurt because of me so much? Seeing that there was no reaction, Paixin hurriedly called out. Erilyn, can you hear me? She was still sinking into her own thoughts. Now I do not even know why I am crying anymore. She remembered her painful memories from her past life, I am afraid. I just want to run away and hide once again, to a place where no one can find me, where no one knows me. Her hands trembled strangely. Clearly, that is what I want. Why can't my hands let go of this doorknob? Finally, after a moment of internal struggle, Erilyn slowly opened the door. Why did I... Her face was now full of tears. I want to see you. Realizing her current face made him feel a little heartache. The person who is in front of this door. The door gradually opened right at this place. Erilyn said with a very sad voice, lowering her head. Being near me, you will also encounter misfortune. His eyes became very certain as he declared, with you here, I will never be unhappy. The two of them kept talking to each other in the hallway. People will say things like, why are you playing with me? Who says that? I won't let anyone say those words. Then you will also be hated and become lonely. But why? Paishion did not hesitate and blurted out a sentence, because I like you. This statement made Erilyn very embarrassed and did not know what to do. She relapsed, remembering the bad imaginings of the future. A few months, a few years later, you might forget everything about today and act like nothing ever happened. Even if you forget me in a blink of an eye, it would not be strange to me. She was very impressed with Paishion's innocent and sunny smile. I am in existence like the background in a novel, and you are the main character, putting your soul into every word. Erilyn bit her lip tightly to keep herself calm. I also know that I know it better than anyone else. Without hesitation, she slowly stepped towards Paishion, just once, even if it is just once. Finally, she did not hesitate and stepped towards him. I want to try to believe. After a moment of silence, Erilyn's voice slowly rang out. I do not like you. Hearing these words, Paishion chuckled and shook his head to explain. It is okay. He became strangely radiant because I like you. This smile seemed to shake Erilyn's small heart. Looking at his smile, always shining like the sun in the middle of summer, I once thought I would burst into flames or disappear into ashes. Finally, the two of them reconciled, but the truth is, have I always been avoiding this moment? And finally, the story ended. After a commotion, the atmosphere between the two of them became very awkward, accompanied by a little embarrassment. Paishion still wore a bright smile, making Erilyn a little surprised. Is it just me who feels that way? Remembering something, she continued to ask, tell the truth. How did you get here today? Skipping school, right? Paishion heard this, and startledly confirmed that is right. But I promised to try harder tomorrow. There was another thing that made her curious. How did you know I was here? He quickly coughed once, someone told me. Hearing this made her even more suspicious. Who on earth is it? Is there a traitor in the residence who dares to side with the Crown Prince to leak information? She quickly asked, what about this game? Paishion acted as if he had nothing to do with it, coincidence? She clearly understood something. Are you going to use that smile to gloss over it? Having no other choice, she could only sigh and announce, all right, let us solve the puzzle. Paishion, try opening the box over there. He excitedly nodded in agreement. Remembering something, he turned to look at her again, Erilyn. But you usually hate exercising. Why can you walk so well here? She was still trying to pretend not to hear. Paishion's eyes brightened with radiance. Is it possible to exercise when you are happy? Realizing that the item in his hand was broken made him very sad. Why is this broken? I did not use much strength. At this moment, Erilyn also slowly opened the treasure chest. It is solved. He excitedly ran towards her. Erilyn solved it. Great. Looking at the paper in her hand made her thoughtful. It is like a map. If we follow it, we can find the princess's room right away. Remembering something, she turned to look at him again. But Paishion, who is the princess you have to save? He calmly replied. I, Graham, Araline, and Mihin, right? She nodded without hesitation. We have to save Princess Mihin. He also nodded firmly. I do too. I have to save Princess Graham. Suddenly, strange sounds rang out outside, making him startled. Paishion's face immediately became blank. That statue. It moved just now, right? She thought this was absurd. Why is it suddenly like that? Don't tell jokes like that. The two of them continued to stare intently at the statue in front of them. How strange. I thought it was moving. Realizing that something was wrong, Paishion hesitantly spoke. Speaking of which, I have not seen any other children since just now. Erilyn had also sunk into her own thoughts at this moment. I am not afraid of demons, but I hate mysteries like this. Could it be that this is some kind of hidden camera prank? She quickly reminded, Paishion, do not say strange things. Let us quickly go to the lost room. The scenes before her made Erilyn freeze for a moment. Her whole body was sweating with fear. What is it? What is this abnormal feeling? Seeing this, Paishion hurriedly grabbed her hand. Erilyn, are you all right? What is wrong? A big change seemed to be appearing in this place. She realized that this place was very dangerous. My instincts tell me that I have to run. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Erilyn hurriedly pushed Paishion back. Her actions made him very stunned, Earl. He hurriedly called out in despair, Erilyn. The scene shifted to another place. Voices kept ringing out, Mom, my daughter, are you very scared? At the same time, when Graham saw Paishion appear at this place, he also hurriedly ran over, Young Master. He quickly helped him stand up. Young Master, are you all right? At this moment, he slowly asked, Graham, what is wrong? Explain it to me. After a moment of silence, he finally decided to tell the story. This strange magic that the mage in charge is also talking nonsense, so I do not know exactly. But it seems that there was an error in the magic that was set in the mansion. Paekyeon's attitude completely changed. Error. Graham wearily sighed and nodded before these things. Yes. Therefore, we went to find the children ourselves. Do you know how surprised we were when all the recording spheres in the Guardian's room were broken? Anyway, fortunately, the young master is all right. Realizing the seriousness of the problem, Paekyeon hurriedly spoke. Erilyn is still in there. At the same time, Mayhen also ran over to this place in fear and called out, Pat, what do you mean? The scene transmitted to the inside of the castle. Erilyn was still trapped at this place. She wearily struggled to sit up. It is too dark. What happened? The unfamiliar scene here made her feel a little scared. I felt a strange energy, so I pushed Paekyeon, but I was dragged along. The more she thought about it, the more she wanted to run away from this scary place as fast as possible. I am doomed. When I am with Paekyeon, I still feel safe to some extent. But now, just taking a wrong step can cost me my life? At this moment, movement suddenly appeared behind Erilyn, making her hair stand on end in fear. Having no other choice, she could only crawl down and sit under the table. Different thoughts kept appearing in her head. The instincts of the weakest person in the world are telling me that it is not a human. Could it be that I mistakenly took on the challenge that Paekyeon had to take? Something is wrong. This is not... Erilyn's whole body was trembling hideously. A strange sound rang out, making her pay attention immediately. Footsteps. At the same time, a mysterious person also slowly appeared at this place. His scary eyes stared intently towards her. The scene shifted to the outside. Mihan's scary voice kept ringing out. Where is the person in charge of the mansion's barrier? Where is the person responsible for security? The man hurriedly spoke to explain. First, please calm down. His face became very uncomfortable as he gave an order. I have found very interesting parts in the financial reports and safety inspection records of the Feraltree family. Surely you have understood my meaning, right? You, the mages of the Magic Tower branch, will have to explain the situation clearly. The man fearfully slowly reached out his hand. No, why are you making things so difficult for me? After a moment of inspection, the man slowly explained. Magic reaction phenomenon, Sir Mihan. It seems that the worlds have been superimposed on each other. This is not possible, unless it is a high-level mage. He turned to look at the man. What does that mean? He hurriedly explained what he knew. In other words, his voice was a little scared as he announced barriers cannot be superimposed on each other. Even if they can, the power cannot be increased. There is usually only one reason why barriers are superimposed, meaning that Erilyn was still in danger, the appearance of another world in one location. To put it more simply, Lady Erilyn is. Seeing Erilyn's small figure, the man slowly called out, You. A very scary smile appeared on his face. Can you see me? Time stopped flowing at this place, and even Erilyn did not dare to breathe loudly, trapped in the parallel world of this mansion. The man's reminder voice kept ringing out, even in the same location, but completely two different worlds. Such places are usually called parallel worlds. His eyes glanced at Mihan somewhat apprehensively, like another world that you might have been able to reach if you met a certain condition. That is also a type of natural phenomenon. Everyone here silently listened to the words that this man said. Even if this is a parallel world, the structure will be similar because the space is shared. However, it is probably more accurate to say that the residents are different, such as high-level demons or the demon race. The more he thought about these things, the more worried Mayhin became. Parallel world. That place. Realizing his worry, he continued to speak. Perhaps in this case, the same barrier magic arrays have been stacked to create a crack in the location. This is not the usual skill of a mage, even if you know the principle. It is not easy to imitate. After a moment of silence, Mayhin finally spoke. Ignore those things. There is only one thing I want to know. His eyes had now become very sharp. Can our princess be safely brought out? This word made the man unsure. His eyes gradually became scared as if wanting to avoid that. At this moment, a strange flow of magic appeared in the sky. Everyone present became very stunned and asked, What is this? Is the barrier burning? How could this phenomenon happen? The man hurriedly reminded everyone. Everyone returned to your original positions to stabilize the barrier. They quickly ran forward. Where is Sir Anson? Quickly invite him here. The people around became very scared. What on earth is happening inside? Mayhen stared ahead with scary eyes. Erilyn. Inside the dark space, Erilyn had also become very scared. That is right. What on earth happened? The mysterious man walked towards her step by step. The man's appearance made Erilyn pay attention immediately. Jet black hair like ebony wood, golden eyes like stalking prey. All of these things made her tremble with fear. From the moment I touched those eyes, my body was as if it was bound, completely unable to move. As if she was lost in a vast space at this place. I have become the prey of a giant monster. The man moved closer to Erilyn and spoke. How strange. A gentle smile appeared on the corners of his lips. I can't be seen. Why does it feel like you are looking straight at me? Her eyes gradually became fearful, or should I pretend not to know? Everything happened too quickly, making her even more desperate. But if I am discovered that I can really see him... The strange man then laughed in surprise. How interesting. He slowly reached out his hand and snapped his fingers. All the magic here was gradually dispelled, returning Aralyn to normal. Her face had turned pale with fear. As she glanced towards him, I thought my body was stiff because of tension. Did he use magic so I could not? While she was still sinking into her own thoughts, he smiled gently and explained, "Don't be too scared. I do not intend to do anything to you right now." Realizing that the situation was not good, Aralyn hurriedly looked down at the ground, just now when our eyes met. Once again, scary thoughts kept appearing in her head. He looks like a normal human on the outside, but what is this dangerous aura that I keep feeling from him? She hesitantly called out, "That." After a moment of reflection, Aralyn finally probed, "Who are you?" The more she thought about it, the more scared she became and moved backwards. "Wait, you are not a demon, right?" The man's bright yellow eyes kept staring at her with widened eyes. Unable to bear it anymore, he held his stomach and laughed loudly, making her very confused. "What is it? What is wrong?" He moved closer to her face and explained in more detail, "Demons, I am not that kind of low-level monster." Even his tone of voice was somewhat contemptuous when talking about these things. "It is really strange. You can really see me." "How can you see me? I have driven all the living things out. Could it be that the broken settings are being violated?" The more he thought about it, the more interested he became in the small Aralyn before him. It is strange that this girl is so resilient. Usually, ordinary people who peek into this place will faint and not wake up until they die. Hearing the word die made her shudder. "Will I die?" He chuckled and glanced towards her. "You think I am that kind of person?" In her heart, she secretly agreed, yes, but she still had to reply, "Number." The strange man slowly wore a mysterious smile. "Really?" After a moment of silence, he immediately suggested, "Then let us do it like this." Thoughts kept appearing in her head. Could it be that he is angry because I hesitated a little when answering? Or is it simply because he is not satisfied, as expected? "Aralyn, the person waiting for death to come to her. Today is my death anniversary. He is probably going to kill me, right? He is going to kill me. Or before I die. Should I ask him to let me ask Mehen to write a will for me? He will probably agree." Feeling that this girl was too interesting, the man chuckled. Then, it seemed that he also had no intention of harming her. This is also fate. He suddenly stood up, giving Aralyn more hope for a new life. "What is it? He is sparing me." After a moment of silence, Lucas suddenly asked, "While we are meeting, I will ask. Have you ever seen anything very big or strange or special here?" Hearing this, she blankly remembered. After searching through her memory for a while, Aralyn calmly pointed forward. "Over there. It is at the end of the hallway, connected to the main hall." Hearing this, he nodded in understanding. "I see." Before leaving, Lucas did not forget to give Aralyn a gift. "Thank you. I got useful information thanks to you, so I will give you this." Holding the strange egg in her hand, her face became very blank. Resurrection egg. Unable to waste any more time, Lucas turned to leave, not forgetting to say goodbye. "Hold it tightly, and you might be able to survive. A piece of advice for you is that you should quickly go to the opposite side." His voice was a little strange. "If you do not want to be caught up in it and die." Hearing this, Aralyn startled and reacted, "What?" And so Lucas completely disappeared at this place. Making Aralyn unable to believe it, he disappeared. If he is not a demon, then what on earth is he? I just have the feeling that I have been bewitched. Realizing that she could not sit here and think anymore, she quickly stood up and reminded herself. "But he told me to run in the opposite direction." "I can't run. The lights have also turned on." "That is good." A layer of protective shield made her confused. What is this? A shield. A huge explosion appeared right at this place, making Aralyn freeze for a moment crazy. She realized that her life was about to end right here. This is crazy. Give me time to run. Everything at this place seemed to have been broken. A space rift appeared, causing Aralyn to fall. Her screams echoed throughout this place. Finally, Aralyn had returned to reality. She still did not know what had happened to her. Thoughts kept appearing in her head. What happened? Did I die and go to heaven? This time, she slowly opened her eyes and looked around this place. Did I return to the mansion? The scene before her made Aralyn quickly pay attention. It turned out that it was the shell of the egg that Lucas had given her. It had been broken into pieces from some time ago. The egg? A strange imprint appeared on her hand, making her blink. What is this? This imprint became clearer and clearer, making her freeze. A star. The scene shifted to another side. The mage sighed and announced, "The barrier seems to have stabilized." He turned to inform everyone. "Now you can go inside." Pekion did not hesitate and immediately ran forward quickly. Aralyn. Graham could not stop him on the side. "No, young master." He ran forward quickly, as if he wanted to find Erlen's figure. Not wanting to miss any chance, he even searched through every room. Not here. The more he searched, the more his face became worried hideously. Not here either. Bad thoughts kept appearing in his head. Erlen, where are you? Could it be that you were transported to another place instead of the mansion? On this side, Mehan also kept running to search. Princess? His heart was like it was on fire at this moment, Erlen. He hurriedly looked at the small Erlen before him. Princess, are you all right? She shook her head and called out, Mehan. Pixian kept running over to ask her, Erlen, are you all right? Are you injured anywhere? Is there anything uncomfortable? Her eyes gradually blurred as she looked at the images of the two people. What on earth happened in there? Everything happened too continuously, making Erlen very tired. I thought I was okay. Now the feeling of fatigue has come crashing in. Pixian hurriedly reached out to support her. Erlen, what is wrong? Dizzy. She gently leaned into Mehan's arms and informed the two, I am just going to sleep for a bit. Before falling asleep, she did not forget to tell the two, it is okay. Don't worry. Mehan hurriedly called out, Princess. Waiting one day since the princess and Mehan left for Sharit, Winnie worriedly looked outside. They are coming back late. Leon chuckled and added on the side, although I am unwilling, perhaps Mehan was right. She also chuckled and nodded in approval. How great would it be if the princess could return with a happy face? At the same time, Mehan was also constantly thinking, I thought that the princess would have a good time and return to being the normal princess as before. He uncomfortably suddenly spoke, Why? All the doctors were trying to treat Arlene. The princess is in this state again. One of the doctors turned around to announce, First of all, the treatment is complete. Erlen hurriedly asked, How is it? Is there anything wrong? The doctor smiled gently and announced good news. Upon examination, the princess has no major abnormalities in vitality, only. This man was a priest of the church. He immediately said what he was speculating. She is sinking into a deep sleep. The magic therapist also surprisingly added, As far as I can see, there are no deformities. The magic reaction is also normal. A doctor from the medical association walked in. Reading a report in his hand, I also think so. Perhaps she is just exhausted and continuing to sleep. These words made Mehan feel a little relieved, collapsing so weakly, and it is simply that she is continuing to sleep, he hurriedly asked. Then do you know when the princess will wake up? This made everyone embarrassed and shook their heads to report back that Princess Erlen is inherently weak, so it is difficult for us to predict. Sometime later, Erlen was trying to accept this fact. All right, everyone, please go outside. Inside the room, Mehan slumped on the bed in helplessness. I am sorry, Princess. It is all my fault. His hands had been holding tightly to her small hand since some time ago. As her guardian, I should have been by your side, but I could not protect you properly. His voice was a little hoarse with helplessness. I just wanted the princess to be happier. Uni was witnessing the whole story on the side, Sir Mehan. Seeing her thoughtfully, Leon hurriedly stepped forward and comforted her. Don't worry too much, Uni. The princess will wake up soon, like last time. Everyone looked at Erlen's pale face lying there. Hopefully. All the things that had happened had made Mehan pensive. However, contrary to expectations, the princess is only sleeping, but... Things were getting worse and worse. 3 days passed, and she still did not wake up. Outside the room, the magic therapist anxiously spoke. Why is not she waking up? I can't find the cause at all. The results of today's examination also do not show any major abnormalities. The priest of the church also nodded in agreement. That is right. He became very worried. If we keep going like this, are not we all going to die? She still comforted. Instead of weakly complaining, go cast vitality magic for the princess. Having no other choice, he could only sigh and said, I am not kidding. If the princess does not wake up, we are all finished. She was about to say something more. That is right. Every time I go in for treatment, it is stressful, but... Pixian was still sitting right next to Erlen's hospital bed, attracting everyone's attention. His Highness the Crown Prince is staying by the princess's side. They kept discussing with each other excitedly. I heard the relationship between His Highness the Crown Prince and the princess is very good. Of course. Looking at his mournful appearance made everyone admire. Otherwise, how could he stay by her side day and night like that? In the blink of an eye, time had shifted to late at night at the Halpern residence. Pixian was still persistently sitting right next to Erlen's hospital bed. Although he really did not want to, Graham quickly stepped forward to inform him. Your Highness, it is time for you to really go back now. Clearly, he did not want to face this at all. I am not going. His voice became very decisive, until Erlen wakes up. He sighed and added, You can return to the palace and come back later. Pixian did not think much, and immediately refused. What if Erlen gets sick or wakes up in the meantime, so I am not going. Graham, who was on the side, worriedly thought after hearing all of this, His Highness is so stubborn. As expected, I can't succumb to his stubbornness, even if I borrow the palace's internals. Everyone had come to persuade Pixian, Your Highness. he still coldly refused. I am not going. He could only sigh and nod. All right, I understand. Immediately after, he slowly stepped outside. Then, I will be outside. If you need anything, just call me. The room immediately became silent. Paishion was still sitting there quietly. The moonlight shone everywhere inside the room. His eyes clearly showed an indescribable sadness. Seeing that she still did not have any movement made him even more worried. Erlin? He suddenly called out, Erel. Realizing that something was wrong, Paishion startled and blanked. Wait, could it be? He gently reached out his hand towards her, who was still fast asleep. After confirming it once again, Paishion breathed a sigh of relief. She is still breathing. Even so, his face could not hide an indescribable worry. How strange. Unconsciously, he remembered the time before. Just a few months ago, I did not even know Erlin was at the gathering of childhood friends. His eyes widened with disbelief. Now, Erlin had completely occupied all of his attention. I do not want to think about a world without her. But Erlin's cold attitude made him feel a little annoyed. Of course, although Erlin is always busy pushing me away. Inside the room, he continuously sank into his own thoughts. At first, like everyone else, I also thought that if Erlin quickly liked me, then we could get along. However, reality slapped him in the face, but the closer I got, the more I could not grasp her. That was also the reason why he felt that things were getting worse and worse. I even felt like she would disappear. For the first time in my life, I learned what fear is. In his head at this moment, only one question was set. Erlin, are you planning to just disappear like that? Paishion unconsciously remembered the scene when Erlin pushed him over backwards. Why did I foolishly let you slip away? The hands of the two people gradually became distant, because I did not grab that hand at that time. This time, you are not planning to escape into a dream, are you? Paishion lowered his head at this place, as if wanting to beg, Erlin, wake up! His hands had been holding her hand tightly since some time ago. Please wake up. Later, this will never happen again. His eyes became more sparkling than ever. Next time, I will protect you. After a long time of sinking into sleep, Erlin finally slowly opened her eyes. She realized that there was a woman who was still holding her in her arms. This made her very blank, not understanding what was happening. How warm. Who is it? This woman wore a gentle smile at her. Her eyes are the same pink as mine. A voice slowly rang out. My dear. Erlin quickly paid attention. Her voice is as if she is singing. The woman still smiled gently as she chatted. Remember, you are... Everything gradually became blurry for her. I can't hear clearly. What did she just say? Ending her long dream, Erlin had finally woken up in the real world. She still did not dare to believe her dream from just now. Was it a dream? But what did I dream about? It feels like it is something I should not forget. At this moment, Paishion on the side suddenly called out, Erlin? She surprisingly recognized his appearance at this place. Paishion, why are you here? Realizing that she had completely woken up made him cry incessantly. Erlin. Just waking up and seeing this scene made her very confused. What is wrong with him? After listening to the whole story that was told, Erlin had understood something. So from that day, I had been sleeping for several days straight, and while I was sleeping, you. She recognized Paishion's appearance at this place, didn't return to the royal palace even once. He excitedly nodded in agreement. But this made her even more worried. Are you crazy? Paishion resolutely shook his head and explained. But Erlin was sick like that. How could I return? She continued to glance towards him with judgmental eyes. What are you saying? You have to go home anyway, right? He became even more worried and announced, but Erlin was dying. These words made her angrily turn her head and retorted, I was not dying, okay? I was just sleeping. Don't arbitrarily turn me into someone who is about to die. Okay. Hearing these reproachful words, Paishion's eyes became strangely sad. But you had been lying there for several days without waking up. Your breathing was also very weak. If I returned, then what if something happened to Erlin? She did not know how to say this, that, what could happen. This is my house. Paishion had now turned into a cute little puppy, but there is a saying that people plan, but heaven decides. Paishion's mood plummeted. Erlin does not like me staying here, she shook her head to explain. It is not that I do not like it. Hearing this, his eyes seemed to carry hope as he moved closer to her. So you like it? She shyly lowered her head, not daring to face him, that. In her head at this moment she secretly thought, I do not hate it, so it is... Looking at Paishion's sincere face, Erlin did not know what to do. Clearly, I do not hate it, but I can't open my mouth. He is so expectant. At this moment, Mayan pushed the door open and surprisingly asked, Princess, you are awake. The people in the back had also become very touched. Princess. He hurriedly looked towards her. Did you sleep well? Do you feel pain anywhere? She nodded and spoke. I am okay. Hearing this, Mayan breathed a sigh of relief. That is good. Looking into his eyes, it was enough to see that he had not slept for days because he was too worried about her. It is good that you do not have a fever? Aralyn had also understood his kindness. Mayhan, you look too tired, like someone who has not slept for days. Different thoughts kept appearing in her head. Even though I said I am okay, he is probably still worried. Ever since I called him Mom, Mayhan has been gentler, but I did not expect that he would worry to this extent. At this moment, Pecheon on the side quickly asked, "Hey, what is the relationship between you two?" Aralyn heard this and blanked. "What do you mean by relationship?" He continued to look towards the two of them with judgmental eyes. It does not seem like a normal relationship between a master and a servant. She secretly glanced towards Mayhan. It is also not as rigid as that. At this moment, he slowly spoke to explain, "How should I say it?" She gently hugged him and announced, "Because Mayhan is my mom." Pecheon heard this and froze. "Mom?" Aralyn nodded to confirm. "Like that." Mayhan was still planning to say something more. Hey. His mood at this moment had completely changed. Mayhan is someone like Aralyn's mom. So that is how it is. He did not know what to say. I do not need any further explanation. After a moment of thought, Pecheon put his hand on his chest and declared, "Then, I will be Aralyn's father." Time immediately stopped flowing at this place. Aralyn and Mayhan froze for a moment, father. He glanced at her with expectant eyes. "How is it?" She coldly replied, "I refuse." This made him even more stunned. "Why? I can be a really good father." "Believe me one time, Aralyn." Time passed, and then Pecheon, who insisted on being my father, after an examination and being informed that there was nothing abnormal, finally returned to the royal palace after a full 5 days. Before leaving, Pecheon did not forget to wave goodbye. "I will be back. Wait for me, Aralyn." But things did not go as well as he had predicted, saying that he would be back. But Pacello saw that Pecheon had appeared and said with a scary voice, "Your Highness, you finally made me come in person." He fearfully hurriedly stepped back, Sir Pacello. And so he was dragged away to practice. To be exact, he was escorted away by his uncle from the royal palace. Aralyn sighed and surprisingly asked, "How scary?" "Who is that person?" Mayhan, while adjusting her clothing, explained. "He is the head of the Royal Education Academy, and also the person directly responsible for teaching the Crown Prince. The princess will probably have few opportunities to meet him." He did not forget to tell her one thing. Although he looks like that, he is a true educator. The prince will probably be all right. Aralyn thoughtfully spoke. "Is that so?" He nodded a little helplessly. "It is just that it will be a little hard." This made her worried. "Will Pecheon be okay?" Mayhan suddenly called out, "Princess." He became very thoughtful, sitting there quietly and announcing, "I was very worried." His eyes drooped down as if showing an unusually deep meaning. Aralyn blankly looked at his current expression at this moment. Without thinking much, she immediately spread her arms out and suggested, "Mayhan, hug me." These words made him freeze for a moment. Very quickly, a smile appeared on his face. The princess is really clingy. She gently hugged him and explained, "Because Mayhan is my mom." He surprisingly asked, "How did you endure not doing this for the past time?" A very happy smile had also bloomed on the corners of Aralyn's lips. "But everyone likes it when I act mature. If I cry, act spoiled, or am stubborn." He felt a little heartache as he listened to the words she had just said. People might find it annoying and not want to see me anymore. His tone of voice became sad as he called out, "Princess, no, Arel." After thinking a lot, but in the end he could only say 2 words, "I am sorry." She surprisingly glanced towards him. For what? He did not know how to explain this. For everything. Perhaps Mayhan had felt regretful because he had neglected her too much for the past period of time, because I had left you alone, because I had abandoned you. Because I did not realize, because I made you sad. He frowned with helplessness, only knowing how to blame himself. Everything. Her eyes became more sparkling when hearing these words. After a moment of silence, Aralyn gently comforted, "Mayhan, it is okay, really. You do not need to make that face." A bright smile bloomed on her face. "Besides, Mayhan is not like before anymore, right?" He nodded firmly. "Yes, I am very regretful." His face turned red when saying the next words. "Because I am the princess's mom." Aralyn fell silent upon hearing these words. The more she thought about it, the more confused she felt. What is it? Is this really the Mayhan I know? It was the first time she saw this expression of his. Mayhan is a strict, sensitive, and meticulous person. A person like that, but this Mayhan. Her lips gradually became stammering. Finally, she rushed over and hugged him tightly, "Mom." Calling himself Mom. Realizing her actions, Mayhan seriously reminded, "It is very dangerous, princess." She still chuckled, seeming not to care at all. Remembering something, Aralyn happily recounted, but the first time going out to play with Mom was really fun. Her face became very expectant. "Will Mom take me again?" Mayhan gently hugged her and nodded in agreement. "Yes. As long as the princess wants to, anytime." Sometime later, Mayhan entered the inside of the working room with a scary appearance. "Dylan, the traitor, follow me to the working room. Did you indirectly leak information about the princess to the royal palace He saw this and hurriedly explained, "No, I did that for the Princess Sir Mayhen." The scene transmitted to another place. Magic circles kept appearing at this place. The mysterious people were still constantly discussing with each other, even if it is Brajaman's decision. Should not. These things usually be handled by the branch. The announcement posted on the board was that of temporarily stopping the operation of Lake Cherie. The mysterious person uncomfortably spoke. "I have been training the disciples to the point of going crazy lately, and now I have to send a saint-level mage here. What a waste of manpower." These two kept discussing with each other. I heard the branch could not determine the cause of the abnormal phenomenon. If we examine the barrier, we will probably have an answer. At the same time, the footsteps of the mysterious person slowly advanced forward. He was gradually opening some kind of mysterious mechanism. After inspecting, he surprisingly spoke. "The barrier is still normal." "What is there to fix here?" his comrade on the side added. "The other barriers also do not have any problems." This made the mysterious person a little startled, secretly thinking, as expected, a stable barrier that has been around for hundreds of years can't suddenly encounter problems. If there was really a problem, this city would have sunk under the lake a long time ago. I heard that there was a rift leading to a parallel world, so I thought there would be some kind of special phenomenon. At this moment, a voice slowly rang out, "Wait." His comrade quickly stepped forward and asked, "Don't you see anything strange?" This made him a little blank. "Strange? What do you mean?" The silhouette of a giant snake appeared at this place, making the mysterious person understand everything I see. Then he continued to look at the vast building before his eyes, and abnormally beloved, the aura of the great magic beast Cherie has disappeared. Dark streams of air kept appearing between the space at this place. Lucas sat quietly there, thoughtfully, secretly pondering. He felt very curious about Erlen's appearance. What was that child back then? Her blank appearance made him chuckle. What an interesting child. A very excited smile bloomed on the corners of Lucas's lips. "I am bored. It is just in time that I found an interesting toy." On this side, Erlen recognized that the imprint in her shoulder had once again lit up. It seems that she understood something. As expected, only I can see this rune. If other people also saw it, then they would definitely ask, "What is this?" Her eyes became thoughtful, remembering, even Mayhen. At the time of returning before, Mayhen worriedly asked Erlen, "Princess, was there anything strange in the mansion? For example, seeing something or any strange things happening?" His face at that time had become very serious, making her realize one thing. Although he is asking these questions, it does not seem like it is because he saw those runes. Erlen was still secretly thinking, "I do not know why I have the feeling that if I said it, something would happen, so I glossed over it." She also did not forget to add, "I do not remember anything." Unconsciously, she remembered Lucas's face at that time. It is definitely because of that strange man, right? Who on earth is he? There is not a character like that in the novel either. She sighed and continued to sigh wearily. "I just hope I do not get caught up in anything strange anymore." And the number one strange thing in her heart was Pasion. Inside the room, Erlen was still constantly pondering. Right now, everyone is overprotecting me. Waiting for more time to pass, I have to find out about this rune. Mayhen suddenly stepped forward and called out, "Princess!" She saw this and quickly looked towards him. A gentle smile bloomed on the corners of his lips. "So you are here." "I have been looking for the princess for a while." These words made her a little surprised, Mayhen. Seeing that he had suddenly appeared at this place made her feel a little curious. "Is your busy work all done?" He nodded to confirm, yes. Everything ended very smoothly. His attitude made her also surprisingly think, Mayhen seems very happy. It is probably because he vented all of his frustration from the past few days. She quickly remembered everything that she had heard. After I woke up, Mayhen sued the Magic Tower and the Peril Tree family, creating a big purge. Mayhen's anger made the people around him scared, so Mayhen has lost control. Whenever it is related to the princess, he does not distinguish between right and wrong. She sighed and glanced at the information on the paper. It is probably releasing the pressure that has been building up for so long. In it was only written a few lines. "Just spare me, and I will do anything, princess." She secretly thought with a threatening style to the point that the Three Towers and the Peril Tree family even sent apology letters because of the violent reaction. Of course, everything was also good, and according to Mayhen's wishes. The result of the lawsuit was naturally a victory for Halburn. Mayhen's mood was probably good because today was the end of the trial, and the compensation money had also been transferred over. He gently took her hand and walked forward. "All the compensation money from today, I have transferred it to the princess's account." Although there are still some amounts being processed, Erlen curiously asked after hearing, "Why is that?" He patiently explained, "Because that is the compensation I won for the princess." Mayhen did not forget to add, "Just consider it spending money." Uni and Ern were very excited and hung up a banner that read, "The princess's first spending money." This made Erlen wonder, what is the spending money of a ducal family? Remembering something, he chuckled and gently asked, "Does the princess not have anything she wants to do? There is a lot of spending money now." Erlen looked at the pile of gold coins right before her. "Something I want to do." Her eyes became thoughtful. Realizing her thoughts, Mihan gently reminded, "If you do not, you can tell me when you think of something." She shook her head to refuse. "No, I do." She quickly hugged the money before her and announced, "This, I want to reward Mihan." Everyone present at this place immediately froze for a moment. Yes. It seemed that Lucas did not regret his decision just now. Both Mihan and the childcare team, everyone is busy day and night without being able to leave work. "You are working hard all day. I will heal everyone financially." These words made everyone completely shocked once again. Mihan quickly asked, "Just now, did you record with the magic sphere?" Ern nodded to confirm, yes. He did not forget to add, "Please keep it forever." He nodded in understanding. "I will mark it as an anniversary." Erilyn angrily looked towards everyone. "I am being serious." Her eyes had some resentment. "I really want to give it to everyone." He chuckled and came closer to announce, "The princess's heart. I have received enough of it." She surprisingly glanced towards him. I did not give my heart." Mihan still maintained a gentle expression on his face. "I clearly see that you did." This expression of his made Erilyn's heart flutter. Attacking with cute expressions is unfair. Was Mihan always this cunning? Seeing that Mihan would not accept, she could only turn her head in another direction. "All right then, will the childcare team accept it?" Uni on the side quickly said her thoughts. "The princess's first reward, we want envelopes, put it in envelopes." Ern on the side had also become very touched. "Absolutely no spending. I will keep it for life, as loyalty." Arlen, after hearing, was speechless, thinking, "It is probably, to put it bluntly, used as a charm." Even so, Erilyn immediately took out an envelope to the beloved Uni. She secretly thought, "If I am begged, I will still do it." A radiant smile bloomed on the corners of Mihan's lips. "When the princess just woke up, I was very worried, but seeing the princess is still as usual, I am very glad." His head was filled with his own thoughts. For the time being, everything will focus on the princess's recovery. "I will send a message to Zarin in the north. Surely he knows already." The scene shifted to the front lines in the north. An uncomfortable voice rang out, What did you say?" The man said loudly with great anger. Lady Erilyn fainted. This made the people around him constantly discuss together really why, hearing it directly from Mihan. No. Why would a small, lovely lady like that faint? Zarin sighed and hurriedly reported back. "I also do not know the details. I only know that the lady fainted." The more the man thought about it, the more confused he felt. "No. Why did not you listen to the most important part? You do not care about the lady. Go die to atone for your sins." The two sides immediately argued with each other very enthusiastically. No, Mihan arbitrarily reported, and then cut off contact. "I called many times, but he did not answer. Why are you blaming me? It is because you treat Mihan rudely often, so you were treated like that." Suddenly Duke Halburn walked in and gave an order. "That is enough." He uncomfortably held a sword covered in blood as he entered the inside. "Don't you people have anything to do?" After seeing Duke Halburn appear, everything immediately fell into a heavy silence. At the same time, he also slowly put away the sword in his hand. Recognizing his appearance, Zarin had to quietly think, the atmosphere is so heavy. His mood is so bad. Why did he report the bad news on this day? Even so, he still had to decide. But I can't not report it. He quickly spoke, "There is news about the master." This made Duke Halburn freeze for a moment. While he was still confused, Zarin continued to report everything. "I also only heard a brief overview. On the day that Mihan went out with the lady, it seems that the lady fainted." His voice passed over some fear. After that, the lady could not leave her bed for several days. Duke Halburn continued to walk forward, making him startled. "There is also something else I have not said yet." He coldly reminded. "That is enough," said Zarin. This made him blank. Why does he look scarier than usual today? At the same time, Duke Halburn had entered the inside of the room and opened the sphere. Seeing his appearance made Mihan very surprised. "Master, how strange. Why did you contact me proactively?" His eyes were as if wanting to eat him alive. "Explain it, Mihan." "What happened?" After recounting the whole story, Duke Halburn had also turned off the communication sphere. Mihan did not forget to say goodbye. Yes. Then goodbye. The more he thought about it, the more confused he felt. What is going on? He constantly remembered Duke Halburn of the past. Was he ever like this? I thought he did not have the slightest bit of concern. Although he had constantly thought in his head, he has always been indifferent to all news. But why? Unconsciously, he remembered Duke Halburn's words. "It is good that she woke up. The only thing is, next time if she faints again, you have to call me first." This made him blank. Could it be that this is just a temperamental thing? Mihan's face gradually became embarrassed. Or is it really concern? I thought I was the one who understood this person the most. Realizing that he had spent a little too much time on this, Mihan uncomfortably sighed. "Oh, well. It is just bad luck to follow the wrong master." Suddenly, he fell silent for a moment. Perhaps it was from the day I stepped into this residence. Time returned to the past when Mayhen was just a child. Sometimes it still appears like blurry memories. Those days of wandering without a place to belong. A small hand suddenly stretched out right in front of my eyes, without any hesitation. Duke Halburn smiled gently and asked him, "Come with me." Okay, that was his light at that time, the voice of the young master at that time. And so he had firmly grabbed Duke Halburn's hand. Grabbing that hand, I stepped into the Halburn residence for the first time, and suddenly a voice rang out, making him pay attention. It is that kid. Thousands of judgmental eyes seemed to be looking at Mayhen, discussing, "I heard he is a commoner, but the young master brought him back. I heard he is a genius or something, but he is probably nothing special." Everything seemed to shatter in an instant. From the moment I stepped into the residence, I had to endure those gazes. Mayhen could only follow behind Duke Halburn. At that time, the only support I could trust was his back. Returning to reality, a sad smile bloomed on the corners of his lips. "And yet, in the end, you abandoned me. What are you doing hiding alone in the northern city?" At this moment, a voice rang out outside. "Sir Mayhen, it is Dylan." He quickly responded, "Come in." He walked in and brought a letter too in front of him. "I am sorry for arriving so late, but there is a letter that was just delivered." He heard this and was curious. Who would send me a letter? Dylan's face became very serious as he announced, "It is a letter addressed to Sir Mayhen from the royal palace." The scene shifted to the vast royal palace. Mayhen calmly stepped inside this place. After arriving at the place he needed to go, he slowly opened the door. Agini was sitting there, waiting. She smiled and spoke, "Welcome, Sir Mayhen." Out of habit, he immediately saluted. "I greet Her Majesty the Queen." She chuckled in response. "It has been a while. How have you been lately? Sit down." He gently sat down on the chair. "Thanks to Your Majesty's grace, I am still well." Agini heard this and chuckled in surprise. "I have not given you any grace. I do not even remember doing that." Mayhen still coldly replied, "It is just a polite remark." This made her feel a little interesting. Sir Mayhen is always so rigid. He still continued to respond as if nothing had happened. "It is because the Queen is too relaxed." After a moment of silence, Agini slowly spoke. "Perhaps so. It is because I have been in this position for too long. Power and glory are very addictive." At the same time, cakes had also been set on the table. "Drink it. I have prepared the type you like." He nodded in understanding. "Thank you." At the same time, Mayhen gently picked up the cup on the table. He felt very awkward. What should I say? She suddenly spoke. "I heard." Agini picked up the teacup and slowly spoke. "Pikyan is causing trouble for you." These words made him freeze for a moment. As expected, it is because of the prince. In his head at this moment, he secretly thought, lately, that kid has even refused to return to the palace. No wonder people are paying attention. But he still gently put the teacup on the table and replied, "Number..." Mayhen slowly said his thoughts in front of the queen. "I can only be grateful that the prince has visited. Thanks to his highness visiting frequently, Lady Aralyn has been exercising and also going out more." Agini heard this and breathed a sigh of relief. "That is good. I was also worried that he would cause trouble." Mayhen did not hesitate and immediately put one hand on his chest. "I know, Your Majesty always cherishes the lady. Thank you for your concern." She wore a strange smile on her face. "It is nothing. That is what I should do. No, or I should say, it is what I can't not do." It seemed that Agini felt very familiar with Aralyn, because that child is very similar to someone, although she does not look much like Grand Duke Halburn. These strange words made Mayhen fall silent for a moment. Not like my master. Then who does she look like among the people I know? Unconsciously, he remembered a beautiful figure in his head. There is only one person I can think of. At the same time, this woman also had an acquaintance with Ageni. Queen Ageni does not have a deep relationship with the Halburn family, so when she sees the lady, she should remember that time. His eyes slowly looked up towards the front. If so, he recognized the thoughtfulness on her face. His sadness is easy to understand. After a moment of silence, Ageni suddenly asked, "Does Sir Mayhen know who the child's mother is?" Mayhen shook his head to explain. Even to me, the master has never said." She still did not give up. "Then do you have any guesses?" He continued to say what he knew. Unfortunately, at that time, the master was busy with internal Halburn affairs, so he did not have time to meet anyone. Agini's eyes immediately became sharply strange. It is also possible that during the time you did not know, he had a woman by his side. Mayhen then thoughtfully replied, "That may be so." Although in his head he secretly thought, but it is difficult for someone who does not trust anyone like him to have that. Seeing that he still did not want to open his mouth, Agini chuckled in surprise. "Is that so?" Remembering something, he continued to ask her, "I do not know if you have news of the master, such as the reason why he is always in the north, or when he will return." She very thoughtfully replied, "I also do not know." Ed said it was a secret, so he did not reveal anything. Mayhen heard this and secretly thought, Even the queen does not know, so besides the emperor, probably no one knows that person's true thoughts. Ageni, after a moment of silence, finally spoke. But I guess... It seemed that she had also understood something. It is probably related to Lady Irulan. These words made Mikan fall silent for a moment. Seeing that the atmosphere seemed awkward, she praised, "By the way, that child is really lovely. Small and cute. Just looking at her warms my heart." Ageni also wore a gentle smile on her face, as expected of Sir Mayhan. "Although you are a genius, I did not expect you to have a talent for raising children." Irulan, who was reading a book on this side, was a little blank. "Is someone mentioning me? I keep feeling itchy in my ears." Mayhan shook his head to explain. It is because the princess is growing up healthy on her own." Ageni continued to chat. "I heard the prince will start coming to the residence from today." He nodded to confirm yes. He is probably arriving now. Remembering the scene of Pechion studying diligently, she smiled gently and chatted. Over the past week, he has been studying and practicing very diligently just to meet Lady Irulan. It is just that the direction of the change seems a little different from what I predicted. The scene shifted to the vast residence. A playful voice rang out, "Irulan." Pechion pounced over and hugged her tightly as he happily spoke. "I missed you so much." "Doesn't Irulan miss me? I miss you." "I long for you. I am always thinking about you. Irulan, can you hear me? Why are not you answering?" She was a little speechless and secretly thought, "I am already tired before anything has even started." While she was still thoughtfully pondering, he continued to speak. "To meet you, I accepted twice the homework and lessons from my teacher. I also endured hellish training. That is enough to show how much I missed you, right?" She did not hesitate and pushed him away, sending him flying into the distance. "Get out of here." This made him very sad. Pesion's eyes sparkled indescribably. "We only met again after a week." Irulan gritted her teeth angrily and thought, how wonderful a peaceful week was. Even so, she did not have any animosity towards these things. Even so, I am also a little bored. Without thinking much, Irulan gently raised her hand and stroked Pesion's head. "Because I did not hear this annoying voice." She asked with concern, "Are you all right?" He happily nodded in agreement. Remembering something, his face immediately became strangely thoughtful. "Irulan, actually during the time I was away from you, I thought a lot." She heard this and curiously glanced. "About what?" His next words made her freeze for a moment. "About my actions in the past. I should have thought more for you." Saying that, Pesion kept rummaging in his pocket, "So I prepared this." Irulan gradually became blank, not understanding what was happening. What is wrong with him today? What did he prepare? Before she could react, he took out a piece of paper written with complete content, with the title, "You Can Also Become a Sword Saint." His face became more expectant than ever. Irulan's training plan. "I discussed it with leading experts to make it after the things before." In the middle of the wide room, Pekion's voice kept ringing out. "I realized that it was probably because you were too weak that you encountered danger. Although I am very sad, I can't always be by your side, so I made a systematic plan. How is it? Isn't it amazing?" Looking at the paper in Pishion's hand with the content, "You can also become a sword saint," she coldly refused. "I am not doing it." He startled and became stunned. "What?" She continued to repeat her words. "I politely refused that plan." His face gradually became blank and confused as he asked, "Why? What do you not like about it?" "This is something that was prepared after gathering the best experts." She calmly nodded and glanced towards him. "You do it yourself." Seeing that she did not care at all, he hurriedly followed. "Irulan, you said you would live harmoniously with me from now on." She uncomfortably replied, "I never said that." He still did not give up. "You said you would do as I said, right?" This time, she chose to ignore him. "I also never promised that." A radiant smile bloomed on the corners of his lips as he suggested. "Then at least read the summary." "Okay." Just following it, Irulan can also become healthier. She slowly spoke. "The content of that is..." Her eyes became very judgmental, "making me become a sword saint, right?" This made Pesion fall silent for a moment. She continued to turn her head and criticize. "I can't even run. What can I use to..." You also know, right, how unreasonable this is. Even if he received unpleasant words, Pesion still did not care, and continued to hold the document towards her. That is exactly why it is the goal. "Try reading it, Irulan. It is not too late to refuse after reading it." Holding the pieces of paper in her hand, her face immediately became blank. Why is he so confident? I can tell right away that it is an unreasonable plan. Immediately after carefully reading the schedules written on the paper, made her thoughtful, walking, posture correction. "This schedule is quite good, huh?" Recognizing her expression, Pekion smiled and spoke. "First, what I care about the most is Irulan's basic physical strength. The strength exercises start from easy. I will first focus on posture correction and walking steadily." His voice kept ringing out. "For 7 days, 3 days will be..." Irulan hurriedly interrupted. "Wait. Stop?" The more she thought about it, the more confused she felt. 7 days a week. Do I have to do this every day?" He surprisingly replied, "That is how you can increase your endurance." She was speechless and did not know what to say. What I mean is, that is the basics. She sighed and held the pile of documents in her hand, handing it to Pishan. I knew it. I will pretend I did not hear anything. Having said that, she coldly turned and walked away, leaving him standing there, making him a little blank. Wait. Erilyn, where are you going? Pekion's eyes had become very pitiful. This is the plan that I stayed up all night, asked for help, set aside training in life to pour all my heart, blood, and sweat into. His face was as if he was about to cry. Even so, you are still not doing it. Seeing that there was no other way, Erilyn had to sigh. All right, I understand. She secretly thought, why can't I refuse every time I know? At this moment, Pichon moved closer to her with an expectant face. Really, you agreed, right? Don't say you are not doing it later. She continued to glance towards him, but you also know that Erilyn wrote clearly that her body was not easy to become healthier. There is no guarantee that my illness will be cured thanks to training. It is not that kind of illness anyway. Pishan still did not give up, I know. You just need to believe me. She was also a little speechless, thinking, believe what? You are not listening to anything I am saying. While she was still thinking, Pechion gently put his hand on his chest. I know, but by any means, I will pull Erilyn to become healthy. Having said that, he excitedly pulled her forward. Do you want to try starting with something easy first? Come here, Erilyn. Towards his actions, she did not have any hatred. All right, it is good too. Anyway, after what happened, I also recognized the need for physical strength. More importantly, the time by Pixion's side also made her feel comfortable. During the time I am alive, showing everyone a healthy appearance is also not a bad thing. Probably nothing will happen, right? Time passed, and Erilyn's face gradually became pale. A few hours later, I regretted this decision intensely. Remember that the scene shifted to the outside. The sun was shining on everything here. The so-called, it will probably be alright, always kills people. Erilyn's footsteps gradually became rushed. On her face at this moment, there were many drops of sweat flowing down. Because she had reached her limit, she hurriedly collapsed and said helplessly, Number. I can't anymore. Patience surprisingly stepped up right in front of her. What are you doing? He became very decisive and constantly reminded, Stand up. Trainee, we have not reached half of the goal yet. He constantly criticized, Don't act weak. You also agreed to cooperate, right? She did not know how to explain, it is true, but the exercises she had experienced made her very tired. Sit down, stand up, sit down, stand up. Erilyn could only escape from these exercises, 15 chair sit-ups. I did not expect it to be this different. Pishan even helped her keep her back straight for 20 minutes. When he saw Erilyn trembling, he seriously reminded, Endure it. Because she was too tired, she shed tears of helplessness. I am about to die from reaching my limit. I really tried my best. It seemed that Pishan also did not intend to let her go and called out, Erilyn. He looked at her with worried eyes and asked, Really, you are already tired from just this much? He looked at her and then sighed softly. I am very serious. This made her also speechless, thinking, serious about killing people, right? Pishan smiled gently and reached out his hand towards her. Having no other choice, let us stop here today. Now, grab my hand and stand up. This made her very happy. Really, you are letting me rest. She looked at him with very touched eyes. As expected, Pishan is still human, huh? Suddenly, he spoke again. Only. Perhaps the next second, she had completely taken back her thoughts just now. Just 2 more laps. The smile on her face gradually became more forced than ever, devil. Having no other choice, Erilyn could only run forward quickly. Indeed, the devil is right here. Everything was proceeding according to Pishan's plan, and so she frantically threw herself into training. Pishan, you have transformed into a teacher encouraging her. Let us overcome the limits of yourself. Start the endless PT hell training. Time passed. On the first week, Pishan stepped into her room and pulled back the curtain. Erilyn, are you a child of the darkness? She could only cry and shout. What are you doing so early in the morning? Time passed again, reaching the second week. Pishan brought her unique dishes. Erilyn, let us start the new menu from today, okay? I will follow Master Cayenne's special chicken breast recipe. You have to eat this every day. She speechlessly replied, You eat it. Time passed. He still kept encouraging her. Erilyn, wake up. Leg exercises now. She lay still, like a soulless person. I am going to die. He constantly reminded, You are not going to die. It was now the 3rd week. The expert quickly announced to Pishan, Your Highness, from next time I am planning to add this exercise. He heard this and nodded in understanding. After that, in the morning, we will do this exercise. And Erilyn thought in frustration on the side, when will I escape from this hell? Inside Erilyn's imagination, the images of the 2 people were like scary demons. Pekion, who used to smile radiantly and say he liked me, has disappeared. There is only the demon, who has returned from hell. Tears constantly rolled down her face. Give him back. She remembered Peishan's innocent smile from before. My sunny, crazy man. At this moment, Peishan slowly stepped forward. He happily thought. As expected, making a private training plan is really good. Recognizing that Erlin's health had improved made him very proud. Combining with the diet, her muscles are obviously developing faster. I am very glad I asked Master Cayenne for advice. But there was one thing that made him very thoughtful. There is only one thing that worries me. It seems she is gradually becoming exhausted. Is it because her body is weak? To begin with? Thoughts kept appearing in his head. There is no better way, a thing that can make Pechion restore vitality vigorously, that is. It seemed that he had come up with a very bold idea. That is it. The scene shifted to another place in the north. A warm voice kept ringing out. There are monsters causing trouble in the southern forest again. Monsters are also appearing more frequently in the west. At this moment, the door was opened with an announcement. Your Majesty, it is time for your tonic. The Emperor surprisingly turned his head and asked, Is it time already? He coldly looked at the bowl of medicine set on the table. Bring it here. Without hesitation, he slowly brought the bowl of medicine to his mouth and drank it all. Feeling that something was wrong, the Emperor's eyes widened with a scary expression. Seeing him constantly spitting out blood made the people around him constantly scream, Your Majesty, what is wrong? Are you all right? The Emperor calmly wiped away the blood on his mouth. Who is it? In the middle of the vast palace, the Emperor constantly scolded, Dared to touch my tonic. On this side, Pechion comfortably held the bowl of medicine in his hand and walked over. There are 3 bears living together in one house. He placed the bowl of medicine strongly on the table below. Erlin hurriedly wiped away the dirt on her mouth. It is too bitter. What kind of taste is this? He was still constantly encouraging. You drank it all. Good job, Erlin. His voice became very expectant and constantly spoke. How is it? Do you feel healthier? Is there a feeling of increasing strength? Or is it easier to breathe? Is the evolution better? Arwen surprisingly placed the bowl of medicine down on the table below. Number. There is nothing. What is this? Although in her heart she was a little worried, thinking, He kept pushing it into my mouth, so I drank it, but where did he get this medicine from? He excitedly announced, a tonic. She heard this and surprisingly said, A tonic. Pechion smiled and nodded with pleasure, explaining, It is very precious. This is what my father always drinks. These words made her freeze for a moment, father. Immediately, Erlin's face turned pale with fear. The prince's father is the Emperor. What I drank was the Emperor's tonic. This is crazy. On this side, the soldiers constantly ran over. Erlin and Pechion are still chatting. How is it now? Has a minute passed? Do you see anything changing? Tell the truth. Are you a spy? Right, a spy? What is that? The sound of singing made the 2 of them surprised and paid attention. Recognizing the royal army walking in made Pechion very surprised. Sir Hainte, everyone, why are you here? He slowly stepped forward and announced, I apologize, lady. First, please excuse my rudeness, and I ask for permission to be disrespectful, your highness. Pechion was still not understanding what was happening. Hainte's voice rang out, arrest him. Pechion was suddenly escorted away. They constantly reminded, please follow us, your highness. He still was not understanding what the heck was going on. Wait, what is going on? Wait, what is happening? Erlin. The door of the room immediately closed. Then please excuse us, lady. Everything happened too quickly, making Erlin blank for a moment. What is this? She continued to look at the bowl of medicine set on the table. They even took the bowl. It is definitely because of the tonic? Wait. Her eyes shone with joy that could be seen. If so, then won't I be able to stop training for a period of time? The scene shifted to the vast royal palace. The Emperor's voice rang out, Pechion. The Emperor's face at this moment had become very scary. Is this your prank? Pechion hurriedly glanced in another direction, as if wanting to avoid, which made him even more angry. This kid? His face became very uncomfortable as he constantly reminded. There is nothing else you can touch, and yet you dared to touch my tonic. Is that how I taught you? Even if you are joking, you have to know your limits. Pechion wearily sighed and glanced in another direction. I was not joking. The Emperor uncomfortably stood up and shouted loudly. If you were not joking, then what is it? Don't tell me you dare to say that you drank that tonic. If you are lying, then... He was so scared that he clenched his hands tightly. Even so, he still loudly replied to his words. I really drank it, but it was not me. These words made him freeze for a moment. What? The more he thought about it, the more confused he felt. If it was not you, then who drank it? Pechion slowly recounted. That, actually, it was... After hearing the whole story, the Emperor had also understood something. So it was. You thought that if your sick friend drank it, she would be healthier, so you brought it for your friend to drink. He nodded in a very certain way, yes. Seeing his son act like this made the Emperor very helpless. He did not know how to express his feelings with this foolish son, honestly. Tears constantly fell down his face because he was moved. How kind, like an angel. Looking at Pision's awkward expression, the emperor became even happier. If it was just out of curiosity or joking, then I would have punished him to learn a lesson. But with this reason, I can't be angry. How lovely. Having no other choice, he could only cough once, all right? If it was a good intention like that, then I can forgive you once. Pekion's eyes immediately brightened up noticeably. He did not hesitate and rushed straight into his arms, father. The emperor chuckled and nodded. My lovely little dumpling. Remembering something, he asked, that sick friend is Lady Halburn, right? This made him a little surprised. How did father know? He gently replied, you made such a commotion. Who would not know in Pagursa? Saying that, he chuckled and chatted. Rumors that you, like Lady Halburn, have spread throughout the royal palace. This made him blush in surprise, like, the emperor teasingly teased. So you do not like her. After a moment of silence, Pichion shook his head to explain, it is not that. Seeing his son like this for the first time made the emperor very surprised. Recognizing that his son had grown more than he thought made him very happy. My son, since when have you grown this much? To the point of blushing when looking at someone else. This made him feel very happy, the person who made you tremble like this. It seemed that the emperor knew something. It is just a pity that it is Lady Halburn. Even so, there was one thing that kept making him feel very confused. Perhaps that is why they are still silent. The emperor recognized that the closeness of the two people was getting closer every day, even though you go to the Halburn residence every day, constantly immersed in that lady. At that time, there were those evil people constantly discussing, even if she is destined to be the crown princess, what is the point? She is going to die anyway. They all thought that, unconsciously, the emperor remembered the intimate scene of him together with his wife. This kid is really like me, loving someone to death, and that is it. But that was precisely the problem. Perhaps that is what Agami is worried about. Returning to reality, the emperor surprisingly asked, Pekion, you want to cure that girl's illness? He nodded to confirm, yes. I want her to get well. A gentle smile appeared on the corners of his lips. It is good to be healthy. The emperor said to himself, but who knows, maybe a miracle will happen. He continued to say, then if you are healthy, what about you becoming the crown princess? Peishion's face suddenly turned red. This made him very amused. Look, your face is as red as a tomato. He gently raised his hand to stroke his head and instructed, son, do not be impatient. Your achievements are not built overnight. Health is the same. You have to progress slowly. He nodded in understanding, yes. Seeing that his son was understanding, the emperor smilingly decided, as for the tonic, let father help you out. Time passed, and Pishion had finally returned to the Halburn residence, making Erlin a little speechless, really. As usual, he waved his hand to greet Erlin. The subordinate on the side reminded, Your Highness, the items have been wrapped up like this. Let me hold them for you. She felt very confused. That kid. Why is he back so fast? Erlin's face turned ashen noticeably. Daring to touch the Emperor's tonic, I thought he would be confined for at least a month. At the same time, she also saw the scene of Pechion and his subordinate right before her. Who would have thought, looking at the prince's radiant expression and the things he is holding? It seems His Majesty gave him even more things. Even the royal guard followed. Mihin on the side remembered the scene when Pechion was 1 year old. He was speechless, thinking, as expected, he is really a sun-doting emperor. How could he stop the prince? He quickly asked Erlin, by the way, princess, the Sparrow twins just sent an invitation to meet. What are you planning to do? She wearily shook her head. Refuse them. The series of things that had happened had made her very tired. Is my house a meeting square? Why does everyone want to come and meet? I am already dead tired because of Erlin. Her eyes gradually became thoughtful. If I add more, then. Suddenly she remembered something. Wait, why did not I think of this? I have it. She secretly remembered the plan in her head. A way to escape from this hell. When that comes, even Pechion has to pay attention to other children and can't force me to eat and drink anymore. Erlin suddenly called out, Mom. Mihin heard this and paid attention. Yes, princess. She did not hesitate and decided, I want to participate in the gathering of childhood friends. These words made him very surprised. Yes. It seemed that she had her own plan in her head. Moreover, a smug smile bloomed on her face. If I am playing, I can't train, right? She quickly announced, again, I have to make new friends. At the same time, Pechion had also heard the words she had just said. His face became even more confused as he asked, New friends? Then what about me? The scene shifted to the vast royal palace. In the middle of a party of friends, people constantly ran forward, hurry up. His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. Haroon sighed in fatigue. Today will also be the same as usual. The meeting of childhood friends. Now I can see the future. even without looking. All the children would also surround Pechion, children driving themselves crazy to be noticed by Crown Prince Pechion, and a Pechion who does not care about those children. And I will sit and wait boredly. Thoughts kept appearing in his head. Anyway, it is a little interesting to have to clean up the troubles that the twins cause. After the break-in at the Halburn residence, they are being monitored, but right now they are quite quiet. As expected, this meeting is a waste of time. Suddenly, the scene before his eyes made Haroon pay attention immediately. Arlen was still sitting quietly in a corner, making him blank. What is that? It seemed that he had been attracted by that small figure, platinum hair, a body that is a little smaller than people of the same age. It looked so familiar. That is definitely... Erlen's face was revealed at this place, making him startled. Erlen. Seeing him appear made her very blank. Haroon. Time returned to the past. Erlen was secretly calculating. My plan is like this. She was secretly utilizing the Shield of Friends by using the resting time that was created by my power. The first step in the plan. I will participate in the gathering of childhood friends and make new friends. A typical example of two small girls holding hands tightly. We are friends. That was also the reason for her to be able to stay away from Pechion, and, using the reason that there were fun social activities with new friends, to legally escape Pechion's exercise. Recognizing that her plan had no loopholes made Erlen very proud. That is a perfect plan, with great ambition. Reality slapped her in the face, but just as I arrived at the gathering of childhood friends, I realized... All right. A voice rang out, that is right. All the children around this place looked at Erlen with hateful eyes. I am being envied right now. Things did not end there. Not only that, Ciel saw her and was surprised. You are here, Aralililin. The twins quickly ran towards her and called out, Long time no see, Aralele. She could only run forward quickly. I have been discovered by the worst villains, the Sperum Devils. The voices of the two of them constantly rang out. Where did Araleli go? Aralililin? Aralin was still hiding on the side, observing. Have they left? She glanced towards Haroon, who was still sitting right next to her. While I was hurriedly running away, I met Haroon. His actions made her very confused. I do not know why he is sitting next to me, but I am still pretending not to see because I am too embarrassed. At this moment, Haroon suddenly spoke. That. His face turned red with embarrassment. You are sick. These words made Erlen freeze for a moment. At this moment, she slowly spoke. You can speak. These words made him unable to say anything. A gentle smile bloomed on the corners of her lips as she chatted. It is the first time I am hearing your voice. Her warm smile seemed to pierce through Haroon's heart in an instant. His face immediately turned red, making him hurriedly turn his head in another direction. Erlen saw this and confusedly asked, It seems Haroon is the one who is sick. Are you all right? He hurriedly shook his head to explain, I am not sick. Looking at his face, Erlen surprisingly thought, He can't be, he thinks I am sick, so he is sitting here. This made her even more fond of Haroon and gently reached out to stroke his head, as expected of a night guard. He is so kind. How lovely. Thoughts constantly appeared in her head. Haroon is truly a perfect friend. If there is only one problem. She constantly remembered Haroon in the original storyline before. Then the person he prioritizes will be Pekion and not friends, because that is the fate of a knight guarding the crown prince. But then something bad happened to him. In the novel, Haroon is only loyal to the path of a knight, and the characters around him also feel quite annoyed by that attitude. That was also the reason Erlen decided to befriend Haroon, but if I can shift that rigidity, just a little, towards me. After a moment of silence, Erlen slowly reached out her hand towards him. Haroon, be my friend, okay? These words made him very confused. Be friends? She nodded and continued. Actually, today I came here to make friends. I do not expect much, just play with me occasionally. He became silent and thoughtful. She constantly chatted. It is really just occasionally. If you are embarrassed, just once is fine. Haroon became very hesitant, not knowing what to do. This made Erlen even more suspicious, thinking, seeing that he is not refusing right away, it seems like there is an opportunity. Let us attack a little more. After a moment of silence, she gently asked, Haroon, do you hate me? These words made him freeze for a moment. The close distance between the two people made him not know what to do next. His voice was a little stammering. Let us be friends. This made her very happy, all right? I have gotten a friend. She excitedly grabbed Haroon's hand. Thank you, Haroon. Let us get close to each other, okay? He nodded in agreement. All right. In her head, thoughts constantly appeared. I can't use it often, but it is still a trump card anyway. Thanks to that, I have gained one more step out of exercise hell. At this moment, Pesion appeared at this place. Erlen. Why are you with Haroon? Time seemed to stop flowing. She did not know how to explain this issue. Her face became very innocent as she turned her head and announced, We have decided to become friends from today, so we are talking to each other. These words made Pesion freeze for a moment. Recognizing that the two people were close made him unable to hide his anger. Is that so? The twins, witnessing this scene on the side, also had to discuss. CL, what is this situation? I do not know. Noel, it is probably... It seemed that the two of them witnessed something. A complex love triangle. Taecyeon's face wore a very uncomfortable smile. While I am still speaking politely, why do not you give up, Erilyn? She also did not want to be outdone and retorted, Taecyeon is the one who should give up. This made the twins very excited and sat down to discuss enthusiastically. Hey, the two of them are not arguing, that is right. His Highness cried, but when did the two of them get this close? And so the two people constantly wrestled for Haroon. Haroon is my friend. There is no way. He has been my friend for longer. What does Erilyn know about Haroon to say that? This made the twins feel the story was very interesting. His Highness has become forceful. Seriously speaking, Erilyn can't win against His Highness, in terms of knowing each other first. Unable to bear it anymore, Erilyn decisively announced, there is no need to know anything about Haroon first to play together. I just like Haroon. I like him. These words made Taecyeon very confused. What, you like Haroon? Like Haroon, she did not hesitate, and nodded in agreement. That is right. Haroon is kind and handsome. He also did not want to be outdone and retorted, if you like someone who is kind and handsome, then what about me? I am also kind and handsome. She was still planning to say something more. Her words became very decisive. I like Haroon more. This made the twins very blank. His Highness is standing still. At this rate, Haroon will be snatched away by Erilyn. Taecyeon slowly let go of his hand and called out, Haroon. His face became very uncomfortable and gave an order. Come here. Sit down here. This is an order from the Crown Prince. Seeing this situation made the twins unable to bear it anymore and stand up. His Highness is playing dirty. This is the first time I have seen His Highness do this. Erilyn grabbed Haroon's hand tightly, not willing to let go. Why are you treating Haroon like this? Taecyeon uncomfortably frowned and reminded. Are you planning to hold hands, Erilyn? Do not you know that actions must come with responsibility? She very uncomfortably retorted. I do not know. So what? Haroon on the side was very embarrassed. Please stop it. Seeing this, the two turned around and started to blame him, but Haroon just stood there. This made Haroon so upset he was shaking. He quickly turned and ran as fast as he could, causing Erilyn to shout in despair. My friend, even the twins felt a pang of regret. Haroon had finally run away. Without hesitation, she hurried after him. Haroon, wait. Suddenly, Taecyeon grabbed her hand tightly. She turned around, annoyed, and reminded him, let go of me, Taecyeon. He was incredibly stubborn and would not let go. She repeated quickly, just let go a little. Unable to take it anymore, Taecyeon loudly questioned her. What is it? What is the reason? Erilyn slowly turned back to him. His voice was a little hurt. You chose Haroon last time, and you are doing it again this time too. These words left her frozen in place. What is he talking about? More importantly, my free pass from exercise is running away. She involuntarily remembered what she said before. Could it be that this kid... I will play with young Master Haroon. Is he still hung up on that? Taecyeon's hands began to tremble. Just looking at him was enough to see how hurt he was. So you like Haroon more than me? He repeated his question. You like Haroon more than me? Erilyn slowly turned her head. What? She quickly pulled her hand away. Like who more? I am just... Noticing her action, he became even more upset. No, do not answer. I do not want to know. Erilyn hurriedly explained. No, Taecyeon, I mean... He quickly covered his ears with his hands. I can't hear it. I can't hear it. With that, Taecyeon ran quickly in the opposite direction. Okay, Erilyn can stay here. I will go find Haroon now. The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. Like Haroon more? Could it be? She involuntarily remembered her words from before. He is still bothered about what happened last time. I do not like you. This made her feel extremely awkward. I thought he was over it. Erilyn realized that she herself had hurt Taecyeon because he always smiled as if nothing was wrong, as if he had never been hurt. She gently raised her hand to her chest and clenched it. If that is really the case, I feel so bad. At this moment, the twins appeared and spoke reproachfully. Erilyn, now we know your intentions. Surprised? She turned to look at them. What is wrong with them? I am already in a mess. Their faces became extremely strange. Actually, we realized it a while ago. Erilyn was still confused. What? This time? The twins stared intently at her. What you are planning to do. Realizing the situation, Erilyn's face immediately became awkward. What is going on? Could it be that they realized my plan to use friends as shields, the others are one thing? But the twins are a bit of a problem. While she was still lost in thought, the twins continued to analyze. Because Haroon ran away, so he could not score any points, you changed your target to His Highness. Did not you? You were blinded by winning the best friend game. You knew beforehand that we were secretly preparing the bonus. Did not? Hearing this, Arellen was speechless. A game? You guys see this as a game. The mood of the two people at this time had become very happy. But do not worry, instead of Harun and his highness ran away, we will become your best friends. What? Are you grateful? Happy? She turned away coldly and left. No, I do not need it. This made both of them extremely disappointed. What? Why? The scene shifts to another place in the vast royal palace. Harun sat there tiredly and sighed helplessly. I agreed to be best friends, but it turned out like this. Just thinking of Arellen made his face turn red. Next time, if I see Arellen, should I avoid her? I do not know why, but when I am near her, I feel awkward. His eyes slowly glanced in the direction next to him. But he realized that Paisyon was still sitting there listlessly. In the short time I ran away, what happened? Paisyon suddenly spoke. Harun. Hearing this, he paid attention. Yes. Although in his head he felt a little worried. I did not do anything, so why do I feel uncomfortable in my heart? Paisyon slowly asked, how long have you been close to Arellen? He just wanted to deny it. I have never been close. But then he reminded himself, if I say that, His Highness probably won't believe me. Harun replied seriously, we just became friends today. Paisyen's eyes became very expectant. So, is it me or Arellen? This question just made him want to escape. This is so tiring. His face became awkward. That question, does it mean anything? Paisyon nodded in confirmation. Yes. Harun slowly spoke. It is you. This made Paisyon silent for a moment. I see. Thank you. Looking at Paisyen's actions, Harun secretly thought, a magnificent Paisyon is worried about someone like this. The more he thought about it, the more unbelievable he felt. Every action of Arellen's puts him in heaven and hell. Next, Paisyen's mood plummeted. Arellen seems to like Harun. Seeing Paisyon so desperate, he did not know what to do. What is wrong? Should I comfort him? Paisyon suddenly spoke. Even so. Paisyen's face became very firm as he declared, I won't give up. Just wait and see, Harun. I won't lose to you. These words made him startled and frozen in place. Me, why? At the same time, the twins ran over and shouted loudly, Harun, His Highness. Everyone, do you know what Arellen just said? She said she does not want to be friends with us. Then the two continued to look at Paisyon. She also said she does not want to be friends with His Highness either. Paisyon immediately stood up and reacted. What? Remembering something, Paisyon continued to ask, then what about Harun's best friend? Did she make one? Both of them shook their heads and replied, I did not ask that. Is His Highness curious about that? Paisyon nodded. Certainly, I have to know immediately. The twins became very happy. Then Noel will go ask, or Ciel will go ask. Feeling the situation was not good, Harun immediately stood up and raised his hand to declare, I. He became very sure, I will go ask. Hearing this, the twins nodded in agreement. Okay, then. A moment later, Harun returned to inform everyone. She said she won't. Hearing this, the twins were very happy. As expected, she did not become friends with us either. She even refused His Highness too. Paisyon nodded in agreement. That is right. At this time, he breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, they are simple people. In fact, he did not even get close to Arellen. He continued to look at the smiles on the faces of the three people. Everyone is probably waiting for Paisyon, but right now, both the twins and Paisyon are very excited. Harun quickly walked in a different direction. I need to separate from them for a while. The scene shifts to the large garden. Arellen was still standing there without moving. A voice sounded. Arellen, alone again. The children around were constantly discussing. Go talk to her. Hey, did not you see how coldly she treated the crown prince? Even so, the chatter continued, but now might be an opportunity. Arellen on the side heard all of this crap from someone who is envied and jealous. Now I also have an unapproachable image. She did not know what to do with her current life. Is making friends really impossible now? But when Paisyon comes back, what should I say? Thoughts flooded her mind. Should I apologize? Is that too serious? But I feel guilty. Her eyes gradually became sad. I just wanted to make friends to escape exercise hell. Arellen angrily threw the flower petal to the ground. Everything is complicated. Again like this. Her actions caught the attention of everyone around her. What is wrong with her, I do not know. The warm sunlight shone on her face, and Arellen gradually calmed down again. She looked thoughtfully at an indefinite direction in front of her. From the previous life to this life, my immaturity is still the same. The children around were still constantly saying sarcastic things. Hey, really not going to talk to her. Chatter continued to appear around her. She is close to the crown prince. It would be good if we were close. But my mom said that she is a bastard. Bastard. My dad said that she has a terminal illness. A girl who heard this laughed in surprise. But it is true to the rumors, she really is beautiful. The scene in front of her made the girl immediately silent. Noticing Leslie was moving forward, everyone around was stunned. Miss Leslie. She slowly walked to this place while angrily thinking, Erilyn. Her hands had clenched tightly since some point. Does she think that being close to the Crown Prince will change anything? Without hesitation, Leslie went right in front of Erilyn. The position of Crown Princess was originally mine. Involuntarily, a very scary smile bloomed on her face. Miss Erilyn. Hearing her name called, she slowly raised her head. She gave a friendly and sociable smile. Come over here, do not. You want to talk to us? Erilyn knew a little about the girl in front of her. The only daughter of Marquise Brevard, Leslie Brevard, is a girl who has everything, but no one is completely perfect. She is only missing one thing. That is the issue of her family, that the Brevard family is only a marquis, not a duke. Even so, Leslie still received respect from everyone, but that does not matter, because I will become the crown princess of this empire. It was also the reason that during the gathering of childhood friends, she was very outstanding. In gatherings of friends since childhood, no young lady is more worthy of that position than me. Even Leslie's mother constantly whispered in her ear, Daughter, you will be the crown princess. If not my daughter, who can sit in that position, I will definitely make you the crown princess. These words made her very smug. My respected parents always say that, so I never doubt my destiny to become the crown princess. In a chance encounter, Leslie saw the appearance of Pechion. Her face became strangely cheerful. Crown Prince. Pechion did not pay attention to her and continued to run quickly forward. Erilyn. This made her very angry. Calling that name in front of me. Thoughts kept flashing through her head. Erilyn, could it be the young lady of Duke Halburn, the one who is always silent and only smiles in a corner? Leslie witnessed the close scene of the two people, a person who is dying and has nothing outstanding. Seeing her anger, the girls around could not help but step forward and say, Don't worry too much, Leslie. His Highness would never like someone so stupid. This made her feel a little more at ease. I think so too. The corners of her mouth formed a wicked smile. But, that scene, I, who will be the future crown princess. She was determined to push the two people far apart. I can't just stand by and watch. Returning to reality, Leslie reached out to her. Miss Erilyn, come here. Do you want to chat with us? This friendliness of hers caught Erilyn's attention. What? She still had a forced smile on her face as she spoke. Because I see you are all alone. We are planning to have a tea party today, so it would be nice to chat a lot. Her eyes had become more judgmental than ever before. Now there are no crown prince and young master to protect you. You won't be able to refuse in front of everyone. Right? Taking this opportunity, I will completely cut off your relationship with the crown prince. Erilyn's eyes suddenly lit up. Tea party? It seemed like she really cherished this opportunity. Isn't this a savior? Leslie was slightly startled. The scene shifts to a large room. Leslie's voice sounded, Everyone, I have invited a special guest. Everyone present at this place stared at Erilyn. It is Miss Erilyn, everyone. Please welcome her warmly. Everyone around this place immediately chatted, Welcome, Miss Erilyn. Nice to meet you. She worriedly thought, This is my first time participating in something like this. I feel really embarrassed. She quickly said, Thank you for inviting me, Miss Leslie. She laughed enthusiastically and replied, It is nothing. This is just one of the things that someone who will become the master of high society, like me, has to do. Her strange words immediately caught her attention. The master of high society is not that the queen. Even so, she did not pay much attention. Whatever, it is awkward to meet Pechion. It is much better here. Do not think too much. She continued to stare ahead. Besides, maybe I can make friends here. Leslie slowly raised the teacup in her hand. Now, everyone, please enjoy the tea party. Erilyn secretly thought, I can't miss such a good opportunity. Time passed and everyone chatted with each other very happily. Remembering something, Leslie suddenly called out, Speaking of which, Miss Erilyn, I have something I want to ask. Is that okay? She nodded in agreement. Okay, what is it? Her face became very suggestive as she asked, What is Miss Erilyn's relationship with the Crown Prince? Leslie's smile became increasingly strange. You two look very close. It seemed that Erilyn still did not realize this, and was still secretly thinking, Close, in the eyes of other people, we look like that. We had such a big fight. After a long period of silence, Erilyn slowly spoke. Pechion is... Her voice was a little haunting, my hell manager. She remembered the horror of Pechion. Erilyn, you know there are still 5 more laps, right? She tiredly continued. I can say that much. These words made everyone present freeze in place. Auden recounted all the things she had experienced. From early in the morning, he manages and takes care of me. He even constantly urged her, Erilyn, are you awake yet? Prepare the milk and pastries." These words made Leslie freeze in place. "Manages, takes care of. His Highness personally takes care of you," she nodded in confirmation. To the point of being annoying, a forced smile immediately bloomed on her face. "I see, Miss Aralyn and Crown Prince must be very close." She became pensive and quickly said, "I do not know if you can call it close." Laughter sounded from the side. Because she was too dazed, she slowly glanced in the direction next to her. The girl right next to her laughed strangely, making Aralyn very confused. "Why are you laughing? If you experience it yourself, you won't be able to laugh." The girl's face became very puzzled and she turned around and sneered. "I am sorry, Miss Aralyn's husband does not seem to be familiar with these kinds of gatherings." "Right, Miss Aralyn. Did no one teach you the etiquette at gatherings like these?" These words immediately made her freeze in place. Why give me a surprise punch like this? We were just talking so happily. Things gradually got worse, making her helplessly hold her head. Weren't we about to become friends? No way. Nadell sighed and leaned back and continued, "A young lady who can't control her expressions is really bad. I just want to advise you, so that you do not make mistakes somewhere." There was something that Nadell was very curious about. "But how did you seduce the attention of His Highness?" Aralyn was startled in surprise. 8 people around this place looked at her with contempt. "His Highness just clings to you all the time like a nanny." I do not know how long that interest will last. Young Master Mibisk, the Sparrow twins, have also been very interested in Miss Aralyn recently. Are you not adapting to the party, so that is why it is like this? Aralyn realized the severity of the problem. Could they be? She realized the real purpose of this tea party. They called me here to publicly look down on me. Nadell kept smiling mockingly. A young lady who knows how to keep her honor should not be like this, and clinging to men too. Aralyn sat there without moving. What is going on? What is this familiar feeling? Her eyes gradually looked up at the front. Surely something like this has happened before. She involuntarily remembered the mockers of the present and the past. From now on, we will take care of you. Even if you enjoy privileges, thanks to your parents, you should be more careful in your behavior. Aralyn also realized one thing, so that is that these children are also. Sarcastic words rang out from the previous life. Why do not you shut up? Don't try to stand out. She felt there was no difference at all. Nadell was still constantly opening her mouth. We say this because we are worried about you. She realized that in this world, no one is completely good to her. I forgot that these children approached me all had other purposes, not because of me. Nadell gently placed the teacup down on the table. So from now on, you have to listen to us. Understand, Miss Aralyn? She asked uncomfortably. Why? While they were still dazed, a smug smile bloomed on her face. Why should I listen? Her voice was a little scary, making the people inside the room immediately silent. Who dares to say anything about me? Noticing their bewildered expressions, she mocked. Why are not you saying anything, I am asking? Nadell was confused and thought, what is going on? The Aralyn I know is not like this. Aralyn pointed directly at Nadell and criticized, is Miss criticizing my behavior? She immediately trembled with fear. No, what I mean is... Leslie quickly reminded on the side, Miss Aralyn, you should stop. She immediately glanced at her. Miss Leslie. It seemed like she was going to deal with her right now, that you have been silent from beginning to now. Her face was very calm and without hesitation, refuted her. So from now on, the same too, it is best to be silent. She is the only princess of the Duke Halburn family, Aralyn Sigria Halburn. In the past, she was a person that everyone had to hate. The Aralyn that we know is a child who is always silent in a corner during friend gatherings. Even no one bothered to pay attention to her. Initially, everyone treated Aralyn according to the position of a princess, but the children heard rumors, one after another. The discussions never stopped. Heard that I do not know who her mother is. Even the Grand Duke Halburn completely treats her like air. Heard that even the maids in the Grand Duke's mansion despise her. Because she was too familiar with these things, Aralyn did not care anymore. At the same time, the children gradually forgot about Aralyn, or acted like they did not see her. All the children had completely turned their backs on her. Should have been angry at the children's contemptuous and disdainful attitude, but the children's eyes became surprised. Aralyn again. On her face, there was always a gentle smile, always smiling like an idiot. It was also what the children were confident about, so surely today will be no different than before. Returning to reality, Aralyn asked uncomfortably, why is everyone silent? Nadell could only hold her breath, because she was too scared. This is not the Aralyn we know. She flashed a scary smile on her face. Who is going to say anything to me? The room was filled with a fearful atmosphere, and no one said a word to anyone. Aralyn stepped in front of Nadell. Miss? She hurriedly nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. She quickly called out, name. She hurriedly responded, Nadell. She continuously questioned, father's title. Nadell trembled slightly. Viscount. Hearing this, Aralyn slowly pointed at her. Miss Nadell, do you know? This is just a friendly gathering, so that is it. Her eyes became extremely scary as she placed her hand on her shoulder. If it was a regular social party, you would not be able to talk to me. Thank you for your advice, but... Her voice had a hint of intention. I have never allowed you to advise me. Even Arlen's eyes, when looking at Nadell, seemed to want to devour her. Advice from someone who is unworthy is just excessive lineage. And a sin created with words? Do you know that... These words completely made her tremble. Unable to take it anymore, she immediately burst into tears at this place. Nadell was just a child crying pitifully. Mom? Erlen maintained a calm attitude as she glanced at her. Realizing that the atmosphere here had completely changed, she asked herself, just children like this, why would an Erlen in the past want to make friends so much? At this moment, the servant slowly opened the door. Excuse me, do you need more tea or pastries? Noticing that Nadell was still constantly crying, the servant was startled in surprise. She hurriedly stepped forward to comfort Nadell. What happened? Erlen slowly spoke. Her face had become extremely calm. I was telling Nadell a truth a little too early, that in this world, nothing is solved by crying. Hearing this, the servant was stunned for a moment. Yes. Unable to stay here any longer, she quickly turned and left. The tea party was fun, so I will take my leave first. The more she thought about it, the more tired she felt. Surely I can't make friends. Let us go home. The scene shifts to the large Halburn mansion. Mayhin was still processing the pile of documents stacked on the table. He thoughtfully read the documents in his hand. The Sky Tower is coming. This place called the Sky Tower is the Holy Land of Mages. This place is very vast, the headquarters of the Mage Tower and the home of all mages. Mayhin knew the information about this place well, a place where one cannot know if it exists in the sky or in the universe, or if it even really exists. From that Sky Tower, they expressed their official intention to visit the Albrecht Empire. He continued to bury himself in work. It must be because of the Charit incident. First of all, I have to request a meeting with the Tower Lord. At the same time, Dylan slowly walked inside. Sir Mayhin. He gently placed the pile of documents on the table. I have arranged the documents requesting support for the subjugation here. Hearing this, he was surprised. There are so many subjugations lately. He happily replied, I do not know if it is because spring has arrived that the monsters are also going on picnics. He calmly replied, It is summer now. Dylan said in surprise to his own thoughts, Well, it is also the end of spring. Remembering something, his face immediately became thoughtful. Well, this is the first time there has been a request for reinforcement from the northern castle in a long time. The situation must be getting more serious. After a period of contemplation, Mayhin crumpled the documents in his hand uncomfortably. That is right. His face became extremely gloomy. Leaving both family and children in the north, I do not know what he is doing. Seeing this scene, Dylan secretly thought, I should have told the news about the Grand Duke when his mood was better. Remembering something, Erlen quickly paid attention to one side. Looking at the document in his hand, he asked in surprise, What else? What is the Crown Prince's special mission? Dylan smiled gently and explained to him. Recently, there is a secret mission being carried out mainly by the First Knight Order. It is said that the reward is good. So the knights are very enthusiastic. This made him very curious. Secret mission. Involuntarily, he remembered Pecheon's face. Pecheon is up to something that does not seem like the Crown Prince. He hurriedly announced, and there is another piece of news. Dylan became very serious as he reported. The royal family said that today at the meeting there was a bit of a commotion between the young lady and the other young ladies. The young lady made another young lady cry. These words made Mayhin very dazed. The young lady also knows how to argue, and even made the other person cry. He sighed and replied, Because they are children, they will just argue and grow up. He did not forget to sigh and add, and it is better to hit others than to be hit. Mayhin had to nod in agreement. That is right. His face became thoughtful, and he wondered to himself, if Erlen is similar to Valor, should I scold her to prevent it, or not? Hearing this, Dylan did not know what to say. If she is like the Grand Duke, then it is useless anyway. Isn't it better for both sides? Hearing this, he sighed and said, Anyway, I still have to scold her. At this moment, Erlen opened the door and walked in with a bright smile. Mom? Seeing her appear, Dylan momentarily felt worried and thought, right when we were talking about scolding her. Contrary to his thoughts, Mayhin smiled gently. Aurel. He gently picked her up in his arms. Did the young lady enjoy her dinner? She nodded in confirmation. Yes, it was delicious. Are you busy, Mom? He shook his head and explained, No, not busy at all. Seeing this entire scene made Dylan give a forced smile. I was worried for nothing. The scene shifts to inside the room. Nadell was still constantly crying. Leslie, on the side, kept complaining uncomfortably. Don't cry anymore. Because of you, I can't go back to the mansion. She was still about to say something, but, Leslie. It seemed that she had realized her mistake. Do I have to go to Halburn to apologize? She replied uncomfortably. Apologize for what? It was just a tea party. It was not an official tea party. She was still about to say something more. Even so, Leslie interrupted uncomfortably. From the beginning. How could it be that just because you said the wrong thing you would be fired like that? It is all because she was not taught properly. Nadell, on the side, was still crying like a child. But later she will despise me, and then what if she gets angry? The more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. What can she do if she gets angry? Anyway, no one at home cares about her, who will listen to her. Leslie frowned so ugly, who will listen to her already like that, and, bursting out, she remembered Erlen's words at the time. And laughing like that, I am not the opponent, I won't let it go. She angrily screamed. I will trample on her by any means. Seeing this situation, Nadell hurriedly comforted her. Leslie, are you okay? At this moment, a girl stepped forward and said, Miss Leslie? It seemed like this girl had some kind of plan. I have a good idea. Hearing this, Leslie immediately listened in silence. What if we do this?